The Most Precious Gift. Part 1. Long ago, there was a merchant named Luca who sailed to faraway places in search of spices. He loaded up his ship with goods such as leather, olive oil, and cloth, and traded them for nutmeg, cinnamon, and cloves. One day, while at sea, a large storm blew his ship toward a small island. Luca sailed to shore and was welcomed by the people and their king. Seeing that Luca was hungry, the island king invited him to lunch. Arriving at the castle, Luca followed the king into the dining room. As they sat down, soldiers with sharp sticks came and surrounded the room. They looked nervously toward the hallway. Luca was puzzled. "Forgive me if I am bold," he said to the king, "but I must ask, why do the soldiers stare at the doorway? Is something dangerous out there?" Before the king could answer, a large group of rats rushed into the hall and leapt onto the table. Using their sticks, the soldiers tried to scare the rats, but that was of no use. They ate up whole cakes and cheeses, spilled drinks everywhere, and knocked over plates and bowls. At first, Luca was frightened, but he thought, "I can't run away like a coward." So he looked on calmly until he came up with a plan. Part 2. Luca ran to his ship. Minutes later, he came back with a basket and handed it to the king. The king opened the lid, and out jumped 2 cats. No sooner did the cats catch sight of the rats than the cats started chasing the pests, making them flee deep into the forest. The disappearance of the rats made the king grin with pleasure. "What wonderful animals these cats are," the king said. "Thank you," Luca said. "They are my gift to you." Just then, a chest filled with precious jewels was brought into the dining room. "The cats have changed our lives," the king said. "We thank you with these jewels." And so, Luca sailed back home with his new riches. After he arrived, he told everyone his story. Part 3. A merchant named Marco heard Luca's story and thought, "Wow, that king gave Luca a fortune for 2 cats. Imagine if I brought things that are worth something." So the next day, Marco filled his ship with precious things and sailed to the king's island. He was a sneaky man and told no one of his plan. After a long, hard journey, Marco reached the island. As soon as he arrived, he was greeted by the king and his people. Marco said, "I am a friend of Luca's. I bring you wonderful gifts." Marco unloaded the ship until it was empty. He gave the king fine silks and jewelry, special spices and nuts, and much more. The king was delighted. He looked at the treasures and disappeared into the castle. He returned, carrying a simple basket. Marco knew the basket must contain something really special. He lifted the cover and looked inside. What Marco saw made him gasp. His face turned red, and his body froze. He tried to talk, but could not say a word. Inside the basket were 2 kittens, one black and one white. "You do not have to speak," the king said happily. "I understand completely, for I have given you the most precious gift of all." Sharp. Sharp. If something is sharp, it has a point or edge that can easily cut things. A rose branch has sharp thorns. Now you say sharp. Sharp. Bold. Bold. When a person is bold, that person is not afraid. A bold acrobat walked high above the crowd. Now you say bold. Bold. Stare. Stare. When people stare, They look at something for a long time. I can stare at my fish for hours. Now you say stare. Stare. Coward. Coward. Sometimes a person who is too afraid of something is called a coward. My dog is a coward during a storm. Now you say coward. Coward. Flee. Flee. Flee means to run away, usually from danger. The bears flee from the buzzing bees. Now you say flee. Flee. Grin. Grin. When you grin, you smile with pleasure. The swimmers grin after winning the race. Now you say grin. Grin. Fortune. Fortune. A fortune can be a large amount of money or lots of jewels. The chest holds a fortune of gold. Now you say fortune. Fortune. Sneaky. Sneaky. Sneaky means doing something without anyone knowing about it. The sneaky boy took a cookie from the plate. Now you say sneaky. Sneaky. Empty. Empty. Empty means holding nothing. The cereal box is empty. Now you say empty. Empty. Gasp. Gasp. When you gasp, you take a quick and sudden breath. The loud pop of the balloon made me gasp. Now you say gasp. Gasp.
A Trip to Muir Woods, Part 1. Before the sun was up, Raoul jumped out of bed. He was so excited about today's class trip to Muir Woods, a national park near San Francisco, California. Park Ranger Anna was their host, and she told them about the park rules. Look all around you, she said. Be curious and ask questions. Be kind to the forest and always stay on the trail. The group started out early, while the woods were still quiet. Following Ranger Anna down the trail, Kim was in the front. Then came Jake, Keisha, and Brianna. Raoul was last, walking slowly and looking at everything along the way. The redwood trees seemed to touch the sky as rays of sunlight sparkled through their branches. "Isn't this beautiful?" Kim said. Raoul nodded. "How tall do you think the redwoods are?" Ranger Anna asked. "Taller than me," Raoul joked. A couple of his classmates laughed, and Raoul hoped that Ranger Anna would not scold him. He didn't mean to be rude. At first, Ranger Anna gave Raoul a serious look. Then she laughed and said, "Yes, they're as tall as 50 adults combined. These trees were alive when Christopher Columbus discovered America. Some are more than 2,000 years old. Muir Woods is a national park that protects these trees." Raoul was sure this was the most amazing place he had ever been to as he looked up at the redwood trees. Part 2. Farther along the trail, the hikers stopped to take a rest. Just then, a bag of nuts fell out of Raoul's backpack. As he reached down to pick up the bag, a chipmunk appeared and gathered all the nuts that had fallen. It quickly turned around to dart back up the tree. It happened so fast that Raoul didn't know what to do. "I think that little chipmunk opened my backpack. What a sly creature," said Raoul. The whole group laughed as they tried to spot the chipmunk. "See," said Ranger Anna, "that is why we do not carry food in the woods. We don't want to change anything around us. Let's keep hiking." Soon after, Raoul spied something bright and yellow and as long as his finger. He bent over it to get a closer look. Raoul called out, "A banana slug!" He continued, "Slugs need to stay cool and moist. Their slime and the morning fog help them to stay that way." "Wow," Keisha and Brianna said, watching the slug leave a trail of slime. The sight made Jake gulp. Then he reached out his hand to pick up the slug. Before he could, Ranger Anna said, "Please do not touch the slug. Banana slugs are great, but picking them up can hurt them." Part 3. On the hike, the group saw much more. Monarch butterflies, spotted owls, large pine cones, and horsetail ferns. By the end of the trip, the hikers had seen and walked so much that everyone was weary. They were ready to go back to school and talk about what they had seen. That is, everyone except Raoul, who was upset that the hike had ended. Ranger Anna told him not to be sad, that he could visit the woods any time. Soon, the hikers were back in their classroom, and on their desks were crayons, paints, and paper. They all sat down and started to draw what they had seen that day. Jake drew the banana slug, and Keisha painted a wren eating seeds near the ferns. Raoul sketched the chipmunk on his backpack. The children finished hanging their pictures just as their parents arrived to pick them up.
Host. Host. A host is someone who takes care of his or her guests. The host gives out cupcakes at her party. Now you say host. Host. Scold. Scold. When you scold someone, you speak in an angry way. I scold Buster for chewing on my sneaker. Now you say scold. Scold. Rude. Rude. When you are rude, you show bad manners. It is rude to tell secrets. Now you say rude. Rude. Serious. Serious. When you are serious, you are not joking. I am serious while I paint my model airplane. Now you say serious. Serious. Dart. Dart. To dart means to run or move quickly. Two squirrels dart up the tree. Now you say dart. Dart. Sly. Sly. Sly means clever or sneaky. The sly fox tiptoed up to the chicken. Now you say sly. Sly. Fog. Fog. Fog is a thick mist of water that is close to the ground. The fog rolled under the bridge. Now you say fog. Fog. Gulp. Gulp. To gulp means to quickly swallow a large amount of air or liquid. I gulp water when I'm thirsty. Now you say gulp. Gulp. Weary. Weary. When you are weary, you are very tired. Dad carried my weary brother to the car after the game. Now you say weary. Weary. Upset. Upset. When you are upset, you are unhappy or angry. The girl was upset that she lost her balloon. Now you say upset. Upset.
A Day at Chicago's Green City Market. Part 1. Light peeks through the trees, and birds sing their morning songs. It's early Saturday morning, and Chicago's colorful farmers market will be open soon. Each seller arrives at 5 a.m. to set up at Lincoln Park, a large green area in the city of Chicago. Many sellers put up tents to work in the shade. When the hot sun is all the way up in the sky, they will be cool as cucumbers under their tents. The sellers unload their trucks and lay out their goods, fruits and vegetables of all sizes and colors. The last step is to put the price of the item on the chalkboard so that buyers know how much each thing costs. Now, the stands are ready for the customers. Soon, blue and white tents are scattered all over Green City Market. Over 70 sellers come every Wednesday and Saturday. They bring all kinds of food, such as breads, fruits, cheeses, and meats. But that's not all. There are also beeswax candles, ice cream, tamales, and fresh pastas. In one area, a chef fries up dumplings, while another grills meats. Everyone is ready to eat good food and have a fun time. Part 2. At 7 a.m., customers start to arrive, and the market fills up fast. People come to shop, talk, and relax. Families and friends come from all over Chicago to spend the day at the market. Some ride bicycles or walk. Others drive or take buses or trains. The summer air is warm with the smell of freshly baked breads and pastries as people walk slowly around the market area. A cook picks up some ripe tomatoes, which will be perfect for some fresh salsa. Children sniff fresh flowers. Sellers give out food samples, and buyers try all the different treats. They take little sips of apple cider and taste tiny spoonfuls of raspberry jam. With so many good things to taste, it's hard to know what to buy. It's berry season, and everyone wants a box of the sweet fruits. People move at a rapid pace and quickly surround the strawberry stand. The seller sees more people coming and walks away. Before people start to complain, she is back with more to sell. Now all are happy as they pick up the fresh berries. Part 3. The market stands are not all that there is. At Green City Market, there's much for children to do, too. Children can make vegetable prints with lettuce and potatoes. They dip the veggies in paint and then press the designs on paper. Families sit on blankets in the grass while children play tag. They have picnics of sandwiches, corn on the cob, and cold lemonade. After lunch, some children go to the garden. They help to plant squash, tomatoes, carrots, onions, and more. Using their hands, they help to yank out all the weeds growing around the vegetables. When it's time to go home, everyone works together to gather the garden tools and tidy up the area. It's hard work to keep a garden, but it's so much fun to watch it grow. By 1 o'clock, most of the food has been sold, and the tents are down. The market is closed until next Wednesday or Saturday morning, when it will come alive once more.
Market. Market. A market is a place where people can buy and sell lots of items. The market sells fruits and flowers. Now you say market. Market. Seller. Seller. A seller is a person who gives something in return for money. I bought popcorn from the seller during the baseball game. Now you say seller. Seller. Area. Area. An area is a particular place or section. We brought our basket over to the picnic area. Now you say area. Area. Price. Price. A price tells how much something costs. I bought a teddy bear at a good price. Now you say price. Price. Ripe. Ripe. If something is ripe, it is ready to eat. The boy picked a ripe strawberry off the plant. Now you say ripe. Ripe. Rapid. Rapid. If something is rapid, it is very quick. It was a rapid ride down the first hill. Now you say rapid. Rapid. Surround. Surround. Surround means to be on all sides of something or someone. The children surround the box to see the kitten. Now you say surround. Surround. Complain. Complain. When people complain, they let others know they are unhappy about something. I complain when my mom says it's bedtime. Now you say complain. Complain. Yank. Yank. When you yank something, you give it a quick, strong pull. I yank the camp bell at lunchtime. Now you say yank. Yank. Gather. Gather. To gather objects means to pick them all up. Please gather your clothes off the floor. Now you say gather. Gather.
An Emperor Penguin Grows Up. Part 1. These birds are emperor penguins. Emperor penguins are the largest penguins in the world. They are about 50 inches tall. That's about as tall as some 6-year-old children. These beautiful birds live in Antarctica, near the South Pole. In Antarctica, winter starts in June, where the temperature can be as low as 60 degrees below zero. It is so cold that it is dangerous to be outside. But not for emperor penguins. The penguins have a lot of fat and feathers on their bodies to protect them from the cold weather. Just before winter, around late May, the mother penguin lays her egg. Then she heads for the ocean to hunt for food. Back on land, the father penguin uses his special body pouch to keep the egg safe and warm. Look at the father penguins in the first picture. On top of their feet rests an egg. In each penguin family, it is the father penguin's job to care for the egg. To do so, he stays in one place for 2 whole months, protecting the egg from the cold. Still, the father penguins must keep warm too. When fierce winds blow, they huddle together in a group. Inside the group, the penguins and their eggs are safe from the cold temperatures as the winds howl. So that no one feels the freezing conditions for too long, the penguins take turns being on the outside of the group. Part 2. It is now August, and the mother penguin is on her way back. The father penguin calls out to her. The mother remembers his call and finds her way to him. Soon, the egg begins to hatch, and the penguin chick breaks out of its shell. Its body is covered with fuzzy gray feathers called down. In the second picture, look at the penguin family with their newborn chick. It is the father's turn to hunt for food. Now the mother cares for the chick, who stays cozy in her pouch. The father penguin does not stay away too long. Soon he is back with more food for the growing penguin chick. While the chick is growing, it must eat a lot. The parents continue to take turns caring for the chick and hunting for food. The chick is almost 2 months old. It has replaced its down for a new coat of stiff feathers. To stay warm, it can now huddle with the other chicks, letting both parents go off to hunt for more food. Part 3. By December, the chick has become a young penguin with adult feathers. Look at the third picture of the young penguins following the adults into the ocean. Summer is coming to Antarctica as the young penguin leaves its parents to hunt for its own food for the first time. Off it goes with the other penguins to slide down the ice into the water. It's the first time in the water, and the young penguin can still swim much better than it can walk on land. This is because of its short wings, which work like flippers. Their wings help them glide through the water to catch fish. Their feathers protect them from the freezing temperature of the water. In about 5 years, the young emperor penguin will be an adult. Then it will have its own chicks to protect and feed.
Temperature. Temperature. Temperature tells us how hot or cold something is. A thermometer measures the temperature outside. Now you say temperature. Temperature. Protect. Protect. When you protect something, you keep it safe. A mother bear must protect her cub. Now you say protect. Protect. Hunt. Hunt. When you hunt for something, you search or look for it. A lion must hunt for its food. Now you say hunt. Hunt. Fierce. Fierce. When we say that something is fierce, we mean that it is wild, strong, and dangerous. The fierce tiger let out a loud roar. Now you say fierce. Fierce. Huddle. Huddle. When you huddle, you gather together in a small, close group. The soccer players huddle together before the game. Now you say huddle. Huddle. Howl. Howl. To howl is to make a long, loud crying sound. I always hear the wolf howl at night. Now you say howl. Howl. Freezing. Freezing. When something is freezing, it is very cold and sometimes covered in ice. I wear my winter coat and scarf when it is freezing outside. Now you say freezing. Freezing. Hatch. Hatch. When animals hatch, they break out of their eggs. The chick will hatch out of its eggs soon. Now you say hatch. Hatch. Cozy. Cozy. When something or someone is cozy, it is warm, comfortable, and relaxed. I am cozy when I snuggle in my blanket. Now you say cozy. Cozy. Slide. Slide. To slide is to move smoothly along a slippery surface. The girl loves to slide down with her dad. Now you say slide. Slide.
The Skating Lesson, Part 1. The skaters pass by, so easy and free. They chatter and wave. How hard could it be? I lace up my skates. My mom pulls them tighter. She pats my head and says, "Go get 'em, Tiger." A girl all in red draws near and twirls by. She dips, twists, and jumps as if she can fly. She turns and she glides. She's swift on the ice. Maybe one day I can skate just as nice. I peer at my mom, who whispers, "Skate to the song." I step on the ice, but don't glide for so long. I pick up my foot, and then I stumble and fall. The ice is slippery and scary after all. Part 2. I pick myself up. I'm determined to win. But once more I blush and fall right on my shin. I brush myself off and think, this is the worst. And all of a sudden, I have a great thirst. The skater in red speaks. "Hi, my name is Scout. Sorry to startle you, but I think I can help out. First ask your mom if we can go to the arcade. Then we'll drench our dry throats in pink lemonade." We talk and we laugh. I've found a new friend. We sip our sweet drinks right down to the end. "Relax," Scout says. "Skating's no chore." I say, okay, and I'm ready for more. Part 3. Scout takes my hand and leads me onto the rink. She shows me some moves and how not to think. Minutes later, I'm skating. Amazing but true. I'm gliding on ice like all others can do. At dusk, I'm still skating. There's supper ahead. I want to thank Scout, the skater in red. I see her and wave boldly across the wide rink, but she just smiles and spins around in a blink. That night, I think of skating as Mom and Dad doze. I remember my friend Scout as she twirled on her toes. I'm glad I got up and followed her advice. Now I can dream of skating and twirling on ice.
Chatter. Chatter. When people chatter, they talk fast about unimportant things. The boys chatter about the game on the way home. Now you say chatter. Chatter. Swift. Swift. Swift means moving quickly. The swift horse galloped in the meadow. Now you say swift. Swift. Peer. Peer. When you peer at something, you look very closely at it. The girl will peer into the telescope to look at the moon. Now you say peer. Peer. Stumble. Stumble. When you stumble, you lose your balance and trip. I stumble on the sidewalk. Now you say stumble. Stumble. Slippery. Slippery. When something is slippery, it is very smooth or wet and hard to stand on or hold on to. This bar of soap is too slippery to hold. Now you say slippery. Slippery. Blush. Blush. When you blush, you become red in the face. Grandma's big kiss made the boy blush. Now you say blush. blush. Startle. Startle. To startle means to surprise. Lightning can startle deer. Now you say startle. Startle. Drench. Drench. When you drench something, you make it completely wet. Heavy rains drench the little girl. Now you say drench. Drench. Dusk. Dusk. Dusk is the time of day just before the sun goes down. The playground closes at dusk. Now you say dusk. Dusk. Doze. Doze. Doze means to sleep lightly for a short amount of time. I began to doze during the movie. Now you say doze. Doze.
The Amazing Jumping Spider. Part 1. Learn about spiders. Some people don't like spiders. They shudder and squirm when they think about them. It's true that spiders may seem a little scary. After all, they have 8 legs, many eyes, and a set of fangs that can let out venom. And when their egg sacs burst, hundreds of baby spiders crawl out. But spiders are generally not harmful to people. They are harmful only to the creatures they eat. Spiders live almost everywhere in the world, except the South Pole. They live on top of steep mountains, in the forest, on your street, and wherever there are bugs to eat. The fact is, there are more spiders than people living on Earth. More than 40,000 kinds of spiders have been discovered. There may be twice as many still to find. Some spiders have it easy. They make their webs do all the work. First, they spin their sticky cobwebs, which are made of silk threads. Then, they wait for a bug to fly into the tangle of string. Others, like the jumping spider, don't catch their food in a web. Instead, they hunt for it. Part 2. A look at the jumping spider. A jumping spider has great eyesight for hunting. When you examine it, you first notice its 8 eyes. 2 look straight ahead and are especially big. 2 smaller eyes are located next to those. The other 4 are on the sides and in the back of its head. Having eyes in the front and the back helps the spider keep track of the creatures it hunts. Its eyes are also important for it to judge how much space is between it and its prey. Jumping spiders often look different from one another. Some are black and white like zebras. Others have spots of bright color. They blend in with what's around them, which makes it easy for them to hide before attacking. Before a jumping spider is ready to jump, it has to prepare. The spider grabs the end of its silk thread to fasten it to a windowsill or a branch. The thread is as strong as steel, and the spider uses it as its safety line. This way, if it falls, it won't get hurt and can crawl back up the line. With its thread fastened tight, it is ready to jump. Part 3. How a jumping spider hunts. A jumping spider's jump isn't just a little hop. It is a long-distance jump. A jumping spider can jump a distance more than 40 times the length of its body. For a spider, that can mean flying through the air for several feet. If you could jump like a spider, it would mean jumping over 10 cars. However, it can take a jumping spider a long time to find its prey and prepare to jump. When it hunts, a jumping spider is like a tiger. It quietly waits for just the right moment. Then, suddenly, it jumps. It jumps so fast, it surprises its prey. The bug becomes frantic. It squirms, moving in every direction. The spider bites the bug with its fangs. The shock of the bite and the venom soon quiet the bug, and it stops trying to spread its wings. Now, the jumping spider eats its meal. When it's done, it may wait a day or two before it starts its amazing hunt all over again.
Squirm. Squirm. When people squirm, they twist their bodies or wiggle around. Let's watch the worm squirm. Now you say squirm. Squirm. Burst. Burst. When things burst, they break open suddenly. The girl used a bat to burst open the piñata. Now you say burst. Burst. Tangle. Tangle. A tangle is a twisted mess of knots. My sister's tangle of hair is hard to brush. Now you say tangle. Tangle. Examine. Examine. If you examine something, you look at it very closely. The doctor had to examine my ears. Now you say examine. Examine. Judge. Judge. When you judge something, you make a decision after carefully thinking about it. The man will judge the pie baking contest. Now you say judge. Judge. Space. Space. When there is space between one thing and another, it means there is distance between them. There is a big space between the girl's front teeth. Now you say space. Space. Fasten. Fasten. When you fasten objects together, you join them. Don't forget to fasten your seatbelt. Now you say fasten. Fasten. Frantic. Frantic. When you are frantic, you get very excited because you are afraid or nervous. He made a frantic dash to catch the bus. Now you say frantic. Frantic. Shock. Shock. A shock is a sudden, surprising event that often is upsetting. The bat popping out came as a shock to the rider. Now you say shock. Shock. Spread. Spread. When you spread something, you stretch it out. I watched the peacock spread its feathers. Now you say spread. Spread.
In tune with the PS 101 chorus. Part 1. It's true that everyone is good at something. Sometimes it takes a while to find out what that something is. For the students of Public School 101 in San Diego, California, it's singing. The children didn't always know how great their chorus would become. In the beginning, some didn't even know they liked to sing. Others were shy and timid and would barely make a sound. But the music teacher, Mr. Blake, was great and told the chorus that they could sing beautifully together. Twice a week, they would meet to practice all kinds of music. Mr. Blake chose the songs, some happy and some sad, and taught them how to feel the music. He said, "A voice is an instrument, just like a piano. The more we practice, the better we sound." Practicing with Mr. Blake was fun and exciting, as he waved one hand in the air and banged the other down on the piano keys. The singers began to relax as they watched Mr. Blake sway to the music. Now they were singing for the whole room to hear. Part 2. Soon the chorus was ready to perform at the school concert. For months, they had practiced in the auditorium with Mr. Blake. But this was the first time other people would hear them sing. On the night of the concert, everyone was there. Grandparents and parents, brothers and sisters, cousins and friends all came to listen to the chorus. The singers were nervous. They had never seen so many people there for them. "What happens if we make a mistake?" someone asked. "You just stay calm and keep going," Mr. Blake said. "My role is to conduct and guide you. Just look up and follow me." When the music started, the whole chorus relaxed and started singing. They gave such a lively performance that the audience was blown away. Throughout the auditorium, people started to record the concert. Mothers and fathers proudly raised their cameras to capture the moment. Part 3. The next day, a friend put a video of the concert on the internet for the whole school to watch. Soon, other people started watching it too. Each day it had more and more views. Before long, thousands of people had seen the video and loved it. A while later, Mr. Blake got a phone call. The woman on the phone said she would like to invite the PS 101 chorus to Hollywood to sing on live television. Mr. Blake said it would be an honor and quickly told all of the singers and their families. The chorus remembered how Mr. Blake told them they could do anything they set their minds to, and now they were sure he was right. Before they knew it, it was time to board the bus to Hollywood. "We're going to Hollywood!" they all cheered. The chorus could not believe it. One boy was so excited, he started to whirl around in place like a top. Another girl began to shriek with joy. "Think of all the applause," said one wide-eyed girl, "and the stomping and the cheering. This is going to be great." The children all waved goodbye to their families and settled down in their seats. As the bus pulled away, the members of the PS 101 chorus started to sing their way to Hollywood.
Timid. Timid. If someone is timid, that means he or she is shy. My sister was too timid to meet my teacher. Now you say timid. Timid. Instrument. Instrument. An instrument is something that is used to make music. The trumpet is my favorite instrument. Now you say instrument. Instrument. Sway. Sway. When people sway, they slowly move their bodies back and forth. I made the hammock sway by pushing off with my feet. Now you say sway. Sway. Perform. Perform. When people perform, they present something to others. Watch the magician perform his trick. Now you say perform. Perform. Nervous. Nervous. People who are nervous are worried about something that might happen. The boy was nervous when it was his turn to spell a word. Now you say nervous. Nervous. Role. Role. A role is a part played by a person. The boy plays the role of Abe Lincoln in the show. Now you say role. Role. Lively. Lively. When something is lively, that means it's very energetic. We are very lively today. Now you say lively. Lively. Whirl. Whirl. To whirl means to turn quickly in a circle. The dancers whirl around on stage. Now you say whirl. Whirl. Shriek. Shriek. To shriek means to let out a loud, sharp sound. The baby might shriek when he sees the toy. Now you say shriek. Shriek. Applause. Applause. Applause is a clapping of the hands to let performers know they did a good job. I hope my sister can hear our applause. Now you say applause. Applause.
Anansi, the Spider of Wisdom, Part 1. Anansi was a sly spider. He knew it, and everyone told him so. He was always tricking people and getting into mischief. After each trick, the people would say, "Anansi, when will you take our advice and learn to be a wise spider?" Anansi always replied, "Your advice is no good. I will not stop." But one day, Anansi decided he was tired of playing tricks. He thought, "My wish is to become the wisest spider in the land. Then people will come to me for advice." So he came up with one final trick to do just that. Anansi went home and grabbed a large empty gourd with a hole at the top. Then he went around the village gathering wisdom from all the wise people. When he came calling, the villagers were surprised that all Anansi wanted was advice. Hoping that Anansi would use it, they happily gave him all the wisdom they had. Anansi collected the words of wisdom into the gourd like raindrops. He told the villagers how grateful he was for their gifts and then moved on to the next home. He thought, "Soon I will have all the wisdom to myself, and I will stun the villagers with all that I know. In no time, they will come to me for advice." Part 2. After the third day, the gourd was filled to the top with drops of wisdom. Anansi was very pleased with his work. "What a splendid collection of wisdom," he said. "I'm sure to be the wisest creature in the village." Of course, Anansi was a selfish spider. Not wanting to share his wisdom, he decided to hide the gourd. But where? Anansi looked high and low for a safe hiding place. Then he found a tall tree with branches so long they seemed to touch the sky. He thought, "Aha! That is a perfect spot. No one will think of looking in a tree for wisdom." So Anansi strapped the gourd to his back and began to climb up the tree. He soon realized that a gourd filled with wisdom is very heavy. Halfway up the tree, he began to slow down. He started to groan and moan as the large load bounced around on his back. Down below, Anansi saw a group of children who had begun to romp on the grass around the tree. He tried to hide, but they had already seen him. "Hello, Anansi," said one little girl. "What are you doing in that tree?" "Hello," he replied. "I'm practicing my climbing." "Be quick," she shouted. "It looks like it's going to rain." Part 3. Anansi looked up at the sky and saw dark clouds. He knew that stormy weather was coming. He tried harder and harder to reach the top of the tree where the gourd would be safe. But no matter how much he tried, Anansi could not go any farther. He settled on a branch to take a rest and set the gourd down next to him. Anansi looked over at the village and started to think of all the wisdom the villagers had shared. He remembered how delighted they were to share their words of wisdom with him. Suddenly, Anansi put two of his long, thin arms into the gourd. He pulled out drops of wisdom and began to sprinkle them all over the land. As he did this, it started to rain. The drops from Anansi's gourd began to mix with raindrops from the sky. The winds caught them and blew them far and wide. In every corner of the world, drops of wisdom began to rain down. And that is how wisdom spread to villages and towns all over the world. Even today, every time it rains, the people of the village think of Anansi, the wisest spider they had ever known.
Mischief. Mischief. When you get into mischief, you do playful things that get you into trouble. That raccoon is always making mischief. Now you say mischief. Mischief. Grateful. Grateful. When you are grateful, you show thanks for someone's kindness. The woman was grateful that the boy helped carry her groceries. Now you say grateful. Grateful. Stun. Stun. When you stun someone, you surprise that person. Winning first place really did stun the girl. Now you say stun. Stun. Splendid. Splendid. When something is splendid, it is beautiful or magnificent. It is a splendid bouquet of flowers. Now you say splendid. Splendid. Selfish. Selfish. When you are selfish, you think about only yourself. The boy was too selfish to share the ball. Now you say selfish. Selfish. Groan. Groan. When you groan, you make a deep, sad sound. The boy started to groan after eating too much. Now you say groan. Groan. Romp. Romp. When you romp, you play in a lively manner. It was fun watching the dogs romp together on the beach. Now you say romp. Romp. Stormy. Stormy. When the weather is stormy, there are strong winds and rain. The stormy sea tossed the fishing boat about. Now you say stormy. Stormy. Delighted. Delighted. When you are delighted, You are pleased and happy. The girl was delighted with her new pinwheel. Now you say delighted. Delighted. Sprinkle. Sprinkle. When you sprinkle, you drop small bits onto something. I like to sprinkle cheese on my pizza. Now you say sprinkle. Sprinkle.
Let's make art. Part 1. Painting a scene. Some people are jealous of great artists and their work. They want to make beautiful art too. What they don't know is that everyone can make art. There are many different kinds of art, and each artist has his or her own way of making it. 3 types of art are paintings, clay sculptures, and mobiles. Often, artists get ideas for their art from the things they love. This painter loves the outdoors. She likes to go out with her dogs and roam around in nature. She takes her canvas, easel, paints, and brushes wherever she goes. On this partly cloudy day, she is on a sandy beach. There is a blue-gray sky with white clouds. Her dogs are sniffing the grains of sand. The artist sets down her easel in front of the water and begins to paint. She uses blue and gray paint for the sky. She dabs white paint over it for the clouds. For the ocean, she sprays little dots of white paint over the blue-green waves. She has painted a misty day at the beach. As the painter fills in the soft tan sand, she looks over to her dogs. She sees them splashing in the water. They look like 2 wet streaks of gold. She puts them in the painting too. The artist is pleased with her painting. It almost looks real. It is now time to go home and let it dry. Part 2. Making a clay sculpture. Clay is fun to use. Have you seen an animal sculpture that you like? This sculptor spots a bluebird sitting outside his window. He wants to create a clay sculpture of the bird. First, he rolls a large piece of blue clay into a ball. This will be the bird's body. For the bird's head, he rolls a smaller ball of clay and sticks it to the body. With a rolling pin, the sculptor flattens another piece of clay until it's very thin. From this, he cuts out 2 dainty wings and a bright tail. He carves tiny feathers into the wings and tail before adding them to the sides and back of the body. Once the body is done, it's time to make the face. With black clay, the sculptor rolls out 2 tiny eyes. With yellow clay, he cuts out a triangle for a sharp beak. He sticks the eyes and beak to the round head to make the face. Now the sculpture is complete, and the artist has a cute bluebird. Part 3. Making a mobile. Mobiles are pieces of art that dangle and move in the air. Artists use different materials to make their mobiles, and what they use sometimes depends on what they have on hand. This artist makes a mobile out of paper shapes. The first thing she does is draw different shapes on pieces of color paper. Some shapes look like drops of water. Some look like triangles. And some are perfectly round. She cuts out the shapes and punches a hole near the edge of each one. Then she cuts yarn in different lengths and ties a piece of yarn to each shape. With the yarn in different lengths, the shapes won't tangle when they are hung. Now she is ready to attach the pieces of yarn and the shapes to a coat hanger. Finally, the mobile is finished, and she can hang it up. The artist is silent as she hooks the mobile to the ceiling. She works carefully, making sure not to damage any of the shapes. Then, as a gentle breeze blows in through the window, she watches the shapes dance around above her head. So do what these artists do. The next time you want to create art, think about what you like, or see what catches your eye or is lying around, and go make art.
Jealous. Jealous. People who are jealous feel upset because they want something that someone else has. The girl was jealous of her friend's new doll. Now you say jealous. Jealous. Roam. Roam. When you roam, you wander around without a plan. The buffalo roam all day long. Now you say roam. Roam. Misty. Misty. If the weather is misty, there are drops of water in the air. It was very misty near the waterfall. Now you say misty. Misty. Create. Create. Create means to make something. The baker likes to create fancy cakes. Now you say create. Create. Dainty. Dainty. When something is dainty, it is small and delicate. Please be careful with the dainty tea set. Now you say dainty. Dainty. Complete. Complete. When something is complete, nothing is missing. My puzzle is almost complete. Now you say complete. Complete. Edge. Edge. An edge is the place where an area ends. The bird flew to the edge of the cliff. Now you say edge. Edge. Attach. Attach. When you attach objects, you join them together. Mom helped me attach my note to the gift. Now you say attach. Attach. Silent. Silent. When you are silent, you do not make a sound. We must be silent when the show begins. Now you say silent. Silent. Damage. Damage. When you damage something, you harm or injure it. Hitting a pothole can damage my bike. Now you say damage. Damage.
The Fisherman and the Bear. Part 1. All day long, the fisherman had been at the lake. All day long, he hadn't caught any fish. Finally, the fisherman had had enough and packed up. As he walked back to his shack, he saw that next to each footprint he made was a large paw print. What kind of creature made this, he wondered. Just then, he heard a loud creak. As he got closer, he noticed that the door to his shack was open. The fisherman realized someone was in his shack, but who? He was anxious as he tiptoed closer to look inside. There, he saw a big brown bear. The fisherman stood still and didn't make a sound. He watched as the big bear knocked over jars of his sweet, sticky molasses. "This is all the molasses I have for the year," thought the fisherman. "What will I do if the bear eats it all?" The fisherman became worried. He hadn't caught any fish, and the molasses was all he had to eat. Part 2. As the bear stuck his paw into the largest jar of molasses, the fisherman started to whimper. The bear turned around and stared at him. The fisherman began to plead. "Please, Mr. Bear," the fisherman said, "do not eat all my molasses." But the bear paid no attention. Instead, he stuck his front paw into the molasses one more time and started for the lake. The fisherman noticed that the bear walked with a limp. He held his sticky front paw up to his chest as he moved on 3 legs. He didn't let the paw touch the ground. Once at the lake, the bear stood and put his paw over the water. Soon, hundreds of flies began to buzz around it. Troutfish leapt up to grab a mouthful of the sticky bug molasses. The fisherman had never before seen so many fish flying through the air. He was amazed and watched in silence. As the trout reached for the bugs, the bear swatted them. Soon, dozens of trout lay on the shore of the lake. When he was done fishing, the bear put the fish into 2 neat piles. He then licked his lips and began to gobble down the fish from one of the piles. When he finished, he patted his stomach and moved toward the woods. Part 3. When the bear was finally gone, the fisherman stepped out from where he'd been hiding. He saw the second pile of fish and started to stuff them in his basket. His mother taught him never to trust a bear, so he worked as fast as he could. "I must get these fish before the bear returns," thought the fisherman. It had been such a long day, and he was so hungry. Then, as the fisherman turned around to leave, he noticed the bear hiding behind a blueberry bush watching him. He realized that the bear had left the second pile just for him. The bear wanted to exchange his fish for the fisherman's molasses. The fisherman raised his hand and waved at the bear. Not forgetting his manners, the fisherman shouted, "Thank you, Mr. Bear." He wanted to be polite to the one who had helped him, even if it was a bear. To the fisherman's surprise, the bear gave him a big thumbs up, as if to say, "You're welcome." Then, just like that, the fisherman and the bear went on their way. That night, with their bellies full, the bear and the fisherman were both drowsy. They both laid down for a good night's sleep. It had been quite a day for the fisherman, who had learned that bears could be caring and fair. The bear, too, had been surprised that a fisherman could be so polite. From that day on, every time the fisherman made a fish and molasses sandwich, he remembered the bear.
Footprint. Footprint. A footprint is a mark made by a foot or shoe. My shoe left a footprint in the cement. Now you say footprint. Footprint. Creak. Creak. When you hear a creak, you hear a sharp squeaking sound. I heard a creak as I climbed up the stairs. Now you say creak. Creak. Anxious. Anxious. When you are anxious, you are nervous or worried about something. I am anxious about diving into the pool. Now you say anxious. Anxious. Whimper. Whimper. When you whimper, you make a soft crying sound. The puppy started to whimper outside the door. Now you say whimper. Whimper. Plead. Plead. When you plead, you beg. I plead with my mom for a new bike. Now you say plead. Plead. Limp. Limp. When you walk with a limp, your walk is uneven because something is wrong with your leg or foot. The player walked off the field with a limp. Now you say limp. Limp. Trust. Trust. If you trust someone, you believe in that person. You believe that person will be there to help you. I trust my climbing coach to make sure that I don't get hurt. Now you say trust. Trust. Exchange. Exchange. When you exchange something, you give one thing and get something back. We exchange Valentine's Day cards with our friends. Now you say exchange. Exchange. Polite. Polite. When you are polite, you have good manners. Your sister is very polite at the dinner table. Now you say polite. Polite. Drowsy. Drowsy. When you are drowsy, you are very sleepy. The girl felt drowsy during the long car ride. Now you say drowsy. Drowsy.
Ida Lewis, The Lighthouse Keeper. Part 1. In the early years. At night, a light shines on the water. A captain spots the light and sails his ship safely away. He knows the lighthouse is a symbol of warning. It says, "Rocks ahead. Stay away." A keeper cares for the lighthouse and the boats that it guides. One lighthouse known for its keeper is the Lime Rock Lighthouse in Newport, Rhode Island. For many years, it was run by a brave woman named Ida Lewis. Ida Lewis was born in 1842. At 11 years old, her family moved to Lime Rock, where her father was the first keeper of the lighthouse. When Ida was 15, her father became ill and could no longer take care of the lighthouse. So Ida and her mother took over his job. During the day, they kept the lighthouse tidy. Everything was in its place. It was also important that the light from the lighthouse lamp shine brightly each night. So every day, they would clean and polish the large lamp. Every night, they made sure to keep the light burning to warn passing ships of the rocks that could destroy their boats. Part 2. Saving Lives. Ida watched after the traveling sailors in other ways, too. She was a very good swimmer, and she was strong and could row a boat very well. These two skills are what made Ida a heroine. In 1858, Ida was looking out at the rough water when she saw a boat overturn and its young passengers fall into the water. The 4 men hung on to the boat, but they were in danger of drowning. Ida rowed up to the boat to rescue the men. She pulled them into her boat and brought them back to the lighthouse. This was the first time she had rescued anyone, but it would not be the last. 11 years later, on a snowy winter's night, the same thing happened to 2 soldiers. They held onto the sides of the boat, but they faced serious injury. If they stayed in the cold water too long, they would freeze. That night, Ida had a bad cold and was warming her feet near a stove. When her mother spotted the men, she called out to Ida. Without putting on shoes or a coat, Ida ran out with her younger brother to bring the soldiers to safety. To comfort them, Ida gave them dry clothes and sat them beside a warm fire. Part 3. Honoring Ida Lewis. Ida continued to rescue many other lives. During her life, she saved at least 18 people from drowning. Ida did not seek any praise for what she did. Still, the people of Newport decided to celebrate her bravery. On July 4th, 1869, they had a parade. They gave Ida a new boat named Rescue, which she rode on in the parade. Everyone cheered for the woman who had saved so many lives. Ida became so famous that her picture even appeared on the cover of a magazine. Tourists came to Lime Rock Lighthouse asking to meet her. One day, Ida had a very special visitor, Ulysses S. Grant, the President of the United States. Ida took care of the lighthouse until age 69, when she died. Today, people in Newport still honor Ida Lewis. They changed the name of Lime Rock to Ida Lewis Rock and built a monument near her grave. While the lighthouse does not run anymore, a light still burns there in her honor. This way, no one will forget the courage of Ida Lewis.
Symbol. Symbol. A symbol is an object that stands for something else. The American flag is an important symbol of our country. Now you say symbol. Symbol. Tidy. Tidy. When something is tidy, it is very clean and neat. My desk is always tidy. Now you say tidy. Tidy. Polish. Polish. When you polish something, you rub it hard to make it shine. My brother likes to polish his shoes. Now you say polish. Polish. Destroy. Destroy. When you destroy something, you ruin it or wreck it. A fire can destroy a building. Now you say destroy. Destroy. Rescue. Rescue. When you rescue a person, you save that person from danger. The firefighter was able to rescue my cat. Now you say rescue. Rescue. Injury. Injury. An injury is harm done to a part of the body. Dad got an injury to his arm when he fell down. Now you say injury. Injury. Comfort. Comfort. When you comfort someone, you make him or her feel better. The nurse tries to comfort the sick child. Now you say comfort. Comfort. Seek. Seek. When you seek something, you try to find it. We are going to seek treasures in the backyard. Now you say seek. Seek. Celebrate. Celebrate. When you celebrate, you honor a special day or event with ceremonies. We celebrate the 4th of July by watching the fireworks. Now you say, celebrate. Celebrate. Monument. Monument. A monument is a structure that honors a special person, event, or idea. The Statue of Liberty is a national monument. Now you say monument. Monument.
Wind and Sun, Part 1. Long ago, Wind and Sun were not friends. Wind would push Sun away to show how strong he was. Sun would then shine as bright as she could to show off her strength. And so Sun and Wind would argue all day long. One day, exhausted from all the fighting, Sun challenged Wind to a contest. "Whoever wins is the stronger one," declared Sun. Sun pointed to a man far below on the frozen ground. The man was taking a journey through the woods. It was almost winter, and the traveler wore a long, heavy cape. "To prove who is stronger," continued Sun, "let's see who can make the traveler remove his cape." "No problem," yelled Wind. Wind knew he would win and quickly agreed to the contest. "A few strong blasts from me," he thought to himself, "and the cape will fly right off the man's back." Part 2. The contest began. Suddenly, Wind blew a long, cold, gusty breeze. Trees swayed and leaves fell to the ground. The man had to clutch his cape tightly so it wouldn't blow away. Then Wind gave one more furious blast. He blew with all his might. Birds clutched the tree branches. Chipmunks and squirrels ran for cover. The poor traveler closed his eyes to keep out flying twigs and leaves. Wind was stronger than ever. The man struggled against Wind's force as he continued his journey along the path. Finally, Wind was exhausted and could not even let out a soft breeze. When Wind stopped, the man began to loosen his grip. Wind was furious that he could not make the man remove his cape. "I give up," Wind called to Sun. "It's your turn." Part 3. Sun was ready. Ever so gently, she aimed her rays at the exhausted traveler on the cold, hard path. Soon, the air was warmer and the ground became softer. Slowly, Sun grew brighter and brighter, hotter and hotter. As he felt warmer, the man no longer needed to wrap the cape so tightly around his shoulders. He began to loosen the cape just a bit. Then Sun shined at her brightest and hottest. Sun's strong, burning rays were unbearable. The traveler could not put up with the heat any longer. He stopped and removed the cape completely before continuing on his journey. "I can't believe it," exclaimed Wind. "How did you get the man to remove his cape?" "It was easy," replied Sun. "I did it gently, not by force. Little by little, I pushed the man to loosen his cape until he removed it. I won the contest, so I am stronger." Sun and Wind never again argued about who was stronger. To this day, Wind reminds himself, "Do not brag about being strong. You may find out that you are wrong."
Argue. Argue. When people argue, they do not agree with each other. The boys argue about whose turn it is. Now you say argue. Argue. Exhausted. Exhausted. When you are exhausted, you are very tired and worn out. The runner is exhausted after the race. Now you say exhausted. Exhausted. Journey. Journey. When you go on a journey, you travel from one place to another. The young man took a long journey over the mountains. Now you say journey. Journey. Traveler. Traveler. A traveler is a person who travels or goes on trips. The traveler looked at her map to see which way to go. Now you say traveler. Traveler. Remove. Remove. When you remove something, you take it off or away. Dad used a hammer to remove the nail from the wall. Now you say remove. Remove. Clutch. Clutch. When you clutch something, you hold on to it very tightly. The girl likes to clutch her doll tightly. Now you say clutch. Clutch. Furious. Furious. When someone is furious, he or she is very angry. I was furious when my kite broke. Now you say furious. Furious. Loosen. Loosen. When you loosen something, you make it less tight. Grandpa uses his hands to loosen his tie. Now you say loosen. Loosen. Gently. Gently. When you do something gently, you do it in a soft and careful way. The girl gently places another card at the top of the tower. Now you say gently. Gently. Wrap. Wrap. When you wrap something, you fold or put a cover around it. My sister uses colorful paper to wrap a gift. Now you say wrap. Wrap.
Branch. Branch is a noun. A branch is a part of a tree. It grows out of the trunk of the tree. Red and yellow leaves fell from each branch of the tree. Now you say the word. Branch. Brave. Brave is an adjective. A brave person is someone who is not afraid of danger. When the cat got stuck in the tree, the brave boy climbed up to save it. Now you say the word. Brave. Dash. Dash is a noun. A dash is a small amount of something. The soup needs a dash of pepper. Now you say the word. Dash. Dash. Dash is a verb. When you dash, you move quickly. Don't slip if you dash across the wet grass. Now you say the word. Dash. Evening. Evening is a noun. The evening is the part of the day between late afternoon and early nighttime. We eat dinner in the evening after Mom gets home from work. Now you say the word. Evening. Greedy. Greedy is an adjective. A greedy person wants more of something than he or she needs. Kim was greedy when she did not share her big bowl of popcorn. Now you say the word. Greedy. Pass. Pass is a noun. A pass is a piece of paper that says the person holding it can do something. Mom has a pass to park her car in the lot. Now you say the word. Pass. Pass. Pass is a verb. When you go by something, you pass it. I passed by the park on my way home. Now you say the word. Pass. Present. Present is an adjective. If you are present in a place, you are there. Everyone was present on the class trip. Now you say the word. Present. Present. Present is a noun. A present is something that you give to someone out of kindness. I drew a picture for Greg as a present. Now you say the word. Present. Stream. Stream is a noun. A stream is a body of flowing water that is not too wide or deep. The water in the stream only reaches my ankles. Now you say the word. Stream. Trail. Trail is a noun. A trail is a path for people to follow, especially in the woods. I walk along the trail to the stream. Now you say the word. Trail. Wise. Wise is an adjective. A wise person or choice shows good sense and judgment. Wearing a raincoat on a wet day is a wise thing to do. Now you say the word. Wise.
A Sudden Storm. Realistic fiction. It started as a beautiful day for a hike. Nikki and her dad set out on a trail that wound through the woods behind their house. They were hiking to a farm nearby to watch the farmers care for their animals. The sun climbed higher in the sky as Nikki and her father walked. A nearby stream looked so inviting that they dipped their feet in to cool off. They got to the farm just before feeding time for the animals. Nikki pointed out a goat. "That one is so greedy. He's eating all the feed." "I think it's feeding time for us, too," Dad joked. The two of them unpacked their sandwiches and sat at a picnic table to eat. After lunch, they spent some more time on the farm. Then the sun began to lower in the sky. "We should leave before it gets too late," Dad said. "On hot, sticky days like this, we often get thunderstorms by evening." Sure enough, dark clouds were present in the sky by the time they got home. They went inside to wait for the storm to pass. "Lightning mostly strikes taller things," Dad explained. "That's why it's wise to stay away from trees during a storm." Outside, the wind howled and lightning lit the dark sky. A branch snapped off a tree and blew across the yard. "I see what you mean," Nikki said. Loud thunder sounded in the distance, and it made Nikki jump. Before long, it thundered again. But this time, she wasn't as scared. All of a sudden, Nikki saw her dog Button dash under the couch in a blur of fur. Dad laughed. "Button isn't quite as brave as you are."
Bench. Bench is a noun. A bench is a long seat for a few people to sit on. On each side of the picnic table is a wooden bench. Now you say the word. Bench. Bridge. Bridge is a noun. A bridge is something that is built above and across water. People or cars can go over it to get to the other side. A long bridge goes over the bay. Now you say the word. Bridge. Cross. Cross is an adjective. A person is cross if he or she is angry or not pleased. The child was cross when the dog grabbed his toy. Now you say the word. Cross. Cross. Cross is a verb. When you cross, you go from one side to the other. Look both ways before you cross the street. Now you say the word. Cross. Crowd. Crowd is a noun. A crowd is a lot of people all together in one place. A large crowd waits for the bus. Now you say the word. Crowd. Deep. Deep is an adjective. If something is deep, it goes a long way down. The children dug a deep hole in the sand. Now you say the word. Deep. Fresh. Fresh is an adjective. If something is fresh, it is clean or new. I put on a fresh shirt for the party. Now you say the word. Fresh. Fresh. Fresh is an adjective. Fresh means that something is cool or refreshing. Open the windows so the fresh air can cool off my room. Now you say the word. Fresh. Frown. Frown is a noun. A frown is an unhappy look on your face. When Nate found his lost puppy, his frown became a smile. Now you say the word. Frown. Frown. Frown is a verb. When you frown, you move your eyebrows together and wrinkle your forehead. I frown when I have to go to bed early. Now you say the word. Frown. Signal. Signal is a noun. A signal is an action or sign that sends a message. The red light is a signal that means stop. Now you say the word. Signal. Travel. Travel is a verb. When you travel, you go from one place to another. I want to travel all over the world. Now you say the word. Travel. Worry. Worry is a verb. When you worry, you feel that something bad may happen. My mom and dad worry if I don't eat well. Now you say the word. Worry.
The cable car is coming! Historical fiction. It was August 2nd, 1873, and Anna stood with her mother on Clay Street. They were not alone. A crowd of people from all over San Francisco was waiting too. Like Anna, they wanted to ride the city's first cable car. As Anna looked at the people around her, a frown went across her face. She started to worry that she would never find a space in the cable car. A minute later, Anna heard the bell. Clang, clang! That was the signal that the cable car was coming. A wire cable buried deep underground pulled it up the hill. The car would cross Webster Street, then the grip, or conductor, would turn a giant screw to bring the vehicle to a stop. People started to move, and Anna could see the car for the first time. The car was bigger than she expected, and it was shaped like a box with flat sides. It had steps down to the ground and no wheels. The windows were open to let in fresh air. Some riders could sit on a bench along the sides or back. There were poles every few feet for other riders to hold onto as they stood. Anna and her mother squeezed into the front of the car. From there, they watched the grip release the brake. Their ride began. In all, Anna would travel up and down Clay Street for just over a half mile and cross about 10 city blocks. After the ride, Anna was so excited that she wanted more adventure. She told her mother, "Tomorrow, let's hop on a train, walk across a bridge, or ride a boat."
Beach. Beach is a noun. A beach is land near the water. It is usually sandy. The children look for shells along the beach. Now you say the word. Beach. Center. Center is a noun. A center is a place that is in the middle of something. My mom put the flowers in the center of the table. Now you say the word. Center. Finally. Finally is an adverb. Finally means at last. We finally finished our homework. Now you say the word. Finally. Idea. Idea is a noun. An idea is a thought or a plan. It is something that you think of. Grandma had a great idea for Dad's birthday present. Now you say the word. Idea. Ocean. Ocean is a noun. The ocean is a very large area of salt water. It covers almost 3/4 of the earth. Ships sail across the big blue ocean. Now you say the word. Ocean. Seashell. Seashell is a noun. A seashell is the shell of a sea animal such as an oyster or a clam. The outside of the large seashell feels rough. Now you say the word. Seashell. Stack. Stack is a noun. A stack is a neat pile of something. I ate a tall stack of pancakes. Now you say the word. Stack. Stack. Stack is a verb. When you stack things, you pile them one on top of another. Please stack the books neatly on my desk. Now you say the word. Stack. Tiny. Tiny is an adjective. If something is tiny, it is very small. A tiny drop of water dripped from the bottle. Now you say the word. Tiny. Wave. Wave is a verb. When you wave, you move your hand back and forth. I waved to my friend. Now you say the word. Wave. Wave. Wave is a noun. A wave looks like a long bump moving through the water in a lake or ocean. A huge wave crashed onto the beach. Now you say the word. Wave. Wonder. Wonder is a verb. When you wonder about something, you are curious about it. You want to learn about it. I wonder why the sky is blue. Now you say the word. Wonder.
What makes waves? Magazine article. Imagine walking on the beach. You feel the warm sand and a seashell beneath your feet. After a while, you sit and look at the ocean. A boat on the water rises and falls. Water rolls into the shore. It makes you wonder. What makes waves? A wave is a moving ridge on the surface of a large body of water. Wind causes most waves. As wind blows over water, it gives some of its energy to the water. A small amount of wind makes a tiny wave. A strong wind can make a really big wave. Try it yourself by blowing over the top of a pan of water. Because of the way waves seem to stack on each other, you might get the idea that the water moves forward. In fact, the water only moves up and down. You can see this motion by watching a rowboat or buoy. These objects will bob up and down with the wave, but they do not move toward or away from the shore. When a wave near the shore breaks, the top tips over and finally crashes onto the beach. Wind is not the only thing that causes waves to form. Sometimes, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions happen underwater. They can cause special kinds of very long, high waves. These giant waves rush away from the center of the action of the earthquake or volcano. You can make a model of these waves in a tub or pool. Put your arms straight out. Pull them apart and push them together again quickly. Watch how the water moves away in waves. What makes waves? Wind, earthquakes, and volcanoes do.
Arrive. Arrive is a verb. When you arrive somewhere, you reach the place you set out for. I arrive at school at 8 o'clock. Now you say the word. Arrive. Clear. Clear is an adjective. When something is clear, it is not cloudy or dark. There was not one cloud in the clear sky. Now you say the word. Clear. Clear. Clear is an adjective. Clear can also mean that you can see through something easily. We could see the rocks at the bottom of the clear lake. Now you say the word. Clear. Enormous. Enormous is an adjective. Anything enormous is very big. The elephant is enormous. Now you say the word. Enormous. Exactly. Exactly is an adverb. If something looks or happens exactly like something else, it looks or happens in the same way. My bike looks exactly like yours. Now you say the word. Exactly. Float. Float is a verb. When things float, they stay on top of water or in the air. I let go of the balloon and watched it float above the tree. Now you say the word. Float. Midnight. Midnight is a noun. Midnight comes at 12 o'clock at night. It is called midnight because it is in the middle of the night. I try to stay up until midnight, but I always fall asleep. Now you say the word. Midnight. Rainbow. Rainbow is a noun. A rainbow is made of long stripes of color in the sky. If the sun shines after it rains, you often see a rainbow. I can see orange, red, purple, blue, and other colors in a rainbow. Now you say the word. Rainbow. Snowstorm. Snowstorm is a noun. A snowstorm happens when a lot of snow falls. Over a foot of snow fell during the snowstorm. Now you say the word. Snowstorm. Weekend. Weekend is a noun. The weekend is made up of the 2 days of the week called Saturday and Sunday. I visit and eat lunch with my grandfather every weekend. Now you say the word. Weekend. Whisper. Whisper is a verb. When you whisper, you speak in a very soft and quiet voice. We whisper so that no one else will hear what we say. Now you say the word. Whisper.
A Midnight Rainbow. Informational fiction. Lily and Jonah could not wait for spring break. All week they talked about their trip. In a few days, they would arrive in Alaska to see the Northern Lights, a natural display of glowing colors in the night sky. Even though their parents had shown them pictures of the Northern Lights, Lily and Jonah still weren't sure exactly what to expect. "How can rainbow colors appear in the dark?" Jonah asked. "You'll just have to wait and see," Mom answered. "As long as we have good weather in Alaska, we should get a great show." "I think this is the first time I'm not hoping for a snowstorm," Lily laughed. That's why we're going in March, Dad said. It's not summer yet, so the sky still gets dark enough for us to see the northern lights. However, it won't be as cold and snowy as it would be in the winter. That weekend, the family flew to Fairbanks, Alaska. There was some winter snow still on the ground, but skies were clear. Even in March, it felt cold to Lily and Jonah, especially at night. They wore winter coats and sipped hot chocolate as they waited and waited for the northern lights. It was almost midnight when a faint glow appeared where the land met the sky. Slowly, the light grew and rose higher. It seemed to float right above the trees. Soon the sky was painted with enormous swirls of green and yellow. Jonah was so amazed that he could barely speak. "Awesome," he said in an excited whisper.
Bright. Bright is an adjective. If something is bright, it gives a lot of light. The sun is bright today. Now you say the word. Bright. Bright. Bright is an adjective. Something bright can also mean that something is shiny. I scrubbed the pot until it looked bright and clean. Now you say the word. Bright. Chew. Chew is a verb. When you chew something, you break it into small pieces with your teeth. I chew my food before I swallow it. Now you say the word. Chew. Flour. Flour is a noun. Flour is a powder made from grain. It is used to make bread, cakes, and pies. We put a cup of flour into the bowl with the milk and eggs. Now you say the word. Flour. Hour. Hour is a noun. An hour is an amount of time. It is 60 minutes long. It takes 1 hour to bake the cake. Now you say the word. Hour. Inn. Inn is a noun. An inn is a small place where a person can eat a meal and stay for the night. It is usually in the country. After traveling all day, we stopped at an inn for the night. Now you say the word. Inn. Island. Island is a noun. An island is a piece of land with water all around it. It took the boat 2 hours to sail around the island. Now you say the word. Island. Nibble. Nibble is a verb. If you nibble something, you eat it with very small bites. Rabbits nibble on carrots. Now you say the word. Nibble. Pale. Pale is an adjective. If something is pale, it has very little color. Jason's face looks pale because he is very sick. Now you say the word. Pale. Warn. Warn is a verb. If you warn someone, you tell the person about possible danger. A sign or signal can also warn. The sign warns us not to walk on the ice. Now you say the word. Warn.
Pineapple pancakes. Recipe, how to. How would you like to nibble on your very own taste of the rainforest? One fruit that you know is actually grown there. It's the pineapple. This juicy fruit is popular and good for you. It can be added to a fruit salad or even cooked with meat. In some cultures, this fancy fruit has become known as a sign of welcome. On a tropical island, you may see pineapples on display in a hotel, inn, or other place that visitors go. One simple and fun way to enjoy pineapple is to make pineapple pancakes. Here is a recipe. It will take you less than 1 hour to make and eat the pancakes. As any recipe will warn you, be sure to read the instructions carefully and always cook with an adult. Pineapple fruit is bright yellow, but the pancakes will be pale in color. You can put more pineapple on your pancakes before eating them. Be sure to chew slowly to enjoy every fruity bite. How to make pineapple pancakes. This recipe makes 8 4-inch round pancakes. The ingredients you'll need are 1 1/4 cup flour, 3 teaspoons of baking powder, 1 tablespoon sugar, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1 egg beaten, 1 cup of milk, 2 tablespoons of oil, and 1/2 cup crushed pineapple, drained. Mix the flour, baking powder, sugar, and salt in a bowl. In another bowl, mix the egg, milk, and oil. Stir this mixture into the first mixture. The batter will be lumpy. Stir in the pineapple. Lightly grease a griddle or pan and heat it. Drop large spoonfuls of batter onto the griddle or pan. Turn over each pancake when the underside is golden brown. Cook until the other side is also golden brown.
Agree. Agree is a verb. When you agree with someone, you think the same way as the other person. Sam and I agree that ice skating is fun. Now you say the word. Agree. Bare. Bare is an adjective. If something is bare, it is not covered. I put my bare legs into the water. Now you say the word. Bare. Famous. Famous is an adjective. A famous person is someone who is known by many people. Babe Ruth is a baseball player who is famous. Now you say the word. Famous. Feast. Feast is a noun. A feast is a very large meal on a special day. Mom cooks a feast on Thanksgiving Day. Now you say the word. Feast. Gentle. Gentle is an adjective. If something is gentle, it is very soft and mild. I gave my baby sister a warm and gentle hug. Now you say the word. Gentle. Hero. Hero is a noun. A hero is a person you look up to for having done something good and brave. The boy is a hero for rescuing the cat from the tree. Now you say the word. Hero. Leader. Leader is a noun. A leader is a person who shows people where to go or how to do something. We follow the leader up the path. Now you say the word. Leader. Notice. Notice is a verb. If you notice something, you see it. The mouse was so quiet, the cat did not notice it. Now you say the word. Notice. Notice. Notice is a noun. A notice is a sign put up for people to read. Dad read the notice about the missing dog. Now you say the word. Notice. Search. Search is a verb. If you search for something, you look for it. Please help me search for my lost shoes. Now you say the word. Search. Weak. Weak is an adjective. If you feel weak, you do not feel strong. You cannot lift that heavy box if you are weak. Now you say the word. Weak.
Why bears have short tails. Folk tale. Many years ago, Bear had a long, fluffy tail. Every morning she would boast, "I think my tail looks so very pretty today." The other forest animals were too weak to stand up to her. Instead, they could only agree. "It's a nice tail," Rabbit and Chipmunk would say in gentle voices. Then, one cold winter day, Fox had a clever idea. He was famous for being tricky. Fox asked all the animals to help him catch lots of fish. Then, he found a spot where he could sit on the frozen pond and put all the fish around him. He knew Bear would come by to search for food. Fox sat on the ice and waited. Up above, the bare winter branches blew in the brisk wind. At last, Bear arrived. She licked her lips and came over to Fox. "How did you catch so many fish?" Bear asked. "I used my tail," Fox said. "I bet you'd catch even more with your lovely tail. Try it here. This is the best spot for fishing." Bear made a hole in the icy pond and dipped her tail in the dark, cold water. Fox rubbed his paws together. "Tonight, we'll have a fish feast." "We?" chuckled Bear. "You mean I'll have a fish feast tonight?" Fox shrugged. "Whatever you say. You're the leader of this forest." Bear sat on the ice for a long time. She sat so long that she fell asleep. When she woke hours later, she didn't notice that her tail had frozen into the ice. She tugged hard at her tail, and part of it snapped off. "My beautiful tail!" Bear cried, running off in shame. From then on, Fox was a hero in the forest. The forest animals didn't have to hear about Bear's tail ever again.
Alarm. Alarm is a noun. An alarm is something that wakes people or warns them of danger. It could be a bell or a buzzer. When the kitchen got smoky, an alarm sounded. Now you say the word. Alarm. Collect. Collect is a verb. When you gather things together, you collect them. I like to collect seashells at the shore. Now you say the word. Collect. Damp. Damp is an adjective. When something is damp, it is a little wet or moist. My shoes got wet in the rain and are still damp. Now you say the word. Damp. Insect. Insect is a noun. An insect is a small animal with 3 main body parts, 6 legs, wings, and no backbone. Bees, flies, and moths are insects. A dragonfly is an insect found near fresh water. Now you say the word. Insect. Plant. Plant is a noun. A plant is a living thing that grows in soil or in water. It often has green leaves. A tree is a kind of plant. Now you say the word. Plant. Plant. Plant is a verb. You plant when you put something such as a seed in the ground so it can grow. When is the best time to plant tulips? Now you say the word. Plant. Safe. Safe is an adjective. If something is safe, it is not in danger of being harmed or stolen. Always put on a seatbelt to be safe in a car. Now you say the word. Safe. Safe. Safe is a noun. A safe is a strong box in which you can lock up money and other valuable things. Holly keeps her special rings in a safe. Now you say the word. Safe. Scatter. Scatter is a verb. When you scatter things, you throw them over a large area. The children like to scatter breadcrumbs in the pond for the ducks. Now you say the word. Scatter. Soil. Soil is a noun. Soil is the dirt or earth that plants grow in. Plants need light, water, air, and soil to grow. Now you say the word. Soil. Team. Team is a noun. A team is a group of people who works together or plays a sport together. There are 11 players on a soccer team. Now you say the word. Team. Tool. Tool is a noun. A tool is a piece of equipment used to do a certain job. A hammer is a tool we use to pound nails. Now you say the word. Tool.
Be an outdoor detective. Magazine article. In the animal world around us, there are lots of small creatures waiting for you to discover. Many of these critters belong to the insect family. All insects have 3 main body parts and 6 legs. However, insects come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. They can be found anywhere, from a dry desert to a damp swamp. Some insects are so small that you may need a tool such as a hand lens to see them. Other insects have features that make them easy to find. For example, you can easily see a colorful butterfly on a plant, and you will know it when a bee is buzzing like an alarm near your ear. Many insects are quite busy at work. When butterflies and bees land on flowers, their bodies often pick up a powder called pollen. Then, when they fly to other flowers, they scatter the pollen. This helps create more plants. Sometimes, insects work as a team. Ants are a good example. Ants work in groups called colonies. A single colony may have hundreds or even thousands of ants in it. Together, the ants work to build anthills and tunnels in soil or sand. These places give the ants a place to stay safe. Ants also work together to collect pieces of plants or food crumbs that people leave behind. Then the ants carry this food back to the anthill. Ants can even carry pieces of food that are bigger than their bodies. Are you ready to start exploring? Pay attention to where you step and look closely at leaves and dirt. You may see some interesting insects.
Dive. Dive is a verb. When you dive, you go head first into water with your arms stretched out in front of you. Rick knows how to dive into the deep end of the pool. Now you say the word. Dive. Enemy. Enemy is a noun. An enemy is a person or animal who doesn't like or wants to harm another person or animal. A hunter is an animal's enemy. Now you say the word. Enemy. Frighten. Frighten is a verb. When you frighten someone, you scare the person. Yoko can frighten her brother by wearing a scary mask. Now you say the word. Frighten. Herd. Herd is a noun. A herd is a group of animals. The herd may feed or travel together. A herd of cattle wanders in the meadow. Now you say the word. Herd. Pack. Pack is a verb. When you pack, you put things into a container, such as a bag, box, or suitcase. I will pack my books for school. Now you say the word. Pack. Pack. Pack is a noun. A pack is a group of something, such as animals, people, or things. There are 6 crayons in a pack. Now you say the word. Pack. Prove. Prove is a verb. When you prove something, you show that it's true. The experiment will prove that plants need sun to grow. Now you say the word. Prove. Seal. Seal is a noun. A seal is a sea animal that has thick fur and flippers. It can swim and live in cold places. The seal uses its flippers to pull itself along the ground. Now you say the word. Seal. Seal. Seal is a verb. When you seal something, you close it up tightly. Use tape to seal the box before you mail it. Now you say the word. Seal. Smooth. Smooth is an adjective. If something is smooth, it is flat and even, not rough and bumpy. A baby's skin is soft and smooth. Now you say the word. Smooth. Soar. Soar is a verb. To soar is to fly very high in the air. Watch the bald eagle soar in the sky. Now you say the word. Soar. Steady. Steady is an adjective. If something is steady, it continues and does not change much. We played inside all day because of the steady rainfall. Now you say the word. Steady.
Yellowstone National Park. Magazine article. Yellowstone National Park is our country's first national park. It is a large park. Parts of it are in 3 states: Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho. The park is famous for its natural wonders, such as waterfalls, hot springs, and geysers. There are many reasons to visit Yellowstone National Park. One is to see the many geysers. A geyser is a natural hot spring that sprays steam and hot water into the air. The most famous geyser is Old Faithful. It can prove to you that it deserves its name. About every 90 minutes, Old Faithful blasts a steady stream of boiling water high into the sky. Another reason to visit the park is to see hot springs and thick mud pots. The mud pots are pools of hot, muddy water. Don't dive in, though. Some are as hot as boiling water. Yellowstone is home to many animals. You may be able to get a close look at a herd of wild bison, sometimes called buffalo, from your car. Many years ago, hunters were an enemy of the bison. Now the bison in the park are protected. Elk, moose, bears, and wolves are among the other animals that live in Yellowstone. Eagles too soar through its skies. Visitors should remember not to bother, feed, or frighten the animals in the park. People can walk on the park's many miles of smooth walking trails. People can also camp, boat, and horseback ride. Visitors should pack a map, water, and camera. It is a good idea to seal the camera in a plastic bag to protect it from water. Yellowstone has many amazing things to see. No wonder over 60 million people have visited this special place.
Calm. Calm is an adjective. If something is calm, it is quiet and still. The ducks swam on the calm lake. Now you say the word. Calm. Cheer. Cheer is a verb. When people cheer, they yell or call out loudly. The fans cheer for the home team. Now you say the word. cheer. Dawn. Dawn is a noun. Dawn is the time of day when the sun first comes up. Some people wake up at dawn. Now you say the word. Dawn. Entire. Entire is an adjective. Entire means the whole thing. It is all of something. We were so thirsty that we drank the entire jug of water. Now you say the word. Entire. Fair. Fair is an adjective. A person who is fair follows the rules and treats everyone the same way. Ed was fair and gave me a turn. Now you say the word. Fair. Fair. Fair is a noun. A fair is an outdoor place where people bring things to sell. It is a place where people have fun. I had fun on the rides at the fair. Now you say the word. Fair. Field. Field is a noun. A field is an area where a game is played. Usually, a field is covered with grass. The boy ran onto the field to join his teammates. Now you say the word. Field. Field. Field is a noun. A field is a large open area that has no trees. Sometimes a field is used to grow things. The horses ate grass in the field. Now you say the word. Field. Harm. Harm is a verb. Harm means to hurt. I stepped over the frog so that I would not harm it. Now you say the word. Harm. Pain. Pain is a noun. A pain is a feeling of hurt. I felt pain in my arm after I fell. Now you say the word. Pain. Shiver. Shiver is a verb. When you shiver, you shake quickly. Usually, your whole body will shiver if you are cold or afraid. The cold, blowing wind made me shiver. Now you say the word. Shiver. Tremble. Tremble is a verb. When you tremble, you shake from excitement or anger. A part of your body shakes a little when you tremble. My fingers tremble before I play the piano for my teacher. Now you say the word. Tremble.
Field day. Personal narrative. I love to play sports at any time of the year. I'll even shiver through a soccer game in November. My favorite sports day of all is field day. It takes place during the last week of school. Everyone in school is on one of 4 teams. I am on the blue team. Our teachers set up all the games before we get to school. They must wake up at dawn. They also make sure everyone is fair and plays by the rules. Yesterday, my favorite day was finally here. I couldn't wait to play and cheer for my team. The first event of the day was an obstacle course. We had to hop through tires, run around cones, and crawl through a tube. I ran into trouble early. My foot got stuck in one of the tires. I tripped and let out a loud cry of pain. Luckily, the fall didn't do much harm. I just scraped my elbow. Soon, I was ready for the next event, the potato race. Each set of partners was given a potato on a spoon to carry it back and forth across a long field of grass. To win, the partners had to go the entire way without dropping the potato. Each person had to stay calm and walk carefully. It's easy for the potato to fall off of the spoon. During my turn, I could see the potato tremble on the spoon, but it didn't drop. When I reached the finish line, I saw my partner jumping up and down. We had won the race. Our win put our team in first place. I felt like a hero.
Board. Board is a noun. A board is a long, flat piece of wood or plastic. The man used the board to finish building the doghouse. Now you say the word. Board. Board. Board is a verb. If you board a bus, you get on it. You might also board a train or a boat. The women will board the train with their bags. Now you say the word. Bored. Curious. Curious is an adjective. If you are curious, you want to learn or find out about something. The kitten is curious about the new goldfish. Now you say the word. Curious. Dangerous. Dangerous is an adjective. Something that is dangerous is not safe. It could cause harm. Riding a bike without a helmet can be dangerous. Now you say the word. Dangerous. Doubt. Doubt is a verb. If you doubt something, you are not sure about it. I doubt that their team will win today. Now you say the word. Doubt. Eager. Eager is an adjective. A person who is eager is very interested in doing something. The girl is eager to play the piano. Now you say the word. Eager. Fear. Fear is a noun. Fear is a feeling that danger is near or that something bad will happen. I feel fear when I am in a dark place. Now you say the word. Fear. Fear. Fear is a verb. If you fear something, you are afraid of it. Singing in front of people is what I fear most. Now you say the word. Fear. Leap. Leap is a verb. If you leap, you take a jump forward. Watch the frog leap from one rock onto the other. Now you say the word. Leap. Screech. Screech is a noun. A screech is a loud, high sound. The bird made a loud screech when people came into the pet store. Now you say the word. Screech. Screech. Screech is a verb. When things screech, they make a loud sound. The tires screech when I brake. Now you say the word. Screech. Squeeze. Squeeze is a verb. If you squeeze something, you hold it tightly. The towel will dry more quickly if you squeeze the water out of it first. Now you say the word. Squeeze. Village. Village is a noun. A village is a small town. My grandparents live in a small village. Now you say the word. Village.
The Wright Brothers. Biography. It is hard to believe that the first airplane with an engine flew just over 100 years ago. The hard work and clever thinking of Wilbur and Orville Wright made it happen. The Wright brothers took an early interest in flying. As children, they had a toy helicopter that made them curious about flight. When the helicopter broke, the boys built their own model. That showed them not to doubt their skill at making things. As adults, the brothers built bicycles, printing presses, and kites. They also liked to make gliders, which are planes without engines. In the 1890s, flying in gliders was dangerous. The Wright brothers were eager to make flying safer. They thought that an engine would give pilots more control. In 1900, Orville and Wilbur went to the windy village of Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. There, they kept testing new airplane designs. 3 years later, they had a model that worked. The plane was 16 feet wide and made of wood and cloth. It had a gas engine. The first flight took off on December 17, 1903. Orville would board the plane and squeeze tightly to hold on and control the plane. The engine would start with a screech. The plane flew in the air for 120 feet. The trip lasted 12 seconds and ended with a mild crash. There was some fear that the plane was damaged, but Wilbur flew it again a few hours later. You would have to leap for joy at the sight if you had been there. In 1905, the Wright brothers built an airplane that could fly for 30 minutes. On December 31st, 1908, Wilbur flew a plane for a record-breaking 2 hours and 19 minutes. The Wright brothers kept working to build better airplanes.
Beam. Beam is a noun. A beam is a long, strong piece of wood or metal that holds up part of a building. After the builders put in the last beam, they built the roof on top. Now you say the word. Beam. Beam. Beam is a verb. To beam is to send something out. Faraway stars beam light to earth. Now you say the word. Beam. Carve. Carve is a verb. When you carve something, you cut into it. I can carve a statue out of wood. Now you say the word. Carve. Den. Den is a noun. A den is where some wild animals rest. The wolf left its den to eat. Now you say the word. Den. Lean. Lean is a verb. When you lean, you bend in a certain direction. Lean back to watch the night sky. Now you say the word. Lean. Lean. Lean is an adjective. Something that is lean does not have much fat on it. The burger had lean meat in it. Now you say the word. Lean. Odd. Odd is an adjective. If something is odd, it is not what you are used to. A June snowstorm will be odd. Now you say the word. Odd. Odd. Odd is an adjective. An odd number cannot be divided evenly by 2. 5 is an odd number. Now you say the word. Odd. Proper. Proper is an adjective. If something is proper, it is right or correct. Wear proper clothing on cold days. Now you say the word. Proper. Scrape. Scrape is a verb. When you scrape something, you rub it against a rough or sharp surface. Help me scrape the paint off the door. Now you say the word. Scrape. Scrape. Scrape is a noun. A scrape is a mark made by rubbing or scratching against something rough. I fell and got a scrape on my knee. Now you say the word. Scrape. Steer. Steer is a verb. When you steer something, you move it in a certain direction. I tried to steer my bike in a straight line. Now you say the word. Steer. Steer. Steer is a noun. A steer is a bull that is raised for meat. A steer eats grass. Now you say the word. Steer. Tender. Tender is an adjective. When something is tender, it is soft and easy to cut. Grandpa's steaks are always tender. Now you say the word. Tender. Tense. Tense is an adjective. When you are tense, you are not relaxed. I felt tense when I tried out for the school play. Now you say the word. Tense.
Margaret Heffernan Borland, Trailblazer. Biography. In 1873, a brave Texas woman set out on a long and hard trip. Her name was Margaret Heffernan Borland. With her children and a small team of workers, Margaret led a herd of cattle from Victoria, Texas, to Wichita, Kansas. The herd had over 1,000 cattle. At the time, it was odd for a woman to lead a cattle drive. Margaret was one of the first women to do it. Many people at that time did not think it was proper for a woman to do such work. Margaret, however, was a strong woman. She did not care what others thought. She had a job to do. Margaret's trip was tense. It was not easy. A few years earlier, cattle drivers had to carve a trail through low mountains and land covered with small trees and bushes. The trail was still rough and dangerous. It was easy to get a scrape or worse. The tender skin of a hand or arm was no match for a thorny bush. As workers and herds of cattle traveled, the harsh sun could beam down one day. The next day, heavy rains could flood the trails. Margaret led a type of cattle called the Texas Longhorn. A Texas Longhorn steer had very good lean meat. These cattle could survive in rough places along the trail. Texas Longhorns, however, scared easily. A coyote howling from its den could cause them to run away in a sudden rush. The Texas Longhorns were hard to control, but Margaret made it to Wichita with most of her herd. Today, she is remembered for her independence and strength.
Escape. Escape is a verb. You escaped to get away. The dog tried to escape through the open gate. Now you say the word. Escape. Honest. Honest is an adjective. If you are honest, you tell the truth. I was honest and told Dad that I lost his pen. Now you say the word. Honest. Label. Label is a noun. A label is a sticker or tag fastened to something to tell more about it. The label on the can says there is enough soup for 2 people. Now you say the word. Label. Label. Label is a verb. When you label something, you write something on a sticker or tag to tell more about it. We should label all our boxes so we know what is in each one. Now you say the word. Label. Modern. Modern is an adjective. When something is modern, it has to do with the present time. In modern times, people write more emails than letters. Now you say the word. Modern. Object. Object is a noun. An object is a thing that you can see or touch. A ball is a round object. Now you say the word. Object. Pitch. Pitch is a verb. When you pitch something, you throw it. I tried to pitch the baseball right into the catcher's glove. Now you say the word. Pitch. Select. Select is a verb. When you select something, you pick it out. At night, I select clothes to wear the next day. Now you say the word. Select. Sniff. Sniff is a verb. When you sniff something, you take in air through your nose in short, quick breaths. My rabbit likes to sniff its food. Now you say the word. Sniff. Stable. Stable is a noun. A stable is a building where horses are kept. 6 horses live in the stable. Now you say the word. Stable. Stable. Stable is an adjective. Something that is stable is strong and not easily moved. Mom fixed the chair leg to make it more stable. Now you say the word. Stable. Steep. Steep is an adjective. A steep hill has a sharp slope that is difficult to go up. We had to walk our bikes up the steep part of the trail. Now you say the word. Steep.
A dog with a job. Informational fiction. My name is Penny, and I work as a guide dog. The label guide dog means that I help a person who is blind. I was born at Guide Dogs for the Blind in San Rafael, California. This is a place that trains puppies to be guide dogs. Years ago, the company had only one dog. The modern company of today trains hundreds of dogs every year. When I was 8 weeks old, Guide Dogs for the Blind had to select a family for me. The family gave me love and a stable home. The family members taught me good manners and how to obey commands like sit and lie down. They took me to many different places and they played with me. Some types of play were not proper for me and were not allowed. The family members could not pitch a ball or other object for me to catch and carry back to them. When I was 18 months old, I went back to Guide Dogs for the Blind to begin a special training program. To be honest, I was sad to leave my family. During my training, I wore a harness. I learned how to guide a person through a busy city. I even learned fun skills like how to ride on a steep escalator. I also learned how to take a trip on a train. 3 months later, I was ready to be a guide dog. I was matched with a partner, a woman who was blind. When we met, I took a minute to sniff her hand so that I could always identify her. We trained together for 3 weeks. Now, I have a job to do. I spend my days guiding her anywhere she wants to go. On weekends, we escape to the country and I spend lots of time playing. I love my job.
Accept. Accept is a verb. When you accept something, you take or receive it. The company will accept packages between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Now you say the word. Accept. Address. Address is a noun. An address tells where a person or business is located. The address is 43 Grand Street, Houston, Texas. Now you say the word. Address. Address. Address is a verb. If you address people or groups, you speak to them. Speak clearly and loudly when you address the audience. Now you say the word. Address. Difficult. Difficult is an adjective. Something that is difficult is hard to do or understand. It is difficult to play chess well. Now you say the word. Difficult. Excuse. Excuse is a noun. An excuse is a reason that explains a mistake. My excuse for being late is that I overslept. Now you say the word. Excuse. Excuse. Excuse is a verb. When you excuse another person, you forgive the person. Please excuse me for bumping into you. Now you say the word. Excuse. Expert. Expert is a noun. An expert is someone who knows a lot about some special thing or does something really well. Grandma Moses was an expert painter. Now you say the word. Expert. Hollow. Hollow is an adjective. Something hollow has a hole or an empty space inside. The owl lives in a hollow tree trunk. Now you say the word. Hollow. Relax. Relax is a verb. When you relax, you become less tense. A back rub can relax tight muscles. Now you say the word. Relax. Section. Section is a noun. A section is part of a whole. I never read the sports section. Now you say the word. Section. Stamp. Stamp is a noun. A stamp is a small piece of printed paper that shows when postage is paid. The letter was returned because it did not have a stamp. Now you say the word. Stamp. Stamp. Stamp is a verb. If you stamp your foot, you put your foot down with force. The camper will stamp out the fire so it doesn't spread. Now you say the word. Stamp. Whole. Whole is an adjective. Something whole is complete. It has all its parts. We could not eat the whole pizza. Now you say the word. Whole.
Goldilocks and the Bear Family. Fairy tale. Mama Bear, Papa Bear, and Little Bear lived in a big hollow tree in the forest. Papa Bear was an expert at cooking. One day, he made a very tasty soup. While we wait for our soup to cool, Mama Bear said, let's walk to the post office and mail this letter. Mama Bear wrote an address on the letter. Little Bear found a stamp. Soon after the bears left, a girl named Goldilocks walked down the forest path and right into their house. Ooh, soup, Goldilocks said in delight. She tasted from the first bowl. It was too hot. The second was too cold. The third was just right. And she ate the whole thing. Then Goldilocks went into the living room where she saw 3 books. The first book was too long. The second was too short. Goldilocks picked up the third book. This book is just long enough. Goldilocks read the first section of the book, but then it became difficult for her to stay awake. I need to go relax, she yawned. Goldilocks tried the beds. Papa Bear's bed was too hard. Mama Bear's was too soft. Little Bear's was just perfect. When the bears got home, they could tell that someone had been there. They were not happy. Someone bent the pages of my book, Little Bear cried. And that person ate my soup, too. Just then, the bears heard snoring. When they walked into the bedroom, Goldilocks woke up with a start. She tried to make an excuse. I was just watching the house while you were gone, she stammered. The bears would not accept this. You can't walk into someone's home without asking, they roared. Please leave. Goldilocks dashed out quickly. She never bothered the bears again.
Admire. Admire is a verb. When you admire someone or something, you think highly of the person or thing. The players admire the coach because she is smart and kind. Now you say the word. Admire. Attach. Attach is a verb. If you attach something, you join or connect it. Use tape to attach the note to the door. Now you say the word. Attach. Handle. Handle is a noun. The handle of an object is the part you use to lift or hold it. Pull hard on the handle to open the door. Now you say the word. Handle. Handle. Handle is a verb. If you handle a problem, you take care of it. A plumber can handle the problem of your leaky pipe. Now you say the word. Handle. Major. Major is an adjective. Something major is important or great in size or number. Heavy rain was a major cause of the flood. Now you say the word. Major. Passenger. Passenger is a noun. A passenger is someone who travels in a vehicle but is not the driver. The passenger fell asleep in the car. Now you say the word. Passenger. Prepare. Prepare is a verb. To prepare is to get ready. We will prepare for the birthday party by getting hats, candles, and cake. Now you say the word. Prepare. Separate. Separate is a verb. When you separate things, you sort or set them apart. Please separate the dark and light clothes before putting them in the washing machine. Now you say the word. Separate. Separate. Separate is an adjective. Separate objects are set apart. They are not joined. The two sisters have separate bedrooms. Now you say the word. Separate. Similar. Similar is an adjective. If two things are similar, they are alike or much the same. It is hard to tell the two drinks apart because they have a similar taste. Now you say the word. Similar. Slender. Slender is an adjective. A slender person or thing is thin. The slender tree branches snapped off in the storm. Now you say the word. Slender. Task. Task is a noun. A task is a job to be done. Each weekend during the fall, my task is to rake the leaves. Now you say the word. Task.
One great way to travel. Magazine article. All aboard! All over the world, train travel is a major way for people to get around. Before there were trains, horse-drawn coaches and boats were the common ways for people to travel. Trains are much faster. They move on tracks made of steel rails. Trains also have railroad cars that attach to each other. This allows trains to carry many people at one time. Today, we also have cars, buses, and planes for travel. However, the train is still a big part of our lives. The United States has a very large railway system. It has enough track to circle the Earth 5 times. We are not the only country with these different ways of traveling. Other countries have similar ways to travel too. There are different kinds of trains. Some are commuter trains that people take to work every day. Commuter trains can fill up very quickly in the morning and early evening. These are the times when most people travel to and from work. Trains can be so crowded that people have to stand and hold on to a handle or a pole. Sometimes there's only room for a very slender person. Another kind of train takes people long distances. These trains sell only as many tickets as there are seats. That way, each passenger has a seat. Many trains that travel long distances have separate cars where people can eat and sleep. Some people prepare for long train rides by packing books to read or games to play. Other people like to spend the ride taking in the sights. If this is what you choose to do, simply sit back and admire the scenery. Your only task is to enjoy the ride.
Allow. Allow is a verb. To allow is to let someone do something or let something happen. To allow also means to agree. My parents allow me to ride my bike in good weather. Now you say the word. Allow. Bitter. Bitter is an adjective. Bitter means sharp and unpleasant, angry or hurt. The unripe fruit tasted bitter. Now you say the word. Bitter. Common. Common is an adjective. Common means found often or average. A cat is a common pet. Now you say the word. Common. Faint. Faint is an adjective. Faint means not clear or weak. The writing was so faint that I had trouble reading it. Now you say the word. Faint. Faint. Faint is a verb. To faint is to pass out. The hot sun made the dancer faint on stage. Now you say the word. Faint. Firm. Firm is an adjective. Something that is solid and does not give way is firm. The climber kept a firm grip on the rope. Now you say the word. Firm. Firm. Firm is a noun. A firm is a business or small company. My mother works at a law firm. Now you say the word. Firm. Force. Force is a noun. Force is strength or power. The force of the wind knocked over the tree. Now you say the word. Force. Force. Force is a verb. To force is to cause to do something by using strength or power. Firefighters must sometimes force their way into a burning building. Now you say the word. Force. Goal. Goal is a noun. A goal is something a person wants and works for. A goal is also the area into which players must move a ball or puck in order to score in some sports. My goal in life is to become a scientist. Now you say the word. Goal. Patient. Patient is an adjective. Patient means able to stay calm when faced with pain, trouble, or a long wait. My teacher was patient as I learned the new song. Now you say the word. Patient. Patient. Patient is a noun. A patient is a person getting medical care. The patient had to stay in the hospital. Now you say the word. Patient. Prefer. Prefer is a verb. To prefer is to like better than others or to tend to choose. I prefer summer to winter. Now you say the word. Prefer. Trace. Trace is a noun. A trace is a small amount left behind showing that something was there. The air had only a trace of smoke after the fire. Now you say the word. Trace. Trace. Trace is a verb. To trace is to copy by following over the lines of something as seen through a sheet of paper. If you want to copy a design, you can trace it. Now you say the word. Trace.
The Fox and the Grapes. An Aesop fable. On a hot summer afternoon, a fox became quite hungry and thirsty. Eagerly, he began to search for his next meal. He looked up and spotted a vine of grapes hanging from a tall tree. As he stared at the juicy fruit, his mouth watered. These grapes were not the common, small green grapes he usually found. Each one was as big as a red plum. "Ah," he said, "red grapes! I truly prefer the red grapes to the green ones. The red grapes are so much sweeter." He stood up on his back legs and sniffed the grapes. Then he tried to pull them down. Unfortunately, that didn't work. The fox scratched his head and wondered what he should do next. Climbing the tree was out of the question. Still, the grapes were too high to allow him to reach them. He would have to use his strong legs to leap up and snatch a bunch. He walked back several yards and then ran toward the grapes. He pumped his legs and jumped up with all the force he could gather, but he missed the vine. Instead, He tumbled into a nearby mud puddle. Now the fox was hungrier than ever. His stomach rumbled like a freight train. He said, "I must try again." He walked back 20 yards this time. Then he ran faster toward his goal, the bunch of ripe, juicy grapes. Alas, his second try was no better than the first. He hit his head on the firm ground and then rolled head over heels. He sat on a tree stump and rubbed his head. Hitting the ground like that had given him a horrible headache. This particular fox had never been a patient creature. Now his hunger was making him anxious and grumpy. He had to get those grapes. The fox stood up once more, but his legs were unsteady. He wobbled backward and felt a little faint. He sat on the ground until he felt stronger. Finally, there was only a trace of a headache left. He walked back 50 yards this time. Then he ran full speed ahead. He jumped up, but he missed the grapes and fell into a patch of thorny bushes. "Ouch!" the fox yelled. He pulled himself out of the patch. Twigs with thorns tore at his fur, and he howled with each step he took. Then he shook his fist at the grapes. He yelled, "What a dumb bunch of grapes! Let someone else eat you! I bet you're bitter anyway!" And with that, he walked away in a huff. Moral: it is easier to pretend you do not want what you cannot get.
Aim. Aim is a noun. An aim is a purpose or goal. My aim was to win the state spelling bee. Now you say the word. Aim. Aim. Aim is a verb. To aim is to point or direct at a target. In archery, you should aim for the center of the target. Now you say the word. Aim. Aware. Aware is an adjective. Aware means knowing or realizing. We were aware that it was getting late. Now you say the word. Aware. Defeat. Defeat is a noun. A defeat is loss or failure. The defeat was difficult for the player because she had worked so hard. Now you say the word. Defeat. Defeat. Defeat is a verb. To defeat is to beat in a game or battle. The Tigers hope to defeat the Bears in the last game. Now you say the word. Defeat. Drift. Drift is a verb. To drift is to be carried away by water or air. The balloon began to drift away from the child. Now you say the word. Drift. Mild. Mild is an adjective. Mild means gentle, not harsh. The doctor spoke to the young child in a mild tone of voice. Now you say the word. Mild. Pause. Pause is a noun. A pause is a short stop. There was a pause between two scenes in the play. Now you say the word. Pause. Pause. Pause is a verb. To pause is to stop for a short time. Let's pause to think about what happened. Now you say the word. Pause. Refuse. Refuse is a verb. To refuse is to not accept or agree to something. I refuse to admit that I was wrong. Now you say the word. refuse. Route. Route is a noun. A route is a road or way of travel between two places. My bus takes the quickest route to school. Now you say the word. Route. Ruin. Ruin is a verb. To ruin is to destroy or damage something. Big waves will ruin my sandcastle. Now you say the word. Ruin. Solid. Solid is an adjective. Solid means having shape and hardness, or not liquid or gas. Solid also means very strong and reliable. After the boat ride, I was happy to be back on solid ground. Now you say the word. Solid.
Driving on Route 66, magazine article. Most likely, the street you live on is smooth and paved, not rough and dusty. But are you aware that paved roads were not always so common? About 100 years ago, if you wanted to travel, your horse and buggy would use a dirt road. Sometimes, these roads were a little more than trails. Their paths drifted this way and that. In 1908, the Model T Ford was introduced to Americans. This was the first car that people could afford to buy. However, roads that were made for horses weren't good enough for cars. A car had a solid body, and it weighed a lot. It could get stuck when it was driven on a muddy road. An entire trip could be ruined. In 1916, Congress set aside money to build roads. Later, a paved route that started in chilly Chicago was mapped out. It would go through Oklahoma and end in warm, sunny Los Angeles. The road was named Route 66. In 1938, the last section of the road was paved. Route 66 was a popular highway. Many people were tired of long, cold winters. Their aim was to move to a place with mild weather. They used Route 66 to travel west. Truckers carrying goods used Route 66 too. Motels and restaurants popped up along the highway. Over the next 30 years, many people used Route 66. It was nicknamed Main Street of America. There was even a popular television show called Route 66. Then came much bigger highways that crossed the country. People were buying newer and faster cars. They wanted better roads and more lanes. By the 1980s, these big highways were in place. That was the beginning of the end for Route 66. Today, Route 66 is no longer a main route westward, but it refuses to disappear. Drivers traveling west on other roads might take a side trip and travel along Route 66. Once there, they might pause at the stores and motels that are still open. There won't be many, though, because many towns have disappeared. Many buildings are empty and people have moved away. Route 66 is a story of both success and defeat. It was an important road for many years, but then its importance faded. Many people still seek out Route 66 to discover what life on the highway once was like.
Active. Active is an adjective. Active means taking action or full of movement. To be healthy, it is important to stay active. Now you say the word. Active. Bargain. Bargain is a noun. A bargain is an agreement between two people or groups. A bargain is also something sold cheaply, or a good deal. The baseball cards were a bargain at $1 a pack. Now you say the word. Bargain. Bargain. Bargain is a verb. To bargain is to ask for a lower price or to agree to sell something for less. Not many store owners like to bargain with customers. Now you say the word. Bargain. Gasp. Gasp is a verb. To gasp is to breathe in quickly or have trouble breathing because of fear or shock. To gasp is also to catch one's breath. I'm sure you're going to gasp when you see the scary part of the movie. Now you say the word. Gasp. Gasp. Gasp is a noun. Gasp means the act of gasping or panting. We heard the sound of a gasp as the runner crossed the finish line. Now you say the word. Gasp. Loyal. Loyal is an adjective. Loyal means faithful to one's country, a person, or an idea. The loyal soldier was proud to serve her country. Now you say the word. Loyal. Resource. Resource is a noun. A resource is a source of useful supplies, materials, or information. An encyclopedia is a valuable resource. Now you say the word. Resource. Sensitive. Sensitive is an adjective. Sensitive means to react to something quickly or be easily hurt or bothered. My teeth are sensitive to cold drinks. Now you say the word. Sensitive. Struggle. Struggle is a noun. A struggle is an enormous effort or attempt. It is also a battle. It was a struggle to climb the mountain. Now you say the word. Struggle. Struggle. Struggle is a verb. To struggle is to try hard, to make a great effort, or to fight. The father had to struggle to win the tug of war. Now you say the word. Struggle. Value. Value is a noun. Value is something important or the worth of something. It is an amount. I did not know the value of the painting. Now you say the word. Value. Value. Value is a verb. To value is to estimate the worth of something or someone, or to think highly of it. I value your opinion because you are so wise. Now you say the word. Value. Vary. Vary is a verb. To vary is to do something in a new way or to make different, or change. To make lunch interesting, vary your choice of vegetables. Now you say the word. Vary. Wander. Wander is a verb. To wander is to move around without a plan or goal, or to get lost. Did you see the deer wander into our backyard? Now you say the word. Wander.
Going green every day. Magazine article. Do you want to help save the earth? You can, and it doesn't have to be a struggle. Doing little things every day can really help. Do you recycle? Recycling helps save Earth's resources. Setting aside paper takes only a few moments, but it can save many trees. Many bottles and cans are returnable for money. You can get 5 cents or more when you return them to the store. Check the label of these containers to find their return value. Once recycled, paper, bottles, and cans can be used again. Do you reuse items you already have? Can you bring your lunch in a paper bag? Every bag you use a second time doesn't cost you an extra penny. Now that's a bargain. Think of other items that you can reuse. Tell your family members about them. Listen to them gasp at your ideas. Did you know that you can clean most of the things in your house with water, vinegar, and baking soda? Many people are sensitive to chemical cleaners. These products can cause allergies or skin problems. Baking soda and vinegar are not harmful, yet they can clean sinks, floors, and other big surfaces. These simple, natural cleaners cost less too. Water is a natural resource. When you brush your teeth, don't wander away and leave the water running. Turn it off. Reduce the amount of water you use. You will save 2 gallons or more. You can also reduce the amount of electricity you use by turning off the lights when you leave a room. Be loyal to your local farmers markets. Many fruits and vegetables are grown far away. They travel on ships and trucks to get to where you live. Farmers who sell their goods at the local farmers market don't have to travel as far to bring you your food. Buying from them saves a lot of gas and oil. Cleaning up your town on Earth Day is a great way to become active in your community. Most towns clear litter from parks, roads, and the banks of rivers on Earth Day. Next April, see what you can do to help. Going green is as easy as taking a walk and enjoying the outdoors. Vary your walks to see something new each time. Watch a small animal and see where it goes. Nature is a never-ending show, and watching it requires no electricity.
Capture. Capture is a noun. Capture is the act of catching or gaining control by force or skill. After the capture of the ship, the pirates divided its gold and silver. Now you say the word. Capture. Capture. Capture is a verb. To capture is to grab and hold on to, or to hold the attention of. I will not read a book that does not capture my interest. Now you say the word. Capture. Coward. Coward is a noun. A coward is one who has no courage or gets scared easily. I behaved like a coward during the thunderstorm. Now you say the word. Coward. Exclaim. Exclaim is a verb. To exclaim is to speak with strong feelings or emotions, or to cry out. When the phone rings, I always exclaim, "I'll get it." Now you say the word. Exclaim. Gloomy. Gloomy is an adjective. Gloomy means partly or completely dark, or wearing a frown. The twins were both gloomy when they did not get their way. Now you say the word. Gloomy. Insist. Insist is a verb. To insist means to state something or make a demand firmly. I continued to insist that I did my homework, even though I didn't have it with me. Now you say the word. Insist. Passage. Passage is a noun. Passage means the act of moving from one place to another. A trip by sea or by air, or a way in or out. Passage also means a part of a written work or a piece of music. The passage from England to India took many days by boat. Now you say the word. Passage. Restless. Restless is an adjective. Restless means unable to rest, relax, or be still, without rest or sleep. The baby was restless all night. Now you say the word. Restless. Shallow. Shallow is an adjective. Shallow means not deep or not showing much thought. The lake is shallow, so it is safe. Now you say the word. Shallow. Shatter. Shatter is a verb. To shatter is to break into many pieces or to cause much damage. Why did the mirror shatter? Now you say the word. Shatter. Talent. Talent is a noun. Talent is an ability to do something well, or a skill or gift. You have a natural talent for singing. Now you say the word. Talent.
Atmosphere. Atmosphere is a noun. Atmosphere is the air that surrounds Earth, or the feeling or mood in a room or place. Earth's atmosphere is made up of invisible gases. Now you say the word. Atmosphere. Brilliant. Brilliant is an adjective. Brilliant means sparkling or full of light or striking and shiny. Brilliant also means very smart. Many stars in the universe are brilliant. Now you say the word. Brilliant. Convince. Convince is a verb. To convince is to get someone to believe something or to do something, to win over. It is easy to convince me to eat 2 pieces of carrot cake. Now you say the word. Convince. Endure. Endure is a verb. To endure is to put up with or to continue in the same way for a long time. I cannot endure your silly jokes. Now you say the word. Endure. Glance. Glance is a verb. To glance is to look quickly, or to bounce off a surface and fly off to one side. I will glance at my watch from time to time to make sure my speech isn't too long. Now you say the word. Glance. Glance. Glance is a noun. A glance is a quick look. One glance told me we would be close friends. Now you say the word. Glance. Harsh. Harsh is an adjective. Harsh means rough or unpleasant to the senses, or unkind in voice or behavior. Try not to speak in a harsh tone, even when you are angry. Now you say the word. Harsh. Plunge. Plunge is a verb. To plunge is to fall quickly, or to quickly throw oneself down or into something. People looking for fun and thrills take the plunge in a roller coaster. Now you say the word. Plunge. Plunge. Plunge is a noun. A plunge is the act of jumping in. Enjoy taking a plunge into the pool. Now you say the word. Plunge. Precious. Precious is an adjective. Precious means very high-priced or loved and adored. Sapphires and rubies are precious jewels. Now you say the word. Precious. Swift. Swift is an adjective. Swift means able to move at quick speed or quick to respond. The current was swift as the canoe reached the rapids. Now you say the word. Swift. Unite. Unite is a verb. To unite is to bring two or more parts together to make a whole. The team's players need to unite during a game. Now you say the word. Unite.
The International Space Station. Journal article. In a brilliant flash of light, the space shuttle blasts off from a launching pad. It is heading towards the International Space Station, or ISS. The shuttle carries food, equipment, and supplies to this place where astronauts live and work. The ISS circles Earth more than 150 miles above our planet's atmosphere. If you look down on the ISS, you would see something that looks like a giant bird. The bird's wings are actually solar panels. These capture energy for the station. The body of the bird contains labs and a place to eat, sleep, and relax. Both Russia and the United States had plans for a space station. They knew that building a station together would be cheaper. Once the two countries were convinced that the project could be successful, they united their plans and worked together. Then other countries plunged into the project. These countries included Japan, Canada, France, and Italy. Since the year 2000, humans have lived on the space station. Their days are very busy. Some astronauts complete experiments. Others work as mechanics, using robot arms to fix machines. Some workers grow plants. All astronauts are highly trained. Their actions must be swift and sure when problems arise. Working in space is a dangerous job. Sometimes, an astronaut must work outside. To do so, he or she puts on a spacesuit and takes a spacewalk outside the station. Conditions in space are harsh. It is very cold outside the space station, and there is no air there. A human cannot endure these conditions without the special suit. Moving around in space is not easy either. Gravity doesn't hold the body in one place. There is always the danger of floating away. Astronauts must tie themselves down when sleeping, cooking, or exercising. On the plus side, heavy things seem light in space. Astronauts can lift and move huge pieces of equipment in space. The space station is as big as a football field. Keeping it clean is on the to-do list. Astronauts must cook for themselves too. They must exercise 2 hours a day to stay strong. Free time is precious. It is often spent taking photographs, reading, writing emails home, or just glancing out the window at Earth below. The International Space Station is a remarkable workplace in space. Exciting discoveries come from research being done there. Most important, countries are joining together to explore the ultimate frontier. Space.
Border. Border is a noun. A border is the outer edge of an object or the line where one part ends and another begins. We crossed the border into Canada. Now you say the word. Border. Border. Border is a verb. To border something or someone is to be next to or near it, or to touch its edge. One city can border a number of small towns. Now you say the word. Border. Certain. Certain is an adjective. Certain means having no doubt or sure. I am certain I locked the door. Now you say the word. certain. Clasp. Clasp is a noun. A clasp is a device that holds parts together or a strong hold. I lost the clasp to my watch. Now you say the word. Clasp. Clasp. Clasp is a verb. To clasp is to hook something up or to hold tightly. My younger sister likes to clasp my hand. Now you say the word. Clasp. Depart. Depart is a verb. To depart means to go away. I will depart for Miami soon. Now you say the word. Depart. Fierce. Fierce is an adjective. Fierce means violent, wild, or savage. The tiger that attacked the zookeeper was fierce. Now you say the word. Fierce. Journey. Journey is a noun. A journey is a long trip, a passage from one place to another. Where did you go on your journey? Now you say the word. Journey. Journey. Journey is a verb. To journey is to go on a trip, to travel. We plan to journey to Egypt. Now you say the word. Journey. Observe. Observe is a verb. To observe is to see, to watch with close attention, or to stick to or obey. To understand how the bird gets its food, the boy must observe its movements. Now you say the word. Observe. Superb. Superb is an adjective. Superb means of the best quality. The acting and singing in the movie were superb. Now you say the word. Superb. Treasure. Treasure is a noun. A treasure is a collection of valuable objects or something that is worth a lot. The pirates guarded their treasure. Now you say the word. Treasure. Treasure. Treasure is a verb. To treasure is to care a great deal for something or someone. I treasure my collection of foreign coins. Now you say the word. Treasure. Wisdom. Wisdom is a noun. Wisdom is knowledge and good sense, especially as a result of experience. Grandparents have much wisdom about life. Now you say the word. Wisdom.
King Tut, Then and Now. Historical nonfiction. He was only 9 years old when he became king. When his father died, he became the ruler, or pharaoh. King Tut, short for Tutankhamun, ruled for only 10 years. Yet he is one of Egypt's most famous kings. King Tut isn't known for the wars he won. His fame isn't based on his wisdom or on the cities he built. Instead, he is known for the treasures he left behind. King Tut ruled more than 3,000 years ago. Little is known about his life. What we do know is based on what was found in his tomb. When a pharaoh died, he was buried with things he might need on a journey. He would carry jewelry, perfume, and clothing. He would need a golden throne. A departing ruler would want to sail away in a ship. The tombs of pharaohs were filled with unbelievable riches. The Egyptian pharaohs were buried in the Valley of the Kings. In early Egyptian times, this area was guarded to prevent robberies. Still, robbers roamed the valley. They broke through the pharaoh's tombs and stole everything they could. King Tut's tomb had been basically untouched. Grave robbers had broken in once, but they had not emptied the tomb. That is why the discovery in 1922 was so exciting. No one else had entered King Tut's tomb until an Englishman named Howard Carter discovered it. When he shone a light inside the closed space, he was speechless. He just stared at the superb treasures inside. For months, Carter explored and studied the tomb. He found the pharaoh inside a solid gold casket. A gold mask covered his face. The room was brightly painted and bordered in gold. Since then, many people have wondered how King Tut died. Some thought he was poisoned. Others thought he had fallen from a chariot during a race. He might have been killed while hunting lions or other fierce animals, as pharaohs were expected to do. These ideas made good stories, but the truth remained a mystery. Modern science changed that. Scientists observed and tested King Tut's body. His body told a story about his short life. Scientists are certain that Tutankhamun was not healthy. He probably couldn't ride a chariot. He definitely couldn't walk very far. King Tut had a bone disease that put him in constant pain. Pictures of the king show him clasping a cane. Many walking canes were found near him in his tomb. To make matters worse, King Tut caught malaria more than once. Malaria is a disease that is carried by mosquitoes. In early Egyptian times, there was no cure for the disease. Most scientists think that malaria killed King Tut.
Accuse. Accuse is a verb. To accuse is to say that someone or something has done wrong, or blame. Please don't accuse me of being lazy. Now you say the word. Accuse. Clever. Clever is an adjective. Clever means having or showing a quick mind. Clever also means bright or smart. The clever student answered every question correctly. Now you say the word. Clever. Coast. Coast is a noun. A coast is the land near the sea or ocean. California is on the Pacific coast of the United States. Now you say the word. Coast. Coast. Coast is a verb. To coast is to move along without any power or effort, or to slide down a slope. Our sleds will coast down the hill. Now you say the word. Coast. Delicate. Delicate is an adjective. Delicate means easily broken or damaged, or requiring care or skill. Do not touch that delicate teacup, please. Now you say the word. Delicate. Explore. Explore is a verb. To explore is to travel, to discover, or to look into or study something. I would like to explore the new neighborhood. Now you say the word. Explore. Imitate. Imitate is a verb. To imitate is to copy someone's movements or expressions, or to appear like something else. I love to imitate the actor's funny face. Now you say the word. Imitate. Pierce. Pierce is a verb. To pierce is to make a hole or opening in something, or to run into or through something, as with a pointed tool or weapon. Use scissors to pierce the plastic wrap. Now you say the word. Pierce. Rare. Rare is an adjective. Rare means not often found, seen, or happening. Rare also means unusually valuable or good, or not fully cooked. It is rare for a pitcher to hit many home runs. Now you say the word. Rare. Symbol. Symbol is a noun. A symbol is something that stands for something else. It can also be a written sign that is used to represent an operation or calculation. The Statue of Liberty is a symbol of freedom. Now you say the word. Symbol. Triumph. Triumph is a noun. A triumph is an important success or win, or a feeling of happiness that comes from winning. Winning the battle was a triumph for them. Now you say the word. Triumph. Triumph. Triumph is a verb. To triumph is to succeed. The basketball team will triumph in the end. Now you say the word. Triumph.
The Liberty Bell report. The Liberty Bell is far from perfect. It never rings and it has a huge crack. Yet it is a well-known symbol of the United States. To people from coast to coast, it means freedom. Why? The Liberty Bell has a rich history. It was made in England and sent to Philadelphia in 1752. The bell cracked when it was first tested. Some people accused the makers of doing a poor job when making it. Rather than return it, the city of Philadelphia decided to fix it. The city's leaders hired 2 clever metal workers. The men melted the bell down and made another bell, imitating the original. Then, the new bell was hung in a tower. It was used to call lawmakers together. On July 4th, 1776, the Declaration of Independence was completed. Many people believe that the bell was rung at this time. However, experts who have explored its history say that the event never happened. In fact, some think that the steeple where the bell was hung was in a delicate condition. It was not strong enough to hold a ringing bell. Here is one story about the ringing of the bell on that day. In the 1840s, a writer named George Lippert wrote a tale about a bell ringer who wanted to ring the bell when the Declaration of Independence was completed. When the time came, he rang the bell in triumph. The sound was heard all over Philadelphia. Many Americans read and loved the story. From then on, the Liberty Bell was a symbol of independence. In 1846, the Liberty Bell was rung to honor the birthday of George Washington. He was the country's first president and another symbol of independence. The bell's clear sound pierced the air, but the ringing also had another effect. It widened a crack that had been forming. By noon, the ringing sounded terrible. Since that time, the bell has been silent. Just because the Liberty Bell no longer rang, it did not lose its importance as a symbol of freedom. Beginning in the late 1800s, the Liberty Bell was displayed across the country and was seen by many people. The Liberty Bell reminded Americans of their past and how they had worked together for freedom. Today, the Liberty Bell hangs in a glass building in Philadelphia. In the past, hearing its ring was a rare event, and now it does not ring at all. Still, it sings a song of freedom for all Americans.
Ancient. Ancient is an adjective. If something is ancient, it is very old or early in history. The fossil remains are ancient. Now you say the word. Ancient.
Climate. Climate is a noun. The climate of an area is the usual weather condition. I don't like the moist, hot climate. Now you say the word. Climate.
Cling. Cling is a verb. To cling is to hold on firmly, to have a strong attachment to or feeling for something or someone. As a child, I used to cling to my mother. Now you say the word. Cling.
Custom. Custom is a noun. If something is a custom, it is the way people do things year after year. Eating turkey is a custom celebrated by many people on Thanksgiving. Now you say the word. Custom.
Decay. Decay is a verb. To decay is to slowly decline or fall into ruin. The salt water caused the dock to decay. Now you say the word. Decay. Decay. Decay is a noun. If something is in decay, it is in slow decline or it is wearing away. Go to the dentist twice a year to avoid tooth decay. Now you say the word. Decay.
Disturb. Disturb is a verb. To disturb is to make upset or uneasy. We try not to disturb their sleep. Now you say the word. Disturb.
Expose. Expose is a verb. To expose something is to uncover or open to view or to make something known. I promise not to expose their secrets. Now you say the word. Expose. Perform. Perform is a verb. To perform is to carry out a task or to act or entertain. We were asked to perform the play on Wednesday. Now you say the word. Perform.
Remote. Remote is an adjective. If something is remote, it is far removed in distance or time, or out of the way. We drove to a remote cabin in the woods. Now you say the word. Remote. Timid. Timid is an adjective. If someone is timid, he or she lacks courage or confidence. I was too timid to talk to the new teacher. Now you say the word. Timid.
The Terracotta Army. Journal article. In 1974, workmen who were digging a well in northwestern China discovered an ancient secret. They uncovered the first of many life-size clay soldiers in a tomb. These soldiers were made of a kind of clay called terracotta. Over time, workers at the tomb exposed more than 8,000 warriors and horses. The terracotta warriors and horses have been standing in the tomb for more than 2,000 years. Who were these statues supposed to be? What were they doing in the ground? Scientists have been unlocking the mystery for more than 30 years now. About 2,200 years ago, an emperor named Qin Shi Huangdi ruled the land now called China. To gain control, he fought wars all over the land, even in the remote areas. When Qin lived, it was the custom to bury a ruler with things he might need after he died. Qin had many enemies, so he felt he needed an army to protect his tomb. That's why the warriors look as if they are prepared to fight. The terracotta warriors are extremely lifelike. You can see strands of hair that cling to the neck. Every statue has a different face, hairstyle, and expression. Qin was not timid about making the tomb grand. Scientists believe it took 36 years to build. At least 700,000 people worked to complete it. Also, Qin wanted to take with him everything he had when he was alive. He made sure his body would be surrounded by silks, pearls, and gems. Qin also had statues of acrobats, singers, musicians, and dancers to entertain him. All these people would have performed for the emperor. There were also statues of pigs, dogs, horses, and sheep in the tomb. At one time, the horses had leather straps with shiny bronze metal. The bronze still shines, but the leather decayed long ago. The statues were painted in reds, blues, greens, and purples. When scientists took one statue out into the dry climate, the paint disappeared. Horrified, they looked for ways to save the colors in the other statues. The Emperor Qin accomplished a lot during his rule. He began using money for trading. He improved the systems for writing and for using weights and measures. The name China probably came from the word Qin. Scientists have learned a lot about how emperors lived by exploring Qin's tomb. Unfortunately, vandals, people who set out to destroy things on purpose, had disturbed part of Qin's tomb. Some things were also damaged by water or fire. Scientists have worked to piece together what was once there. Today, scientists are still uncovering more treasures from the tomb. With each discovery, we find out more and more about life in China so long ago.
Ability. Ability is a noun. An ability is the power or skill to do something. Lifeguards must have the ability to swim well. Now you say the word. Ability. Avoid. Avoid is a verb. To avoid something or someone is to keep away from it. They tried to avoid the mud, but they were not successful. Now you say the word. Avoid. Bashful. Bashful is an adjective. Bashful means shy or not at ease, especially in a social setting. Why were you so bashful at the party? Now you say the word. Bashful. Brief. Brief is an adjective. Brief means short in time, amount, or length. A 3-day vacation is too brief for me. Now you say the word. Brief. Compete. Compete is a verb. To compete is to try for something, such as a prize, to take part in a game or contest, or to play against another or others. In gym, students might compete in the 50-yard dash. Now you say the word. Compete. Consider. Consider is a verb. To consider is to think about or pay attention to something or someone. Be sure to consider your choices carefully. Now you say the word. Consider. Delightful. Delightful is an adjective. Delightful means very pleasing or wonderful. Going to a carnival is a delightful experience. Now you say the word. Delightful. Honor. Honor is a noun. Honor is great respect, or a sign of respect, or a sense of what is right. They sent a card in honor of my birthday. Now you say the word. Honor. Honor. Honor is a verb. To honor is to respect or value something or someone. We should honor our teachers. Now you say the word. Honor. Reflex. Reflex is a noun. A reflex is an automatic response, usually very quick. My reflex is to jump at the sight of a spider. Now you say the word. Reflex. Remark. Remark is a noun. A remark is a short statement. That was an unkind remark about their old shoes. Now you say the word. Remark. Remark. Remark is a verb. To remark is to say or mention or to give an opinion. Ask them to remark on the shape of the clouds. Now you say the word. Remark.
The Talent Show. Realistic fiction. I can't sing in the talent show without you, Sundara said. I can't even sing with you, her brother Vijay replied. I am so bashful, I would probably melt right on the stage. That's a silly remark, Sundara said. You sing really well. I'm shy. Give me a break. Sundara did not give in. Please, 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 she begged. You know this talent show benefits the food bank? Okay, I'll consider it, Vijay said. Don't get your hopes up, though. Sundara kept trying. But we could win. You have a terrific voice, she said. Vijay said, You know I don't like to compete with other people. That's fine, Sundara said. Just rehearse with me then. For the next hour, Sundara and Vijay practiced together while their father played the piano. Finally, Vijay agreed to sing with his sister. The morning of the talent show, Vijay was very nervous. Then at breakfast, everything changed. Good morning, Sundara said in a low moan. What's wrong? Vijay asked. Then Sundara sneezed. Achoo! Get away, Vijay said. He shielded his face almost as a reflex. Sundara couldn't speak. She wrote a short note on a pad of paper and showed it to him. My throat's sore. I can't talk. Vijay was suddenly happy. Too bad, he said. No duet tonight. Sundara started scribbling and then thrust another note at him. Don't think for a brief moment that you aren't singing. Vijay started to protest. Sundara grabbed the pad again. She wrote, Stop it. You have the ability. Now just do it for the food bank. Vijay suddenly felt selfish. Of course, he had to sing. It was the right thing to do. That day, he kept busy to avoid thinking about the show. He practiced the song with his dad first. Then he rode his bike, washed the car, and did some homework. A few hours later, he was on stage. It was his turn to sing. Before Vijay knew it, the song had ended. As he walked backstage, his mom hugged him and said, Your song was delightful. Miss Spencer, the show's host, now took the stage. She had two announcements. First, the students had raised over $1,000 for the food bank. Second, the judges had made their decision. Miss Spencer announced the third place and second place winners. Vijay was relieved that his name wasn't called. Next, Miss Spencer said, It's time to announce the first place winner. She paused and said, Let's have Vijay Rana come to the stage. Miss Spencer handed him a trophy and then asked him to say a word or two. Vijay said, Thank you so much. This is a great honor. I want to dedicate this trophy to my sister. After all, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for her.
Actual. Actual is an adjective. Actual means happening in fact or reality. The actual cost was far less than we guessed it would be. Now you say the word. Actual. Brink. Brink is a noun. The brink is the edge, especially of a high, steep place. The hiker stood near the brink of the cliff. Now you say the word. Brink. Chill. Chill is a noun. A chill is an unpleasant feeling of coldness, coolness. I felt a chill as I skated on the pond. Now you say the word. Chill. Chill. Chill is a verb. To chill is to make or become cold. Should we chill the dessert? Now you say the word. Chill. Conquer. Conquer is a verb. To conquer is to defeat or take over, to master or overcome. The army hoped to conquer the enemy quickly. Now you say the word. Conquer. Fortunate. Fortunate is an adjective. Fortunate means having or bringing good luck, or lucky. We were fortunate to have no rain during spring break. Now you say the word. Fortunate. Fury. Fury is a noun. Fury means strong anger or rage. A bad temper often leads to a state of fury. Now you say the word. Fury. Intend. Intend is a verb. To intend is to plan to do something, to have a goal or purpose. I hope you intend to do your homework. Now you say the word. Intend. Pattern. Pattern is a noun. A pattern is the way that shapes and colors are put together, or a model or guide for making something. A pattern is also a design that is repeated. The striped pattern is the same in each candy cane. Now you say the word. Pattern. Pattern. Pattern is a verb. To pattern is to make or follow according to a model or design. I hope to pattern my behavior after someone I look up to. Now you say the word. Pattern. Vibrant. Vibrant is an adjective. Vibrant means full of life, energy, or activity. Your personality is lively and vibrant. Now you say the word. Vibrant. Wit. Wit is a noun. Wit is the talent to describe things or people in a funny or unusual way, the ability to think clearly, or a clever and amusing person. A teacher with wit often knows how to keep the students' attention in class. Now you say the word. Wit.
The Princess and the Pea. Fairy tale. Once upon a time, there was a rich, handsome prince. He was also a man of great wit and charm. Many maidens tried to conquer his affection. Often, they pretended to be princesses. It had all become very frustrating. The prince would only marry a true princess. One day, the prince was hunting in the woods. Suddenly, he saw a maiden on the brink of a cliff. She was crying softly. "What is wrong, dear lady?" he asked. "I wandered off from my royal party and am lost," she said. "Are you a princess?" "Of course," she snapped. "What do you intend to do to help me?" Before he could answer, the wind blew fiercely. A loud clap of thunder shook the forest. The fury of the storm made it impossible to speak. The prince helped the maiden onto his horse and took her back to his castle. By the time they reached the castle, the maiden felt a chill. Her cloak was wet and her teeth were chattering. The prince's servants brought hot soup. Then one of them handed the young woman a fresh gown with patterns of polka dots and stripes. The maiden shrieked, "A princess can't wear this! I must have velvet!" So the servant brought her a velvet gown. The maiden said, "I wish to sleep now." The prince thought, "She acts like royalty, but is she an actual princess? I must find out." The young woman was led up to a tower. 20 mattresses were placed, one on top of the other. The top mattress was covered with a quilt made with vibrant patches of color. A pea was placed under the mattress at the very bottom of the pile. The maiden climbed a ladder to the top and got into bed. The next morning, the prince entered the tower. The maiden said, "I must apologize for my behavior yesterday. I was fortunate to have been saved from the storm. I am grateful for your help." "How did you sleep, dear lady?" the prince asked. The maiden said, "I hate to complain, but I slept very poorly. There is something hard under the bed." "So you are a princess! Will you marry me?" "I don't think so," she said. "You couldn't tell that I was a princess." "Many maidens have tried to fool me. I had to put you to the test. You felt the pea under the 20 mattresses. Only a real princess would be so delicate. Wouldn't you prefer someone who could truly judge your royal upbringing?" The princess softened. After they got to know one another, she agreed to marry him. They lived happily ever after, and the princess never again slept with a pea under her mattress.
Approach. Approach is a verb. To approach is to come close to begin to deal with, or to make a request. We watched the brand new train approach the station. Now you say the word. Approach. Approach. Approach is a noun. An approach is coming close to something or someone, a way to deal with something or someone, or a way of reaching a place. The approach of spring makes many people giddy. Now you say the word. Approach. Approve. Approve is a verb. To approve means to have a high opinion of or to give permission. My parents approve of my loyal friends. Now you say the word. Approve. Glory. Glory is a noun. Glory is great honor or praise given by others, or great beauty. Can anything match the glory of a sunset? Now you say the word. Glory. Magnificent. Magnificent is an adjective. Magnificent means very grand and fine, remarkably beautiful or outstanding. The Taj Mahal in India is a magnificent building. Now you say the word. Magnificent. Meek. Meek is an adjective. Meek means not courageous or strong. I felt meek and did not speak loudly enough. Now you say the word. Meek. Prompt. Prompt is an adjective. Prompt means on time or done quickly and without delay. They answered the invitation in a prompt manner. Now you say the word. Prompt. Prompt. Prompt is a verb. To prompt is to move someone to action or to remind someone what to do or what to say. I had to prompt my friend to make the call. Now you say the word. Prompt. Revive. Revive is a verb. To revive is to bring or come back to life. The nurse tried to revive the patient. Now you say the word. Revive. Tradition. Tradition is a noun. A tradition is a custom, belief, or idea that has been passed down over time. Celebrating with the 4th of July parade is a tradition in many towns and cities. Now you say the word. Tradition. Watchful. Watchful is an adjective. Watchful means always noticing what is happening or aware. A scout must be silent and watchful. Now you say the word. Watchful. Wreckage. Wreckage is a noun. Wreckage is what is left of something that has been destroyed. The wreckage of the car was taken away. Now you say the word. Wreckage.
Treasure among diamonds. Journal article. In March 1533, a ship named Bom Jesus sailed from Lisbon, Portugal. It was headed for India. At the time, Portugal was in its full glory as a rich and powerful nation. Its kings and queens sent ships to trade in faraway places. It was a tradition to celebrate when a ship sailed. Flags waved in the harbor. Castles displayed colorful banners. In this way, people waved goodbye to the crew of the Bom Jesus. After leaving Lisbon, the ship approached the Atlantic Ocean. It was carrying a magnificent load of gold and copper for trading. Pieces of these metals would be traded for rare spices such as pepper and cloves. Later, the spices could be sold for a lot of money. In those days, ship travel was not for the meek or easily frightened sailor. Danger was always near. Storms could arise. Ships could split apart on rocks. From 1525 to 1600, 21 ships bound for India were lost at sea. 4 or 5 months after leaving Lisbon, the Bom Jesus was approaching the tip of Africa. Suddenly, a wild storm pushed the ship toward the shore. The ship struck rocks. All that was on board spilled into the sea. The Bom Jesus sank out of sight. Hundreds of years later, diamonds were discovered in the African country of Namibia. The discovery happened to take place near the rocks where the Bom Jesus had sunk. Now a company had opened a diamond mine at the site. In 2008, a mine worker found an oddly shaped piece of copper on the beach. He took it to the mine company's geologist. The geologist, a scientist who studies the earth, recognized the piece. It was an ingot, a block of copper. He knew it would have been traded for spices long ago. The geologist also knew that if there was a copper ingot, there was a good chance that a shipwreck was nearby. He described the findings to scientists who searched for shipwrecks. However, since the diamond mining company owned the beach, the mine owners had to approve any plan for a search. The response of the mine owners was prompt. They agreed that scientists could look for the ship's wreckage. However, they would only give the searchers 10 weeks. Also, the owners would be watchful to make sure no diamonds disappeared from the beach. That meant examining each shipwreck item before it was removed from the site. The scientists believed that the ship was the Bom Jesus. Their guess turned out to be right. By the end of their search, they had uncovered 50 pounds of gold. They found 22 tons of copper ingots. They discovered cannons, swords, guns, and ivory. A wooden part of the ship was recovered too. All these treasures helped to tell the story and revive the memory of people who sailed the sea so long ago.
Audible. Audible is an adjective. Audible means capable of being heard. The music was audible down the street. Now you say the word. Audible. Consume. Consume is a verb. To consume is to eat or drink, especially in large amounts, to use up or to destroy. We plan to consume an early dinner. Now you say the word. Consume. Glide. Glide is a verb. To glide is to move smoothly and easily. I watched the speed skater glide around the rink. Now you say the word. Glide. Origin. Origin is a noun. An origin is the cause or beginning. The origin of chocolate is the cocoa bean. Now you say the word. Origin. Prevent. Prevent is a verb. To prevent is to stop something from happening. Waterproof boots prevent feet from getting wet. Now you say the word. Prevent. Punctuate. Punctuate is a verb. To punctuate is to mark printed or written materials with periods, commas, and other signs. To punctuate is also to give importance to something. Be careful how you punctuate your sentences. Now you say the word. Punctuate. Representative. Representative is a noun. Representative means a typical example. A representative is someone who acts for another. She was the company's representative at the meeting. Now you say the word. Representative. Representative. Representative is an adjective. Representative means having to do with elected members or being a typical example. The painting is representative of pop art. Now you say the word. Representative. Scorn. Scorn is a noun. Scorn is a feeling that something or someone is worthless or inferior, or an expression of that feeling. It is not right to treat those who are less fortunate with scorn. Now you say the word. Scorn. Scorn. Scorn is a verb. To scorn is to act with contempt toward an object or person, or to make fun of. I wish they did not scorn my old bicycle. Now you say the word. Scorn. Stout. Stout is an adjective. Stout means large and heavy in build, physically strong and sturdy, or having courage or determination. The stout old maple stood in the meadow. Now you say the word. Stout. Woe. Woe is a noun. Woe is great sorrow or suffering. Woe also is trouble. I felt such woe when my poor dog died. Now you say the word. Woe.
The Tiger's Promise, Korean folktale. Long ago, a tiger roamed in the area of a small village. The people were terribly frightened. They put up signs that read, "Watch out for the tiger." The warnings were punctuated with large exclamation points. However, the signs didn't do much good. The tiger remained in the area, and everyone was afraid to go outside. The villagers decided it would be better to try to prevent attacks by trapping the tiger. They dug a deep hole and covered it with branches. Sure enough, the tiger fell in and couldn't get out. The next day, a young man heard a barely audible cry. He looked down into the hole and saw the tiger weeping quietly. "What's wrong?" the young man asked. "Woe is me," said the tiger. "I fell into this hole. If I were a bird, I could fly out. If I were a snake, I could glide away through a tunnel. I am neither of these animals, so I am trapped. Please help me get out." The young man was kind, but he was not a fool. He said, "I can't help you. You'll eat me." "Not true," the tiger said. "Help me, and I'll return the favor to you someday." Meanwhile, his stomach rumbled with hunger. The young man lowered a log into the hole. The tiger used it to climb out. When he reached the top, he said, "Hello, breakfast." "Wait," the young man said. "You promised." "You were foolish to believe that," the tiger said with scorn. "Now, I'm afraid I will have to consume you." A skinny ox was grazing nearby. The young man called out to him, "Kind ox, do you think it's fair for the tiger to eat me?" The ox looked up from his meal. He said, "As a representative of all the beasts that spend their lives working, I would say it is quite fair. People have done nothing but take advantage of oxen since the origin of humankind. Just look at me. I should be stout and well rested, but instead I am lean and always tired." Just then, a small rabbit hopped by. The now desperate young man said, "Please, rabbit, what do you think? I helped the tiger out of the hole. Now he wants to eat me." The rabbit said to the young man and the tiger, "Show me how this happened." The young man removed the log from the hole. The tiger, anxious to eat his meal, jumped into the hole. The tiger said, "You see, I was here and—" "There you will stay," Rabbit said. He turned to the young man. "And you, young man, think twice before you rescue another tiger. A tiger never keeps a promise."
Arch. Arch is a noun. An arch is a curved structure that serves as an opening and as a support. The door to the castle had an arch over it. Now you say the word. Arch. Arch. Arch is an adjective. Arch means main, playful, or mischievous. Surprisingly, the arch enemies joined forces. Now you say the word. Arch. Authentic. Authentic is an adjective. Authentic means being the real thing. worthy of belief, or true. These are authentic diamonds. Now you say the word. Authentic. Clarify. Clarify is a verb. To clarify is to say clearly or make easier to understand. The teacher tried to clarify the assignment. Now you say the word. Clarify. Declare. Declare is a verb. To declare is to state strongly or to make a formal or an official statement. I was too shy to declare my feelings. Now you say the word. Declare. Grant. Grant is a verb. To grant is to admit that something is true or to permit or to allow. The leader decided to grant their request. Now you say the word. Grant. Grant. Grant is a noun. A grant is something that is given. They received a grant to study other cultures. Now you say the word. Grant. Grave. Grave is a noun. A grave is a hole in the ground where something is buried. The grave of President Ulysses S. Grant is in New York City. Now you say the word. Grave. Grave. Grave is an adjective. Grave means very important and requiring much attention, or something serious. The climbers were in grave danger. Now you say the word. Grave. Modest. Modest is an adjective. Modest means not thinking too highly of oneself, not boastful. Modest also means proper in speech, dress, or behavior, and not extreme or large. We were surprised at how modest the famous singer was. Now you say the word. Modest. Opponent. Opponent is a noun. An opponent is someone who is set against another, as in a contest, game, argument, or fight. In the sport of fencing, each opponent challenges the other with a special kind of sword. Now you say the word. Opponent. Valid. Valid is an adjective. Valid means supported by facts or evidence, or something true. Your report presents many valid arguments. Now you say the word. Valid. Yearn. Yearn is a verb. To yearn is to long for. I yearn for our vacation. Now you say the word. Yearn.
The Winter Olympics. News article. Every 4 years, countries from all over the world compete in the Winter Olympics. This competition is all about snow and ice. Opponents race and jump on skis. They fly 90 miles an hour down a track on bobsleds. Snowboarders jump and twist on courses of packed snow. Figure skaters make fantastic jumps and create beautiful arches in their backs as they twirl on the ice. Athletes go to the games with great hopes. All yearn to become champions. Some come back home with medals. Others don't win anything. All come back with one thing in common. They have had the experience of being an Olympic athlete. A brief history of the Olympic Games. The first Olympic Games took place about 3,000 years ago in ancient Greece. The earliest competition was a modest event. The racers ran a short distance on foot, only 210 yards. Later, more races were added. Events in wrestling, jumping, and throwing were also added. Then the Romans conquered Greece, and the Olympic Games eventually disappeared. In 1896, the first modern Olympics were held. The first games were the Summer Games, but people were already talking about a winter event. In 1924, the first Winter Games were held. The modern Winter Olympics. Many changes have come about in the past 9 decades of Winter Olympic competition. At first, professional athletes were not allowed to participate. In 1988, an agreement was signed that granted professionals the right to compete. Some of the first professional Winter Olympic athletes played on ice hockey teams. Today, technology helps with the grave responsibilities that come with judging Olympic events. Such technology can clarify who wins and who loses. In skiing and skating, a race can be won by fractions of a second. Today, computers make it easier to determine who wins and by how much. Also, judges may review an event on video. Doing so can help them decide if a first-place finish is valid. Going for the gold. In individual competition, the top 3 finishers of an event each earn a medal. The first-place medal is gold, the second place is silver, and the third place is bronze. Today, an authentic gold medal is only part gold. Solid gold medals are too expensive to make. After each event, the top 3 finishers stand on a platform. Each country's flag is raised. The gold medal winner listens to his or her country's national anthem. Tears may follow. It is an emotional occasion. At that moment, the athlete has been declared the best in his or her sport.
Admirable. Admirable is an adjective. Admirable means deserving praise. The murals they painted on the wall are admirable. Now you say the word. Admirable. Automatic. Automatic is an adjective. Automatic means done without thought or will, or done by a machine, not by a human. Blinking is an automatic response. Now you say the word. Automatic. Devotion. Devotion is a noun. Devotion is loyalty and affection. They showed their devotion to their religious faith by attending services on a regular basis. Now you say the word. Devotion. Distant. Distant is an adjective. Distant means far away or not friendly. The distant cabin was difficult to get to. Now you say the word. Distant. Dreary. Dreary is an adjective. Dreary means gloomy or dismal, without cheer, comfort, or enthusiasm. The rain did not stop at all during the dreary afternoon. Now you say the word. Dreary. Exhaust. Exhaust is a verb. To exhaust is to use up or wear out. Don't exhaust yourself shopping at the mall. Now you say the word. Exhaust. Exhaust. Exhaust is a noun. Exhaust is the escape of gas from an engine. The exhaust from the bus made me choke. Now you say the word. Exhaust. Kindle. Kindle is a verb. To kindle is to get a fire going, or to stir up or start something. We tried to kindle a campfire. Now you say the word. Kindle. Predict. Predict is a verb. To predict is to guess what is going to happen. No one can predict the future. Now you say the word. Predict. Separation. Separation is a noun. Separation is the act or condition of being apart. They met again after a separation of 10 years. Now you say the word. Separation. Stunt. Stunt is a verb. To stunt is to stop or slow down the growth of something or someone. The scientists work to stunt the growth of the weed. Now you say the word. Stunt. Stunt. Stunt is a verb. To stunt is to stop or slow down the growth of something or someone. The scientists work to stunt the growth of the weed. Now you say the word. Stunt.
Love Those Bugs magazine article. Almost everyone knows that plants and animals need rain and sun to survive, but this combination is not the only necessity. Did you know that insects are also extremely important? Without them, life as we know it would be very different. Walking through a damp forest can be downright hazardous. Pests like black flies can leave painful bites that itch for weeks. The sight of wiggly caterpillars offends people who don't like creepy crawly creatures. Mosquitoes can annoy the most enthusiastic nature lover. Yet insects like these are an absolute necessity for life on Earth. Insects pollinate. One important job that insects do is spread pollen, a fine powder that is produced by seed-bearing plants. When insects feed on a blossom, they accidentally pick up pollen from the plant. When they move to another blossom to feed, some of the pollen can rub onto the new plant. This transfer of pollen is called pollination. Plants couldn't produce blossoms if they weren't pollinated. If we didn't have blossoms, we wouldn't have tomatoes, apples, and many other fresh foods that we eat. Without insects, people would have to take deliberate action to spread the pollen. Flower by flower, the pollen would be spread by hand. The job would be so big that it would be impossible. Insects improve soil. Think about a dense green forest. The tallest and most dominant trees shade the forest floor. But what happens when one of these huge trees falls? In the first step of a process known as decomposition, ants, beetles, and other insects feed on the rotting wood. Then, inside their bodies, they do a thorough job of breaking down the wood. Some of the broken down matter passes out of their bodies as waste. However, it is hardly waste for plants growing on the forest floor. Instead, that waste is full of substances that enrich the soil and help plants grow. Insects protect plants. Some insects protect plants by eating other insects that damage or destroy plants. One harmful insect is the aphid. Tiny clumps of aphids huddle on the undersides of leaves, sucking the juices inside the plant. Ladybird beetles, known more commonly as ladybugs, eat aphids. Ladybugs are thus a welcome sight in any garden. Insects provide products. In the arena of useful products, insects contribute a lot. We get honey from honeybees. We also depend on an insect for some of our clothing. That insect is the mulberry silk moth, which provides silk. Other insects are used to make dyes and shellac. So the next time you see an insect, think about the role it plays. Instead of squashing it, say thank you. Insects are part of the reason that life on Earth is the way it is today. Here are some more bug facts from E.O. Wilson. Biologist E.O. Wilson has earned many compliments and awards for his work with insects. He says that if insects disappeared, humanity probably could not last more than a few months. He points out that modern life has destroyed habitats that insects need in order to live. E.O. Wilson says that we can regain control of this situation by creating new habitats, starting in our own backyards. Plant a tree, bush, or bed of flowers. Make each home a friendly place for insects.
Abundant. Abundant is an adjective. Abundant means large or more than enough, plentiful. There was an abundant amount of food at the restaurant. Now you say the word. Abundant. Barrier. Barrier is a noun. A barrier blocks or bars movement or passage. The mountains acted as a barrier to the wind. Now you say the word. Barrier. Conceive. Conceive is a verb. To conceive is to start something or to think up or begin to understand. I began to conceive a plan on how to get all my work done. Now you say the word. Conceive. Formal. Formal is an adjective. Formal means following strict rules or customs, or requiring fancy clothes and fine manners. The club members were required to follow a formal dress code. Now you say the word. Formal. Inquire. Inquire is a verb. To inquire is to ask about. The detective has begun to inquire about the crime. Now you say the word. Inquire. Penalize. Penalize is a verb. To penalize is to punish. Our teacher will penalize us for incomplete work. Now you say the word. Penalize. Picturesque. Picturesque is an adjective. Picturesque means charming or quaint. The little town is so picturesque. Now you say the word. Picturesque. Predator. Predator is a noun. A predator is one that destroys or devours others, or an animal that stalks and eats other animals. A snake is a predator of mice and other rodents. Now you say the word. Predator. Privilege. Privilege is a noun. A privilege is a special right, benefit, or permission. The players who arrived first got the privilege of choosing the nicest uniforms. Now you say the word. Privilege. Slumber. Slumber is a verb. Slumber means to sleep lightly. The baby will slumber for a while after lunch. Now you say the word. Slumber. Slumber. Slumber is a noun. Slumber is a sleep or light sleep. The cat lay in slumber for most of the afternoon. Now you say the word. Slumber.
The Great Barrier Reef, magazine article. Dive into the waters of northeastern Australia and you will find the Great Barrier Reef. This natural wonder runs along the coast like a colorful underwater fence. You will see picturesque structures made of coral. Corals are made up of tiny sea creatures that are clumped together. They are often white, pink, or reddish. Some corals are shaped like fans. Others look like the horns of a deer or moose. Still others look like flowers. Perhaps you will have the privilege of seeing the reef from an airplane. This sight is equally stunning. You can see islands of coral in the clear blue-green water. Reefs keep growing in size. The Great Barrier Reef, which has been forming for millions of years, is about 1,400 miles long. Life on the reef is abundant. It is home to more than 1,500 kinds of fish. Hiding near the coral are tiny fish that have bodies you can see through. Deadly stonefish stare at divers with fierce eyes. Sea turtles, clownfish, and dolphins also swim in the waters. Fish like to find nooks and crannies within the reef. There, they can slumber in safety. They must stay hidden because the barrier reef is a hunting ground. Sharks, stonefish, and manta rays are just a few of the predators that search for food in these waters. In recent years, scientists have noticed changes in the Great Barrier Reef. They have inquired about how human activities might be affecting it. Money was set aside. Then formal tests were run. The tests showed that the reef is no longer growing. The scientists believe that the pollution of the air and land are two reasons behind the changes. Rain carries dangerous substances into ocean waters. It also washes chemicals that pollute the land into the ocean. These chemicals harm the reefs, which need clear, clean water to survive. Another problem might be the warming temperatures. Corals grow in warm oceans. However, if the water is too warm, they die. The Great Barrier Reef took a long time to form. To save the reef from destruction, the Australian government has passed laws to protect it. Anyone who knowingly breaks these laws will be penalized. In addition, scientists all over the world are putting their ideas together. Before long, they might conceive more ways to protect this natural treasure.
Advantage. Advantage is a noun. An advantage is something that puts someone in a better position. The advantage of sitting up front is being able to see the movie better. Now you say the word. Advantage. Ambition. Ambition is a noun. Ambition is a strong desire for importance or success. My ambition is to be an excellent artist. Now you say the word. Ambition. Defiant. Defiant is an adjective. Defiant means showing strong resistance, or being willing to challenge or confront. The defiant team member refused to listen to the coach. Now you say the word. Defiant. Fearsome. Fearsome is an adjective. Fearsome means frightening or alarming. That horror movie was quite fearsome. Now you say the word. Fearsome. Imply. Imply is a verb. To imply is to suggest something without saying it directly. Their kind remarks imply that they want me to join in. Now you say the word. Imply. Merit. Merit is a noun. Merit means a quality that deserves praise. The chief merit of the book is its surprise ending. Now you say the word. Merit. Merit. Merit is a verb. To merit is to be worthy of, or deserve. We merit good grades for our hard work. Now you say the word. Merit. Negotiate. Negotiate is a verb. To negotiate is to discuss in order to arrive at an agreement. The United States and Great Britain negotiate the Treaty of Paris in 1783. Now you say the word. Negotiate. Purify. Purify is a verb. To purify is to make clean and free of dirt or pollutants. We need to purify the dirty water so we can drink it. Now you say the word. Purify. Revoke. Revoke is a verb. To revoke is to cancel by withdrawing or reversing. The judge decided to revoke his license. Now you say the word. Revoke. Wretched. Wretched is an adjective. Wretched means very unhappy or unfortunate or miserable. Wretched also means very poor in quality. We felt wretched about the terrible accident. Now you say the word. Wretched.
Two troublesome monkeys. Fantasy. Barney and Chi-Chi were monkeys who lived in the rainforest. They were always getting into trouble. They took advantage of the younger monkeys and stole their bananas. They played tricks on the older monkeys. One day, the monkey troop held a meeting. Chief Monkey announced, "We've had enough of you, Barney and Chi-Chi." "What are you implying?" Chi-Chi asked. "I'm not implying anything," Chief Monkey said. "I am saying it clearly. You won't listen to anyone and you are defiant. Go and leave us all in peace." Now Chi-Chi had always wanted to travel. "Great," she said. "I am totally ready." Barney had always had ambition. He wanted to be Chief Monkey someday. He thought he might be able to learn things from people, so he agreed with Chi-Chi. The two of them caught the next train into the city. As soon as they got off the train, they saw a bus marked City Zoo. "Sounds like fun," said Chi-Chi. Once inside the zoo, they caused nothing but trouble. They made faces at the giraffes, jumped on the backs of two fearsome tigers, and teased the bears. Soon, all of the animals in the zoo were upset and started screeching. The zookeeper said, "I revoke all your privileges to visit this zoo. You shouldn't have been allowed inside in the first place. I'm calling the police." By this time, the two monkeys were hungry and ready to leave anyway. Barney spotted a police officer buying a banana at a fruit stand. Chi-Chi grabbed the banana. Barney stole a mango. Then the two monkeys ran off as fast as they could. By then, the police were on full alert. The officers finally caught the monkeys. Not long after, the monkeys found themselves sitting in jail. "Have you noticed how dirty the city air is?" Chi-Chi asked. "Yes," Barney said. "They should purify it." "Have you noticed how small and damp this cell is?" "It's wretched." "It's noisy here, too," Chi-Chi remarked. "And the banana I ate wasn't ripe. I think we were better off in the rainforest." "That idea merits further thought," Barney said. At that moment, Chief Monkey appeared outside the jail cell. She said, "I'm here to take you home." "Great!" Chi-Chi and Barney exclaimed together. "There's one condition." "We're glad to negotiate," Chi-Chi said. "We don't really like the city." "Very well," Chief Monkey said. "Then you will cause no more trouble at home. You'll respect both the young and old monkeys." "We promise," the two monkeys said. And so the two monkeys went back to the rainforest. From then on, they were well behaved. In a few years, Chi-Chi, not Barney, became Chief Monkey. She kept perfect order within the troop. She knew how to deal with troublesome monkeys. After all, she had been one herself.
Absorb. Absorb is a verb. To absorb is to soak up or take in. To absorb also means to keep the attention of something or someone. A sponge can absorb every last drop of water. Now you say the word. Absorb. Amateur. Amateur is a noun. An amateur is someone who does something for pleasure and not for money, or someone who does not have much experience. The young boy wanted to be a professional singer, but sang with his choir as an amateur. Now you say the word. Amateur. Channel. Channel is a noun. A channel is the deepest part of a river or a body of water that links two larger ones. A channel is also a long, narrow groove, a band of radio waves, or a course of action. Many ships pass through the channel between England and France. Now you say the word. Channel. Channel. Channel is a verb. To channel is to make a long, narrow groove or to direct or focus. They began to channel through the rock. Now you say the word. Channel. Elegant. Elegant is an adjective. Elegant means showing beauty, high quality, and good taste. The diamond is an elegant jewel. Now you say the word. Elegant. Grace. Grace is a noun. Grace is ease and beauty of movement, or charming or pleasing quality. Grace also is a short prayer at meals. The horse galloped with incredible grace. Now you say the word. Grace. Grace. Grace is a verb. To grace is to add beauty or honor to something or someone. Will she grace our party with her presence? Now you say the word. Grace. Inspect. Inspect is a verb. To inspect is to look over closely. Please inspect the clothes for any damage. Now you say the word. Inspect. Lame. Lame is an adjective. Lame means stiff, sore, or not able to move properly. Lame also means weak, not satisfactory. I cannot swim because of my lame leg. Now you say the word. Lame. Suspend. Suspend is a verb. To suspend is to hang something in order to allow its free movement. To suspend is also to stop for a time or interrupt, or to bar from a position or privilege. Please suspend those streamers from the ceiling. Now you say the word. Suspend. Tiresome. Tiresome is an adjective. Tiresome means annoyingly dull or exhausting, unexciting. Scrubbing the kitchen floor can be tiresome. Now you say the word. Tiresome. Tranquil. Tranquil is an adjective. Tranquil means free from trouble or disturbance, quiet. The tranquil lake is relaxing. Now you say the word. Tranquil.
The Nile crocodile. Journal article. The Nile crocodile is the largest crocodile in Africa. It is a fearsome animal with huge jaws. It also has large teeth. Its strong body can move quickly. Habitat. The Nile crocodile lives in the warmer parts of Africa. It must live near water. The animal will die without it. The Nile crocodile might live in tranquil freshwater lakes. It might live in muddy, swampy rivers. It might even live in a ditch. The Nile crocodile sometimes travels as far as 15 miles in search of water. Nile crocodiles can live for short periods in salt water. Scientists think that at some point they even swam across the channel that separates Madagascar from Africa. This would explain how this kind of crocodile came to live on Madagascar. Behavior. The Nile crocodile is a cold-blooded animal. It depends on its surroundings to keep its body warm and cool. To warm up, it lies in the sun to absorb heat. To cool off, it moves into the shade or the water. It also opens its mouth to let heat escape. Diet. For some crocodiles, waiting in the water for hours for its food might seem tiresome. For the Nile crocodile, however, it's all in a day's work. Unlike many animals that hunt on land, the Nile crocodile does not target mainly sick, lame, and weak animals. Instead, it waits to attack any animal that comes near. For example, a gazelle, a deer-like animal that moves with grace, might wander over for a drink. Its elegant neck reaches down to the water. At that moment, the Nile crocodile shoots out of the water. It grabs the gazelle with its huge jaws. A Nile crocodile eats almost anything that it can catch. It enjoys fish. It eats small or large land animals. It will even eat other crocodiles. Description. Most people don't get close enough to a Nile crocodile to inspect it. However, if you could take a close look, you would see strong feet and legs. The tail is very strong too. It moves the crocodile through the water quickly. The tail is so powerful, in fact, that it can knock down a large animal. The eyes and nostrils of this crocodile are on the top of its head. This makes it possible for the crocodile to suspend its body underwater and still see and breathe. Tourists travel in boats to see Nile crocodiles. Both professional and amateur photographers have taken photographs of this fierce animal. Wise visitors know they must stay clear of its tail and mouth. If hungry, a Nile crocodile will take a bite out of almost anything, or anyone.
Boast. Boast is a verb. To boast is to speak proudly of oneself, to brag, or to take pride in. The team members tend to boast whenever they win. Now you say the word. Boast. Boast. Boast is a noun. Boast is talk that is too full of pride in oneself. My boast about my grades drove away my friends. Now you say the word. boast. Eloquent. Eloquent is an adjective. Eloquent means showing the ability to use words clearly and effectively. Martin Luther King Jr. was an eloquent civil rights speaker. Now you say the word. Eloquent. Glisten. Glisten is a verb. To glisten means to shine with sparkling light. I like to see the morning dew glisten in the sunshine. Now you say the word. Glisten. Ideal. Ideal is an adjective. Ideal means considered to be perfect, existing only in the imagination. Today was an ideal spring day. Now you say the word. Ideal. Ideal. Ideal is a noun. An ideal is a person or thing that is considered to be perfect. My ideal is a world without violence. Now you say the word. Ideal. Infectious. Infectious is an adjective. Infectious means caused or spread by germs, or able or tending to spread from one to another. Chickenpox is a highly infectious disease. Now you say the word. Infectious. Invest. Invest is a verb. To invest is to put money into something that will earn interest or make a profit, or to make use of something for future benefit. They will invest their money in stocks and bonds. Now you say the word. Invest. Locate. Locate is a verb. To locate is to find the position of something or someone, or to settle into a place. I need to locate the highway on the map. Now you say the word. Locate. Ripple. Ripple is a noun. A ripple is a small wave. The pebble caused a ripple in the pool. Now you say the word. Ripple. Ripple. Ripple is a verb. To ripple is to form or cause small waves. A rowboat will ripple the surface of the lake. Now you say the word. Ripple. Sufficient. Sufficient is an adjective. Sufficient means as much as is needed, enough. We have a sufficient amount of time to finish our task. Now you say the word. Sufficient. Uproar. Uproar is a noun. An uproar is a state of noisy excitement or confusion. When I entered, I found the room in an uproar. Now you say the word. Uproar.
Gold, gold, gold. Textbook entry. Gold is the world's most valuable metal. One reason it is so valuable is because there is so little of it. What little there is can be hard to find. Still, many people have been willing to try to find it. It was 1848 in California. Pieces of gold the size of peas glistened on the ground. James Marshall, a worker at a sawmill, picked them up. He told John Sutter, the mill owner, about his find. The two men agreed to keep it quiet. They didn't want to create an uproar that would bring people into the area to look for gold. A storekeeper, Samuel Brennan, discovered their secret. He went to San Francisco, where he boasted about all the gold discovered at Sutter's mill. At the same time, he invested the money he had. He bought items such as picks and shovels and got ready to sell them in a store near Sutter's mill. It was an ideal plan. Miners would need supplies, and he would sell them everything they needed. What Marshall and Sutter had feared came true. The possibility of finding gold was sufficient encouragement for thousands of people. They sold their homes and left everything behind to search for gold. They came from all over the world. In all, more than 80,000 people rushed to California. Miners bent over streams day after day looking for gold. They dipped metal pans into the rippling water and sifted for gold. They took tools called pickaxes and dug into the earth. The California gold rush was on. Some people did become rich. 3 German miners located a large supply of gold. Their mine eventually produced gold worth about $561 million today. Another small group, the Murphy brothers, found gold in their first few days of mining. By the end of the year, the gold they found was worth about $37 million in today's dollars. Other people were not so lucky. Hiram Pierce came from Troy, New York. He paid $25 for a cradle, a tool that separated dirt from gold. By the time he returned home a year or 2 later, he was broke. Pierce wrote eloquent descriptions and stories about mining. The work was difficult. Miners had to wade in freezing streams. They moved heavy dirt. They got hurt in accidents. Many Native Americans were losers in the California gold rush too. When miners became sick with infectious diseases, many Native Americans who lived in the area caught the diseases and died. Today, gold is used for many things. There is gold in some computer parts. People wear gold jewelry. Countries collect gold, which helps them protect the value of their money. As long as gold is scarce, it will continue to be the world's most precious metal.
Celebrity. Celebrity is a noun. A celebrity is a well-known person, someone who is famous. Fame. Her popular paintings have made her celebrity in the art world. Now you say the word. Celebrity. Counsel. Counsel is a noun. Counsel is opinions or ideas given for a plan of action. A talk that leads to a decision. A lawyer. The head of the law firm is serving as the lead counsel for this trial. Now you say the word. Counsel. Counsel is a verb. To counsel is to give advice or an opinion. To offer help. After we lost a very close game, our coach tried to counsel us on how to accept defeat. Now you say the word. Counsel. Demonstrate. Demonstrate is a verb. To demonstrate is to clearly explain, show, or prove with examples, models, or experiments. Or to gather in public to support an opinion or cause. To become a band member, you must demonstrate some musical skill. Now you say the word. Demonstrate. Drowsy. Drowsy is an adjective. If someone is drowsy, they are ready to fall asleep or are sleepy. After eating that big dinner, I felt too drowsy to read. Now you say the word. Drowsy. Drowsy. Drowsy is an adjective. If someone is drowsy, they are ready to fall asleep or are sleepy. After eating that big dinner, I felt too drowsy to read. Now you say the word. Drowsy. Essential. Essential is an adjective. If something is essential, it is of the highest importance. Necessary. Food, water, and shelter are essential to survival. Now you say the word. Essential. Essential. Essential is a noun. To be essential, something is necessary or very important. When you pack for a long trip, start with the essentials. Now you say the word. Essential. Hardship. Hardship is a noun. A hardship is something that causes suffering or difficulty, a condition that is hard to bear. The pioneers had to live with many a hardship. Now you say the word. Hardship. Haul. Haul is a noun. A haul is the amount taken or won at one time. The boat brought in a good haul. Now you say the word. Haul. Haul. Haul is a verb. To haul something is to move it by pulling, dragging, or carting, sometimes in a vehicle. To apply force to transport something. Trucks haul all kinds of goods over the nation's highways. Now you say the word. Haul. Humble. Humble is an adjective. Something humble is low in rank or position. Plain, not proud or grand. The family lived in a humble cottage. Now you say the word. Humble. Humble. Humble is a verb. To humble someone is to take away one's spirit, power, fame, or independence. What will it take to humble the proud king? Now you say the word. Humble. Pledge. Pledge is a noun. A pledge is something given as a sign of a promise, especially money meant for a good cause. A sign or promise to fulfill an agreement. We can give a pledge of $10 to the fund. Now you say the word. Pledge. Pledge. Pledge is a verb. To pledge is to promise. A bride and groom pledge to honor each other. Now you say the word. Pledge. Sincere. Sincere is an adjective. If something or someone is sincere, it is without pretending, with honesty and real feeling. They offered a sincere apology. Now you say the word. Sincere. Stampede. Stampede is a verb. To stampede is to run away or cause to scatter in a wild manner, often in panic. To rush forward together as a crowd. The fans began to stampede toward the stage. Now you say the word. Stampede. Stampede. Stampede is a noun. A stampede is a wild rush of animals or people, usually when frightened. The flood forced a stampede of cattle to higher ground. Now you say the word. Stampede. Suitable. Suitable is an adjective. Something suitable is just right or appropriate. Well matched. I'm going shopping for a suitable outfit to wear. Now you say the word. Suitable.
Diary of a Rising Star. Diary entries. Dear Diary, April 1st. All my dreams have come true. I've won the Kids Have Talent contest on television. I can hardly believe it. I keep thinking about what everybody said before they told me I'd won. One judge said, "You demonstrate great talent. You'll go far." Another said, "I think you're the best singer I've heard on the show." The last judge said, "Your voice sounds as bright as sunshine." I'm a star! Hooray! May 1st. So much is happening. I've had 6 television interviews in the past 2 weeks. You should have seen me trying to find a suitable outfit to wear on TV. Mom and I live out of suitcases. We have even hired a tutor to travel with us so that I can pass the 4th grade. I've missed the last soccer games this spring, but that's not too much of a hardship. This could be my career. I'm recording an album. June 30th. I never knew being a celebrity was so hard. Because of what the judge said, people have nicknamed me Sunshine. Ugh. But the television shows were fun to do. After I said that I didn't really think I was special, one TV lady said I was humble. I think it was a compliment, but I still think it was just lucky to win a big contest. July 15th. Mom and Dad and I had to talk to a lawyer today.
She is a legal counsel for children who are in show business. She helped us sign a contract with the recording company. We also went shopping. I bought lots of fancy dresses, which are essential when I'm on television. I didn't tell Mom, but I just wanted to buy jeans. August 5th. I try to write every night before bed, but I'm so drowsy that I drop the pen and fall asleep. I'm working very hard. There will be 12 new songs on the album. I don't have much time, but from now on, I pledge to write in my diary every day. September 7th. I'm having trouble keeping my pledge. Every day I'm so tired that I have to haul myself out of bed. I wish I could have gone to camp this year, and I'm tired of being called Sunshine. It also doesn't seem right that I'm not going back to school after Labor Day. October 30th. I'm making new friends. They seem to be sincere, but I sometimes think they like me because I'm famous. They ask me what it's like to be on television. I want to talk about other things, like soccer or homework or favorite television shows. November 30th. The album came out. It's called Sunshine, a name I'm really tired of hearing. Will people stampede to the stores because they can't wait to get their hands on it? Just kidding. But seriously, we'll see how well it does soon. December 5th. The album is a hit, and I've made a decision. I've decided to give up show business for now. I miss my friends. I miss soccer. I want to live a normal life. Maybe I'll go back to singing when I graduate from college. Time will tell.
Annual. Annual is an adjective. If something is annual, it is coming each year, once a year, lasting a year. The annual class picnic is planned for the last week of the school year. Now you say the word. Annual. Annual. Annual is a noun. An annual is a book or magazine that comes out once a year. A plant that lives or lasts for just one growing season. One of my poems will appear in the 2011 Poetry Annual. Now you say the word. Annual. Basic. Basic is an adjective. If something is basic, it has to do with the main or starting point of something. We understand the basic idea of the game. Now you say the word. Basic. Basic. Basic is a noun. The basics of something are its key elements or parts. I learned the basics of addition in first grade. Now you say the word. Basic. Competition. Competition is a noun. A competition is a game or contest, trying to outdo others. I am planning to enter the kite flying competition. Now you say the word. Competition. Contract. Contract is a noun. A contract is an agreement or understanding that can be enforced by law. A document that explains legal conditions. Many people who buy computers also buy a service contract. Now you say the word. Contract. Contract. Contract is a verb. To contract is to make or grow smaller, to come down with, as a sickness. Some soft woods contract when they dry. Now you say the word. Contract. Dismiss. Dismiss is a verb. To dismiss is to send away or permit to leave, to remove from a job, to stop thinking about. Our teacher will not dismiss the class until we are all quiet. Now you say the word. Dismiss. Neglect. Neglect is a noun. Neglect is a steady lack of care, often because of carelessness or laziness. Our rose garden suffers from neglect. Now you say the word. Neglect. Neglect. Neglect is a verb. To neglect something is to hold back care or attention, to fail to follow through. You won't do well in school if you neglect your homework. Now you say the word. Neglect. Obtain. Obtain is a verb. To obtain is to get or gain through some effort. Customers can obtain rate coins in that shop. Now you say the word. Obtain. Portion. Portion is a noun. A portion is a section or piece, a part of the whole, a serving of food. I'll have a small portion of soup. Now you say the word. Portion. Recall. Recall is a noun. Recall is the ability or act of remembering. He had no recall at all of the story. Now you say the word. Recall. Recall. Recall is a verb. To recall is to bring back to mind, to remind one, to ask to return. Photographs help us recall highlights of our trip. Now you say the word. Recall. Sponsor. Sponsor is a noun. A sponsor is one who helps or takes responsibility for another person or group. A person or business that pays for an ad on radio or television. A generous sponsor paid for new uniforms for everyone in the band. Now you say the word. Sponsor. Sponsor. Sponsor is a verb. To sponsor is to act as a sponsor to a group, person, or event. Many businesses sponsor the Special Olympics. Now you say the word. Sponsor. Stern. Stern is an adjective. Something or someone who is stern is not kind or gentle. Harsh-looking. The officer gave them a stern warning. Now you say the word. Stern. Stern. Stern is a noun. The stern is the back end of a boat. You can climb the ladder in the stern. Now you say the word. Stern. Vacant. Vacant is an adjective. If something is vacant, it is not used, filled, or lived in, without thought or expression. This bus has no more vacant seats. Now you say the word. Vacant.
Spring training. A new beginning. Informational article. Each February and March, baseball players dust off their gloves and head south or go west. It's time to stop neglecting those workouts and get in shape for a brand new baseball season. Most professional players haven't played baseball for months, and for a good reason. The regular baseball season lasts from April to October. During that time, athletes tire out their bodies and sometimes get hurt, so they must rest over the winter. In spring, they need a chance to get back into playing shape. That's why the major league teams hold annual spring training camps. The training camps in Florida are called the Grapefruit Leagues. The training camps in Arizona are called the Cactus Leagues. The pitchers and catchers of each team report first. They work on basic skills like throwing and catching. Pitchers must begin strengthening their arms. They only have a few weeks to sharpen their skills. A week or so later, the other players arrive. There are first basemen, second basemen, third basemen, shortstops, and outfielders. Approximately 50 players on each team are invited for training. Some players already have contracts to play on a team, and some do not. All players work hard so they can be chosen to play in the bigs, the name that players use when talking about the major leagues. In the first week of March, teams begin to play each other. These competitions give the players a chance to show off their skills in actual games. The managers watch the players and see how everyone performs. Many baseball fans take their vacations during this time and attend the games. The weather is warm and the sun shines. Sponsors advertise their brands on huge signs in the outfield. The smell of popcorn fills the air. It's time to play ball. When especially popular teams, like the New York Yankees or the San Francisco Giants play, the stadiums are packed. There is not a vacant seat in the house. During the regular baseball season, the coaches and managers might seem stern. During spring training, however, they are more relaxed. This is the time to discover new talent. These preseason games don't count, so players can make mistakes that don't threaten the team's chance of making the postseason playoffs. Pitchers can try out new pitches. Batters can work on their timing. They will be trying to hit balls that are coming toward them at 100 miles an hour. Coaches might help them adjust the way they stand or the way they hold the bat. Outfielders practice catching fly balls. They practice running so they can cover the field quickly. In spring training, no one dwells on last season or recalls failures of the past. It's a new season, and anything can happen. At this point, any of the spring training teams could win the World Series in October. By the last week of March, a portion of each team leaves spring training camp. Some players are dismissed because they did not make the team. Other players may have obtained minor league contracts. Only 25 players will be part of the team that plays the full season. These best players pack up and get ready to move to the city where the team's regular season home games are played. They will be ready to play on their team's opening day.
Attractive. Attractive is an adjective. Something or someone is attractive if it is pleasing to the eye, mind, or senses. Has the power to draw attention. Most people notice someone with an attractive smile. Now you say the word. Attractive. Burden. Burden is a noun. A burden is something that is carried, a load, something that is very hard to bear. Mules are sometimes called beasts of burden. Now you say the word. Burden. Burden. Burden is a verb. To burden someone or something is to weigh down or put too heavy a load on. I am sorry to burden you with all these heavy packages. Now you say the word. Burden. Consent. Consent is a verb. To consent is to agree to or approve, to give permission. My parents would not consent to my staying up late. Now you say the word. Consent. Consent. Consent is a noun. Consent is approval or permission. The teacher needs our parents' consent so that we can go on the class trip. Now you say the word. Consent. Dependable. Dependable is an adjective. If someone or something is dependable, it is capable of being relied on. Trustworthy. A taxi driver needs a dependable car that always starts, even in bad weather. Now you say the word. Dependable. Indicate. Indicate is a verb. To indicate is to point to or point out, to be a sign of, to state or express briefly. The nurse told me that a skin rash may indicate an allergy or an insect bite. Now you say the word. Indicate. Previous. Previous is an adjective. If something is previous, it came before in time or order. Our teacher asked us to please turn back to the previous page. Now you say the word. Previous. Qualify. Qualify is a verb. To qualify is to be or become fit for something, to limit or narrow the meaning of. You must be 18 years old to qualify to vote in a national election. Now you say the word. Qualify. Response. Response is a noun. A response is a reply or answer, a reaction to something. I am still waiting for a response to my letter. Now you say the word. Response. Shabby. Shabby is an adjective. If something is shabby, it is worn or faded from use or wear, dressed in worn-out clothes, not fair or generous. The child shivered in the shabby old coat. Now you say the word. Shabby. Thaw. Thaw is a noun. A thaw is a period of weather warm enough to melt ice and snow. We had an early thaw in January. Now you say the word. Thaw. Thaw. Thaw is a verb. To thaw something is to let it melt or cause it to melt, to warm up gradually. Let the turkey thaw in the refrigerator before you use it. Now you say the word. Thaw. Urgent. Urgent is an adjective. If something is urgent, it needs or demands immediate action or attention. The fire department answered an urgent call for help. Now you say the word. Urgent. Vanity. Vanity is a noun. Vanity is the quality of being stuck up or vain, having too much pride in one's looks or abilities. A dressing table. A person's display of vanity can be very annoying. Now you say the word. Vanity.
The Goat Herder and the Wild Goats, an Aesop fable. One winter evening, a goat herder was leading his goats back home. A snowstorm had begun, and he knew it would be a cold, nasty night. Getting the goats to safety would be an urgent task. As he quickly led the animals into the barn, the goat herder noticed that 3 wild goats had joined his herd. The wild goats stood out because they were not as attractive as his. He always kept his goats clean and fed them well. The wild goats' coats were tangled and dirty, and their bodies were skinny. The next day, he could not take the goats out to graze in the fields because snow covered the ground. Suddenly, the goat herder had an idea. If he fed the wild goats well and kept them clean, perhaps they would consent to stay with his herd. That would mean that he would have more goat milk and more goat cheese. More milk and cheese meant more money in his pocket. Then he could fix up his house and buy new clothes to replace his old, shabby ones. The very thought made him giggle with pleasure. The extra food and care would not be such a burden if the wild goats provided him with more money. "Meh, isn't it time to eat?" he heard the goats asking. When he looked into the feed bin, however, the goat herder saw that he was low on his supply of oats. He looked at his old goat herd. He had cared well for them all their lives. They would follow him and stay loyal and dependable, no matter what, he told himself. That's when he decided to give the wild goats generous portions and feed his own herd tiny portions. One day of less food wouldn't hurt his well-fed goats. After the goat herder fed the animals, he brushed the wild goats' rough, knotted coats. He ignored his own herd, since he had brushed their coats the previous week. After he finished, he could barely tell the difference between his own herd and the 3 wild goats. The next morning, the sun shone bright and warm. All the ice that had been on the ground had thawed and the snow had melted. The goat herder opened the barn to take the goats to pasture. No sooner did the animals leave the barn than the wild goats began running away. The goat herder's response was immediate. "Wait, stop! Haven't I treated you well? Why don't you stay with my herd? Your lives will be so much better." The biggest goat said, "We decided to leave last night. We feel you don't qualify as a good caretaker." "Why not? Didn't I feed you well?" "Yes, but you didn't feed your own herd in the same way. That kind of neglect would indicate only one thing. You will not feed us well after we stay with you for a while." "But I brushed your coats and cleaned you up so nicely." "We are wild goats, and we do not care for vanity. Being dirty is comfortable for us. Besides, we prefer our freedom." And so the 3 wild goats went their own way, and the goat herder had to be content with his original herd. Moral: never mistreat old friends to gain new ones.
Ambush. Ambush is a noun. An ambush is a surprise attack. An ambush took place on top of the mountain. Now you say the word. Ambush. Ambush. Ambush is a verb. To ambush is to make a surprise attack from a hidden place. A small force may try to ambush a larger one. Now you say the word. Ambush. Calculate. Calculate is a verb. To calculate is to find out by adding, subtracting, multiplying, or dividing. To figure out by reason or logic. Let's calculate the full cost of the class trip. Now you say the word. Calculate. Contribute. Contribute is a verb. To contribute is to give money, effort, or items for a cause. To hand in for publication. Can you contribute some brownies to our bake sale? Now you say the word. Contribute. Dread. Dread is a noun. Dread is a deep fear or uneasiness over what may happen. A dread of talking in front of others keeps some students from raising their hands in class. Now you say the word. Dread. Dread. Dread is a verb. To dread something or someone is to be afraid, to fear or feel deep worry. Many students dread surprise tests. Now you say the word. Dread. Employ. Employ is a verb. To employ is to make use of, to put to work on a job or task for pay. You may need to employ a compass in order to draw a perfect circle. Now you say the word. Employ. Extend. Extend is a verb. To extend is to stretch out, make, or last longer. To give or offer. Let's extend our vacation into September. Now you say the word. Extend. Frantic. Frantic is an adjective. Someone who is frantic is very excited or upset, marked by fast, wild, or nervous action. The scene ended with a frantic search for the lost keys. Now you say the word. Frantic. Initial. Initial is an adjective. If something or someone is the initial thing or person, it is the beginning or first one. Our initial reaction was anger. Now you say the word. Initial. Initial. Initial is a noun. An initial is the first letter of a name or word. I picked the initial H for Hannah. Now you say the word. Initial. Initial. Initial is a verb. To initial is to mark or sign with one's initials. Please initial all the papers you correct. Now you say the word. Initial. Routine. Routine is an adjective. If something is routine, it is normal, predictable, or commonly done, repeated by habit. My routine morning jog is 3 miles. Now you say the word. Routine. Routine. Routine is a noun. A routine is the regular or fixed way in which a thing is done, an act or a skit. The skaters practiced their routine. Now you say the word. Routine. Routine. Routine is an adjective. If something is routine, it is normal, predictable, or commonly done, repeated by habit. My routine morning jog is 5 miles. Now you say the word. Routine. Stun. Stun is a verb. To stun is to have a sudden, upsetting effect on the mind or feelings, to shock or daze, to make unable to feel, react, or think. Bright lights may stun a deer for a moment. Now you say the word. Stun. Sturdy. Sturdy is an adjective. If someone or something is sturdy, it is firmly or solidly built, determined. A police officer needs a pair of sturdy shoes. Now you say the word. Sturdy. Yield. Yield is a verb. To yield is to give in or give way, to produce or bring forth. I was forced to yield to her logic. Now you say the word. Yield. Yield. Yield is a noun. A yield is the product or amount made or produced. They got a good yield from the pear trees. Now you say the word. Yield.
The FBI, magazine article. Many people and organizations work together to keep Americans safe. First, our Congress makes laws and rules for everybody to follow. Then, some people work to make sure that these laws are obeyed. One agency that performs this policing role is called the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. The FBI's story began in 1908. The FBI was first called the Bureau of Investigation, BOI. It employed only 40 people. One of its first jobs was to investigate complicated crimes involving large companies and large banks. The Bureau also looked into dishonest sales of land. Over the years, the work of the FBI has changed. In 1908, few people had cars. Within the next several years, many more people could afford to buy automobiles. Car owners were stunned when their cars were stolen. The Bureau helped track down the cars, especially those that were driven to other states, and then return them to their owners. J. Edgar Hoover was one of the initial directors of the Bureau. He took charge in 1924 after the Bureau had grown. By then, it employed 650 people. Hoover's goal was to extend the power of the Bureau. One thing he did was to make a list of criminals who were hiding from the law. It was named Fugitives Wanted by the Police, and it was posted in public places. Hoover calculated that such a list would call people's attention to the criminals. Then any citizen could contribute to the Bureau's efforts to track them down. In 1935, the Bureau of Investigation was officially renamed the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation, and it became known as the FBI. Criminals dreaded discovery by the Bureau's skilled agents, whom they had nicknamed G-men. This nickname is short for government men. FBI candidates must work hard to become agents. During the FBI's training program, they take classes in law and science. Candidates learn how to investigate crimes. They learn how to help people who become frantic and frightened during a dangerous situation. They also take classes in self-defense. They must be able to protect themselves from ambushes. FBI agents also must have healthy and sturdy bodies. They have to pass a tough physical test. Candidates must be able to run 1.5 miles in a certain amount of time, as well as do a minimum number of sit-ups, push-ups, and pull-ups. Over the years, the FBI has grown in reputation and skill. Today, the Bureau employs more than special agents. Some people work as pilots and lawyers. Other people work at computers. The FBI hires scientists and handwriting experts. All of these people work together to stop crime and protect America's citizens. Here is an interesting fact. Dogs in the FBI. FBI agents also use dogs to help them fight crime. Trainers at the Bureau use routines to train the dogs to find people, money, and even firearms. The training is clearly effective since it yields remarkable results. The trained dogs are so good at finding their objectives that they can locate lost or hidden people and things in snow, trees, suitcases, or underwater.
Antique. Antique is a noun. An antique is an object made long ago, something made in the past. Some people fill their homes with antiques. Now you say the word. Antique. Antique. Antique is an adjective. If something is an antique, it is from the past, very old. The antique cradle was carved in 1847. Now you say the word. Antique. Baggage. Baggage is a noun. Baggage is a group of suitcases, bags, packages, equipment, or other items travelers carry, things that get in the way. Many travelers carry too much baggage. Now you say the word. Baggage. Digest. Digest is a noun. A digest is a shortened version of previously published writings, a magazine that publishes such short versions. My parents read a monthly digest of international news. Now you say the word. Digest. Digest. Digest is a verb. To digest something is to understand or grasp an idea, to break down food within the body for nourishment. You may need time to digest the lessons you learned in school this week. Now you say the word. Digest. Establish. Establish is a verb. To establish is to set up, start, organize, or bring about. To prove beyond doubt. The new baby's parents will establish a fund for her college education. Now you say the word. Establish. Eternal. Eternal is an adjective. If something is eternal, it is lasting for all time, with no beginning or end, continuing forever, seeming to be endless. Poets write of the eternal promise of spring. Now you say the word. Eternal. Haste. Haste is a noun. Haste is the speed or quickness of motion, overeager action without caution. If you work in haste, you may make careless mistakes. Now you say the word. Haste. Humid. Humid is an adjective. If something is humid, it is steamy or heavy with moisture, moist or damp. Icy lemonade is a refreshing treat on a humid day. Now you say the word. Humid. Lash. Lash is a verb. To lash is to whip or strike, to scold, to strap down with rope or cord. A cornered animal may lash out in fear. Now you say the word. Lash. Lash. Lash is a noun. A lash is a whip, a blow made by or as if by a whip, an eyelash. The man bore scars from the cruel whip. Now you say the word. Lash. Oppose. Oppose is a verb. To oppose is to act or speak out against, resist, object to be in direct contrast with. A group of senators will oppose the bill. Now you say the word. Oppose. Pioneer. Pioneer is a noun. A pioneer is a person or group that goes first to explore, open, prepare, or settle an area. Someone who breaks new ground, as in science or ideas. Orville Wright, along with his brother Wilbur, was a pioneer in achieving controlled, powered flight. Now you say the word. Pioneer. Pioneer. Pioneer is a verb. To pioneer is to open the way for others to follow, to lead, be the first. Our city will pioneer the use of electric buses. Now you say the word. Pioneer. Sensible. Sensible is an adjective. A person or thing is sensible if it shows or has good judgment or reason. Aware of. It's only sensible to wear a warm coat on a cold day. Now you say the word. Sensible. Worthy. Worthy is an adjective. Something or someone is worthy if it has value, importance, or worth. Good enough for. Many people volunteer to work for a worthy charity. Now you say the word. Worthy.
Chemistry in Action, magazine article. You may think that chemistry is found only in labs. You may think that only scientists dabble in the world of chemistry. Think again. Chemistry is all around you. Chemistry is the study of the substances that make up our world. Everything from the air we breathe, to the food we eat, to the soap we use. Chemists don't think of these substances as remaining in an unchanging eternal state, though. Instead, they study the ways in which these substances interact and change. Chemistry in the kitchen. In your haste to eat a piece of bread, you might not think about chemistry, and yet, the piece of bread was once a lump of dough. Heat from the oven baked the dough, causing a chemical change. The dough became bread, a different substance, which cannot be changed back to its original form. After you chew that piece of bread, your body digests it. Saliva in your mouth and juices in your stomach break it down into substances that your body can use to provide you with energy. That's chemistry too. Chemistry in nature. It's a warm, humid day. Rain has just fallen. A plant absorbs the water from the rain through its roots. The leaves use energy from the sun to combine the water with carbon dioxide from the air. The result is food for the plant. It's all chemistry. Plants also use chemistry to protect themselves. No sensible person would walk through a field of stinging nettle plants with bare arms or legs. That's because when this plant is touched, it releases a chemical that stings the skin. Animals use chemistry for self-defense, too. When a bear lashes out at a honeybee comb, the bees sting the bear and release a painful chemical. Only a very hungry bear would stand for that. Chemistry detectives. For a long time, scientists have been using chemistry to help police solve crimes. They can establish whose saliva is on a drinking glass. They can tell what blood belongs to whom. They can identify a person's DNA, which is different in every individual. Many chemists find that police work is a worthy and interesting profession. Perhaps you have even seen chemists at work on some TV detective shows. People who sell antiques also rely on chemistry to check old objects. They apply nitric acid to silver to make sure it really is silver. They can put bleach on silk fabric to make sure it is silk. Chemistry and plastics. Our lives would be very different without plastic. Computers, televisions, MP3 players, and even some shoes are made from plastics. The baggage that you carry on a trip is probably made from nylon or plastic, two man-made materials that were invented thanks to modern chemistry. Look around your home, your school, your neighborhood. How much chemistry in action can you see? Here are some facts about scientist Joseph Priestley. English scientist Joseph Priestley was a pioneer in chemistry. Priestley discovered how to make carbonated fizzy water that is still used today to make the soda that you drink. He was the first chemist to identify oxygen as part of the air we breathe. Priestley was also the first scientist to figure out photosynthesis, the process by which plants make food. Joseph Priestley opposed the English government and King George III. He was a friend of Benjamin Franklin and moved to the United States in 1794.
Blossom. Blossom is a noun. A blossom is a flower or group of flowers, the state or time of flowering. A rose garden in blossom sweetens the air. Now you say the word. Blossom. Blossom. Blossom is a verb. To blossom is to have or produce flowers. To develop, open up, or appear. Steady encouragement can help a person's talent to blossom. Now you say the word. Blossom. Collide. Collide is a verb. To collide is to strike against each other with force. To clash. Small meteors sometimes collide with the moon. Now you say the word. Collide. Constant. Constant is an adjective. If something or someone is constant, it never stops, happens over and over again, stays the same, is loyal, steady, or faithful. City dwellers get used to the constant hum of traffic. Now you say the word. Constant. Constant. Constant is a noun. Something or someone constant does not change or vary. The need for food is a constant for all living things. Now you say the word. Constant. Content. Content is an adjective. If someone is content, he or she is pleased with or accepting of it, not wanting anything else. Our neighbors are content with their new home. Now you say the word. Content. Content. Content is a noun. If something has content, it has an amount that is held or contained. The meaning or subject of. The content of that book is too technical for me. Now you say the word. Content. Distract. Distract is a verb. To distract is to draw attention to something else or cause to turn aside, to confuse or disturb. Try not to let the noise distract you. Now you say the word. Distract. Drought. Drought is a noun. A drought is a long time without rain. A prolonged shortage. Farmers lost their entire crops because of the drought. Now you say the word. Drought. Foul. Foul is an adjective. If something is foul, it is unpleasant to the senses, dirty, clogged, or polluted, dishonorable, against the rules of a sport or game, stormy or rainy. The criminal was responsible for many foul deeds. Now you say the word. Foul. Foul. Foul is a noun. A foul is a violation of the rules, a ball that goes outside boundary lines. The umpire ruled that the ball was a foul. Now you say the word. Foul. Foul. Foul is a verb. To foul something is to pollute or make filthy, to break the rules of a game, to hit a foul. Leaky oil tanks can foul water and soil. Now you say the word. Foul. Noble. Noble is an adjective. If something or someone is noble, he or she is of high birth or rank, outstanding, of good moral character. The hero of the play is a noble lord. Now you say the word. Noble. Noble is a noun. A noble is someone of high rank or birth. A commoner may gain a title by marrying a noble. Now you say the word. Noble. Policy. Policy is a noun. A policy is a plan, set of rules, or way to act. A written insurance contract. The store changed its refund policy. Now you say the word. Policy. Quiver. Quiver is a noun. A quiver is a sheath used to hold arrows, a trembling or shaking motion. Only one arrow was left in the archer's quiver. Now you say the word. Quiver. Quiver. Quiver is a verb. To quiver is to shake or tremble. When I am nervous, my hands quiver. Now you say the word. Quiver. Slight. Slight is an adjective. If something is slight, it is small in size or degree. Not much, not important. There may be slight delays in train service. Now you say the word. Slight. Slight. Slight is a noun. A slight is an act of neglect or discourtesy. I apologize for the unintentional slight. Now you say the word. Slight. Slight. Slight is a verb. To slight someone or something is to treat it as unimportant. To make light of. A good host and hostess never slight their guests. Now you say the word. Slight. Tidy. Tidy is a verb. To tidy is to put things in near or proper order. Be sure to tidy the room before you go. Now you say the word. Tidy. Tidy. Tidy is an adjective. If something is tidy, it is neat and in good order, comfortable or large in amount. I was surprised to receive a tidy reward. Now you say the word. Tidy.
Persephone, goddess of springtime. Greek myth. Long ago, there was a beautiful goddess of springtime named Persephone. She was the daughter of Demeter, the goddess of Earth's harvest. One day in early spring, Persephone was walking along a stream when she spotted a bunch of beautiful white blossoms. The sight of so many flowers distracted her, and she did not notice a huge black chariot approaching. Inside the chariot was Hades, the ruler of the underworld. Hades was struck by Persephone's beauty and knew he would never be content until she was his wife. Before Persephone could react, Hades had swept her up in his arms and put her inside the chariot. Zeus, who was Persephone's father and also the most powerful of all the gods, saw what had happened. He raced toward Hades in his own chariot, hoping that he and Hades would collide so he could save his daughter. Before that could happen, however, the ground opened up and Hades' chariot disappeared deep inside the earth. Persephone felt very afraid in the dark and damp palace where Hades lived. Her body quivered as she began to cry. Hades was distressed to see Persephone cry, so he began to calm her. He reminded her that he was an important god and assured her that he would be an honorable and noble husband.
In the meantime, Demeter became terribly upset when she found her daughter missing. She began searching everywhere for her dear Persephone. As she did, she forgot to take care of the earth and all the plants and crops that grew upon it. She forgot to let it rain, and a great drought came over the land. Tidy, well-kept gardens and huge fields of grain were destroyed. As a result, people and animals went hungry. When the goddess did remember to let it rain, the rivers flooded and water covered the land. The foul odor of rotting plants and crops filled the air. Zeus saw the horrible things that were happening on Earth and took action. He went to visit Hades. Zeus said, "It is my policy to right a wrong. People everywhere are suffering because you have taken Persephone away." Zeus gave Hades a pomegranate. He said, "If you can get my daughter to eat this fruit, then you may keep her as your wife and your constant companion. If not, she returns from the underworld to her mother." Hades did not want to upset mighty Zeus, but he did want to keep Persephone by his side. That evening, he gave the pomegranate to her. Persephone had not eaten since she had left Earth, and her slight body was becoming quite thin. Hades cracked open the pomegranate. The seeds were juicy and ripe. Without thinking, she took 6 pomegranate seeds and ate them. At that moment, Zeus reappeared to announce his judgment. He said, "Because Persephone has eaten 6 seeds, she must remain in the underworld for 6 months each year. The other 6 months, she can return to the world above." When Demeter heard this, she felt both joy and sorrow. From then on, whenever her daughter was with her for 6 months, the earth was alive with plants and blossoms. Whenever Persephone was with Hades in the fall, the plants died and waited for the return of spring.
Accurate. Accurate is an adjective. If something is accurate, it is without errors, completely correct, conforming to the truth. It is important to take accurate notes in class. Now you say the word. Accurate. Alert. Alert is an adjective. If something or someone is alert, it is watchful and ready to act, quick to understand and act. A good watchdog is alert and protective. Now you say the word. Alert. Alert. Alert is a noun. Alert is readiness, an alarm, a time when an alarm is in effect. Police and firefighters are always on alert. Now you say the word. Alert. Alert. Alert is a verb. To alert is to warn or make aware of. Signs on a highway alert drivers of hazards. Now you say the word. Alert. Ancestor. Ancestor is a noun. An ancestor is a family member who lived at an earlier time. You may want to study the lives of your ancestors. Now you say the word. Ancestor. Disaster. Disaster is a noun. A disaster is a sudden, terrible event that brings great damage or suffering. A great loss. It took months to recover from the disaster. Now you say the word. Disaster. Elementary. Elementary is an adjective. If something is elementary, it is related to the simplest or beginning level of something. Beginning students of the piano practice elementary pieces to develop their skill. Now you say the word. Elementary. Envy. Envy is a noun. Envy is a feeling of resentment caused by longing for what someone has. A person or object that is envied. Our team's winning season was the envy of the league. Now you say the word. Envy. Envy. Envy is a verb. To envy is to resent and want what someone else has. There may be times when you envy another person's good luck in life. Now you say the word. Envy. Epidemic. Epidemic is an adjective. If something is epidemic, it is capable of spreading to a very large group at the same time. Contagious. Polio was once epidemic in the United States. Now you say the word. Epidemic. Epidemic. Epidemic is a noun. An epidemic is a rapid and widespread outbreak of a disease, sudden rapid growth or development. An epidemic of Dutch elm disease destroyed hundreds of trees in our town park. Now you say the word. Epidemic. Feeble. Feeble is an adjective. If something or someone is feeble, it has little strength or force, without energy or authority. The exhausted runner managed to give us a feeble smile after the long race. Now you say the word. Feeble. Penetrate. Penetrate is a verb. To penetrate is to enter or force a way through or into. To see into. Cars are equipped with special lights that can penetrate fog. Now you say the word. Penetrate. Romp. Romp is a noun. A romp is spirited, carefree, or noisy fun. Something that suggests merry play. The class enjoyed a romp in the playground. Now you say the word. Romp. Romp. Romp is a verb. To romp is to run or play in a lively or carefree way. To win easily. We watched the puppies romp on the lawn. Now you say the word. Romp. Staple. Staple is a noun. A staple is a U-shaped wire that fastens material by piercing and bending. A major product, material, part, or item regularly used. Fruits and vegetables are staples of a healthy diet. Now you say the word. Staple. Staple. Staple is a verb. To staple is to fasten with staples. Please staple the pages of your report together. Now you say the word. Staple. Staple. Staple is an adjective. For something to be a staple, it is the chief, principal, needed or used regularly. Rice is a staple crop in many Asian countries. Now you say the word. Staple. Survive. Survive is a verb. To survive is to stay alive or continue to exist. To keep on going. To live longer than. We need food and shelter in order to survive. Now you say the word. Survive.
Let's be healthy. Magazine article. Children in America are bigger than ever. They aren't taller or stronger. They just weigh more. Approximately 30 out of every 100 American children in elementary and high school are obese or overweight. Obesity is so common that some doctors have called it an obesity epidemic. What's all the fuss about? Why is being overweight so bad? For one thing, it's unhealthy. Being overweight can actually make you sick. Obesity has been shown to lead to very serious health problems, including diabetes, cancer, and heart disease. Doctors warn that if obesity in children continues, a national health disaster could follow.
Only when the idea of making lifestyle changes penetrates the minds of young people, these doctors say, will children create healthier lives for themselves. How can you keep a healthful weight? It's really not hard. Just think of this formula: diet and exercise. Diet. When you eat a healthful diet, you eat foods that help your body stay strong and full of energy. The foods have nutritional value instead of empty calories. Empty calories are calories from foods that are high in energy but low in nutrients, such as vitamins, minerals, and fiber. The staples of a healthful diet are fruits and vegetables, grains, milk, meat, fish, and beans. For a healthy snack, grab an apple, which is a fruit, and leave the oily potato chips behind. Eat carrots, a vegetable, instead of sugary treats. To get even more vegetables, think green. Dark green vegetables are always a good choice. Vegetables such as broccoli and spinach give you the vitamins you need to feel your best. If you eat out, say no to French fries and have a salad instead. Put veggies instead of fatty sausage on pizza. Exercise. Exercise not only helps keep your weight down, it also makes you feel great. So if you're feeling bored, reach for a soccer ball, not a cookie. Turn off the television, go outside and run around, romp with a dog, or play tag with friends. Unfortunately, some people make only feeble attempts at exercising. They might think that walking home from school or just being outside on the playground is enough. Don't let that be you. Jump rope or ride a bike. Every child needs at least 60 minutes of exercise each day. Do you want to make better grades? It has been proven that exercising before a test relaxes the body and mind. After exercising, you will feel more alert. If your mind is sharper, your answers will be more accurate. That has to be a good thing. When you are considering what you can do to prevent obesity, think diet and exercise. If any of these suggestions change your habits, then you're on your way to a healthier lifestyle and a healthier body. Here's something to think about. Do we inherit obesity? Do you believe that a skinny person inherits a skinny gene? Think again. Take a look at photographs of your ancestors or the early settlers of this country. Few people then were obese because they worked hard and were on their feet all day. To survive, they did work that included farming, building, and heavy lifting. Even children helped their parents work in the barn or in fields. You may not envy their lifestyle, but helping with chores is a lot healthier than sitting in front of a TV or computer screen all afternoon.
Awkward. Awkward is an adjective. If something or someone is awkward, it is not skillful or graceful, hard to handle, embarrassing. When you first learn to dance, your movements may be awkward. Now you say the word. Awkward. Clatter. Clatter is a verb. To clatter is to make short, sharp sounds by rattling or banging together. To speak or move with confused, noisy sound. The old trains clatter as they move down the tracks. Now you say the word. Clatter. Clatter. Clatter is a noun. Clatter is a hard, rattling sound, busy excitement, noisy chattering. The clatter of machines in some factories is extremely loud. Now you say the word. Clatter. Gallant. Gallant is an adjective. To be gallant is to be showy in appearance, splendid, brave or full of spirit, showing courtesy, very attentive. We saw the parade of gallant sailing ships. Now you say the word. Gallant. Gallant. Gallant is a noun. A gallant is a fashionable young gentleman, a suitor. The heroine of the novel was courted by a wealthy gallant. Now you say the word. Gallant. Lukewarm. Lukewarm is an adjective. If something is lukewarm, it is only moderately warm, not hot but not cold, without enthusiasm. A dull speech is likely to get lukewarm applause. Now you say the word. Lukewarm. Plentiful. Plentiful is an adjective. If something is plentiful, it is in great supply, easily available, more than enough. Flowers are plentiful in springtime. Now you say the word. Plentiful. Ration. Ration is a noun. A ration is a portion of food allowed for one meal or one day. Food or supplies, a share. A soup kitchen provides rations to the poor. Now you say the word. Ration. Ration. Ration is a verb. To ration is to pass out in limited portions, to limit the use of. When water is scarce, people must ration it. Now you say the word. Ration. Reserve. Reserve is a verb. To reserve is to hold back or set aside, to save for future use. Please reserve a seat for me. Now you say the word. Reserve. Reserve. Reserve is a noun. A reserve is something set aside for a certain purpose, something stored for later use. We watched the squirrel dig up its reserve of nuts. Now you say the word. Reserve. Scholar. Scholar is a noun. A scholar is a learned person, an expert in a field of study, someone who studies with a teacher, a student who gets a gift of money to pay for education. The book was written by a respected scholar. Now you say the word. Scholar. Smolder. Smolder is a verb. To smolder is to burn slowly, with smoke but no flame. To exist in a suppressed state. To show suppressed feelings. A person may smolder with rage but say nothing. Now you say the word. Smolder. Trudge. Trudge is a verb. To trudge is to walk or march slowly and with difficulty or tiredness. At the end of a long day, workers trudge home. Now you say the word. Trudge. Trudge. Trudge is a noun. A trudge is a long, tiring walk. If I miss the bus, it's a 2-mile trudge to school. Now you say the word. Trudge. Volunteer. Volunteer is a noun. A volunteer is a person who chooses to join or to do a service, someone who gives time or effort without pay. Volunteers are needed at the Children's Hospital. Now you say the word. Volunteer. Volunteer. Volunteer is a verb. To volunteer is to offer one's services, to do or say freely. Who will volunteer to set the dinner table? Now you say the word. Volunteer. Weary. Weary is an adjective. To be weary is to feel tired, worn out, having no more patience. When I have to do a boring task, I become weary. Now you say the word. Weary. Weary. Weary is a verb. To become weary is to make tired, To grow tired. A dull speech may weary an audience. Now you say the word. Weary.
Hiking the Appalachian Trail. Journal article. In early April of each year, hikers climb Springer Mountain in northern Georgia. They carry backpacks weighing between 50 and 70 pounds. Inside the backpacks are tiny stoves, sleeping bags, and tents. These adventurers bring along food rations, toothpaste, and shampoo. Hikers carry almost everything they will need for the next 4 to 6 months. Scholars take books, birdwatchers take binoculars, and photographers take cameras. These men and women are called thru hikers, walkers who want to hike the Appalachian Trail from Georgia to Maine. The Appalachian Trail is a 2,175-mile footpath that passes through woodland trails. The many paths that make up this trail have been created and are maintained by volunteers who have freely given their time to do this job. There are 260 shelters along the way. The shelters are placed 10 or more miles apart, about the distance of a day's hike. During the day, the hikers follow white blazes, streaks painted onto rocks and tree trunks to show the route. These explorers pass through forests and pastures. They follow streams and cross over mountaintops. Along the way, hikers look for water, which can be plentiful after a rain shower. They stop and fill their water bottles whenever possible. Hikers see a lot of wildlife along the trail. Black bears are plentiful, especially in the national parks. Deer, coyotes, bobcats, porcupines, woodchucks, and raccoons move through the forest. Hungry critters might dare to spend the night in some shelters. Hikers have been known to spend many awkward nights with a skunk under a bunk. After a day of hiking with a heavy pack, hikers can become weary. They might have blisters on their feet, and they are certainly hungry. They seek the next shelter, where they can rest and relax. In late afternoon, stoves are lit. The clatter of lightweight pans blends with the forest sounds of bird songs. Strangers meet and discuss experiences. The more gallant hikers might share cereal bars or other treats with hikers whose rations are running low. At night, travelers take stock of the food they have in reserve. Supplies are available in the next town. The town, though, might be 4 or 5 days away. After dinner, plates and pans are washed. Tired hikers might gather around a campfire, which burns brightly and then smolders. Sometime later, the hikers turn in for the night and wrap themselves snugly in sleeping bags. The hikers start again early the next day. Hikers might walk for 50 or 100 miles before they reach a town. Once they arrive, they usually stay in a hotel or an inexpensive inn for hikers. If they are lucky, they get to take a hot shower, but they'll even appreciate a lukewarm one. The next day, the hikers leave the town and continue their trek. They walk toward the end of the trail, Mount Katahdin in Maine. Why trudge all these miles? What's the point of enduring hunger, blisters, and soggy boots? Some hikers enjoy the peace and quiet of the woods. Many like being in a nature setting and seeing the views and the wildlife. Still others cherish the athletic challenge. Whatever the reason, thousands of thru hikers enjoy the Appalachian Trail each year.
Convict. Convict is a verb. To convict is to prove or judge to be guilty. The jury voted to convict the defendant. Now you say the word. Convict. Convict. Convict is a noun. A convict is a person who has been proved guilty of a crime and sentenced to prison. Someone who is serving a long prison term. In a prison, a convict is usually given a job to do. Now you say the word. Convict. Discipline. Discipline is a noun. Discipline is punishment, training that results in obedience and self-control, orderly behavior, control gained by enforcing rules of conduct, A branch of knowledge. Drill instructors insist on strict military discipline. Now you say the word. Discipline. Discipline. Discipline is a verb. To discipline is to punish, to train in proper behavior, to bring under control. The principal knows how to discipline rowdy students. Now you say the word. Discipline. Dungeon. Dungeon is a noun. A dungeon is a dark room or cell used as a prison, usually underground. The story described the terror of being locked in a dungeon. Now you say the word. Dungeon. Earnest. Earnest is an adjective. If something or someone is earnest, it is serious, important, or grave. An earnest desire to help others may lead a person to choose a career in medicine. Now you say the word. Earnest. Enclose. Enclose is a verb. To enclose is to surround on every side, to close up or fence off, to include with something else. Be sure to enclose payment with the bill. Now you say the word. Enclose. Gradual. Gradual is an adjective. If something is gradual, it happens step by step or by degrees, changing little by little. There may be gradual improvements in a patient's condition after surgery. Now you say the word. Gradual. Grumble. Grumble is a verb. To grumble is to complain angrily, but not loudly. To growl. Many people grumble when they have to wait on a long line. Now you say the word. Grumble. Jagged. Jagged is an adjective. If something is jagged, it has a rough or sharp edge, irregular or harsh. I cut my hand on a jagged piece of broken glass. Now you say the word. Jagged. Nourish. Nourish is a verb. To nourish is to feed or help grow and develop. To support. For the first few months of their lives, birds must rely upon their parents to nourish them. Now you say the word. Nourish. Provision. Provision is a noun. A provision is the act of supplying or making available a stock of food or supplies, a step taken ahead of time, a condition as in a contract. A good hotel makes every possible provision for the comfort of its guests. Now you say the word. Provision. Provision. Provision is a verb. To provision is to supply with food or materials. It takes tons of food to provision an army. Now you say the word. Provision. Treaty. Treaty is a noun. A treaty is an agreement or contract between two or more countries, arrived at by discussion and compromise. The legal document that has the terms of such an agreement. The warring nations finally signed a peace treaty. Now you say the word. Treaty. Uneasy. Uneasy is an adjective. To be uneasy is to feel worried or unsure, cause discomfort. I often feel uneasy before a final exam. Now you say the word. Uneasy.
The King Who Hated Cheese. Fairy tale. Once upon a time, there was a king named Jack who hated smelly cheese. The smell made the king feel uneasy. King Jack declared it a crime to make or eat cheese in his kingdom. Anyone breaking the law would be convicted of a crime. King Jack was married to Queen Feta, and they had a beautiful daughter, Brie. She and the other children in the kingdom grew up without even knowing that cheese existed. Now, King Jack had been arguing with the monarch who ruled a nearby kingdom. Both kings laid claim to a mountain that stood between their lands. They both had strong feelings about the issue and grumbled about it constantly. Finally, the two kings met to discuss the problem. To their surprise, they found they liked one another. They became good friends and agreed to sign a treaty that would solve the problem. The treaty said that the mountain belonged to both kingdoms. It also contained a provision stating that as a show of unity between the kingdoms, Princess Brie would marry Prince Colby, the son of the other king. Prince Colby arrived at King Jack's palace with a large present for his bride-to-be. When Brie opened the package, she saw the cheese and a note that the prince had enclosed. Brie was puzzled, for she had never seen cheese before. "Stop," King Jack said. "Don't touch it." Then he pointed at Prince Colby. "You have broken one of my laws. No cheese allowed! Guards, take him to the dungeon." In the meantime, Princess Brie had no idea of the problem and had taken a huge bite of the cheese. "Yummy," she said in earnest. Then she turned to her father and said, "All my life you have loved and nourished me. Why have you not let me eat this delicious cheese?" The king was horrified. Now Princess Brie would have to be disciplined as well. So he sent his only daughter to the dungeon. But as Brie was leaving, the queen also ate a slice of cheese. The king's advisors, the cooks, and the servants all took a taste too. Before long, everyone ended up in the dungeon. At that point, only King Jack remained in the palace. He looked at the big piece of cheese. By now, its edges were all jagged and uneven. It was quiet in the palace, and King Jack could think freely. He stared at the cheese. It was not a quick action. Rather, it was very gradual. He moved his hand closer and closer to the cheese and pinched off a small piece. He sniffed it and decided it was not smelly. Then he put it in his mouth. He murmured. "This is delicious." He ran to the dungeon and freed everyone. He declared a grand feast for the wedding and asked the prince if more cheese could be sent for immediately. The wedding was held the very next day. Of course, Princess Brie and Prince Colby lived happily ever after. New cheeses were made and named after the king and queen. So the next time you eat a piece of Brie, Colby, Jack, or feta cheese, you can think of this story.
Distress. Distress is a noun. Distress is deep worrying or suffering, being in danger or in trouble. Helicopters can help rescue people in distress. Now you say the word. Distress. Distress. Distress is a verb. To distress is to trouble or upset, to cause worry or stress, to make unhappy. Our dogs, who bark at every noise, may distress our sick neighbor. Now you say the word. Distress. Drench. Drench is a verb. To drench is to wet or soak through and through, to cover or fill completely. A night of rain is enough to drench the field. Now you say the word. Drench. Dwell. Dwell is a verb. To dwell is to live, especially in a particular place, to remain, to stay, to keep one's attention on something. Do you think that human beings will one day dwell on the moon? Now you say the word. Dwell. Juvenile. Juvenile is an adjective. To be juvenile is to be not fully grown, of or meant for children or young people, foolish or immature. His juvenile pranks are so annoying. Now you say the word. Juvenile. Juvenile. Juvenile is a noun. A juvenile is a young person or individual. The play has a big part for a juvenile. Now you say the word. Juvenile. Outstanding. Outstanding is an adjective. To be outstanding is to stand apart from others due to being excellent, unpaid. The firefighter was praised for her outstanding bravery. Now you say the word. Outstanding. Proceed. Proceed is a verb. To proceed is to go on or continue in an orderly way. To start again after a pause. To start an action. Move. We must proceed directly to a hospital. Now you say the word. Proceed. Register. Register is a noun. A register is an official record book, the range of a voice or musical instrument, a machine that records data. How many names are in the class register? Now you say the word. Register. Register. Register is a verb. To register is to sign up, to show on a scale, to note or understand. When must we register for Little League? Now you say the word. Register. Sift. Sift is a verb. To sift is to put through a strainer to separate or break up lumps, to sort through or examine. It took some time to sift through all the mail. Now you say the word. Sift. Spree. Spree is a noun. A spree is a lively or wild outburst of activity. The prize was a 30-minute shopping spree. Now you say the word. Spree. Tardy. Tardy is an adjective. To be tardy is to be not on time, delayed, slow moving. Have you ever been tardy for school? Now you say the word. Tardy. Unfit. Unfit is an adjective. If something or someone is unfit, it is not suitable or proper, not good enough, unhealthy. The flood made tap water unfit to drink. Now you say the word. Unfit. Variety. Variety is a noun. Variety is change, lack of sameness, a number of different forms or types, a category of plants or animals. The old saying has it that variety is the spice of life. Now you say the word. Variety.
Return of the Wolves. Magazine article. To young children reading fairy tales, wolves are villains. These animals cause terrible distress for Little Red Riding Hood and other children who take shortcuts through the woods to avoid being tardy. They also eat up grandmothers and frighten little pigs. Many adults fear wolves too. For years, the animals have been hunted and killed for a variety of reasons. Ranchers killed wolves to protect their cattle. Other people shot wolves because they thought wolves were evil and unfit for life on Earth. Still, others hunted them for fun and would often go on hunting sprees. By the early 1900s, there were few wolves left in America. By 1930, there was not a wolf left in Yellowstone National Park. Very few survived in other parts of the United States. When all of the wolves disappeared from Yellowstone National Park, large herds of elk lost their only enemy. The big moose-like creatures could sift through shrubs with berries, and also through willow and aspen trees, and eat without fear. As a result, many plants and trees vanished from the park. Many birds and insects vanished too, because they depended on the plants and trees for their homes and for food. In the late 1900s, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service decided to bring back the wolf. In 1995, wildlife biologists traveled to Canada to trap wolves. Then they proceeded to bring the wolves back to Yellowstone National Park. The animals will be protected there. They could dwell safely in the park. 31 wolves were registered and fitted with radio collars that kept track of their movements. As each year went by, there were more and more wolves. What happened after the wolves returned to the park? The results were outstanding. The wolves hunted elk, and this meant that there were now fewer of the big hoofed animals to eat plants within the park. As a result, trees and shrubs grew back. Birds and insects returned. Today, wolves are considered threatened. This means they could disappear unless humans continue to protect them. One of the biggest steps we can take toward that goal is to understand wolves rather than fear them. Here are some interesting facts about wolf families. Wolves live together in groups called packs. A pack is made up of 2 or more adults and several young wolves, which are called pups. Wolves live in a den. The den keeps them from being drenched by rain or chilled by snow. An adult watches over the growing pups when other wolves hunt. Other adults in the pack bring back meat for the pups. The leftover bones or feathers from the pups' meals become toys. In the pups' games, the toys will be killed many times. When the juvenile wolves begin to hunt with the older adults, the pups remember their play and use it to hunt small animals like rabbits and mice.
Blockade. Blockade is a verb. To blockade is to close off or keep people or supplies from going in or out. Warships may be used to blockade a harbor. Now you say the word. Blockade. Blockade. Blockade is a noun. A blockade is the closing off of an enemy nation, city, port, or area, usually by the military. Something that closes off or keeps out. During the Civil War, the Union forces used a land and sea blockade to cut off the city of Charleston, South Carolina. Now you say the word. Blockade. Chant. Chant is a verb. To chant is to sing. To recite in a tone that varies only a little or not at all. I often chant when jumping rope. Now you say the word. Chant. Chant. Chant is a noun. A chant is a song in such a tone. Words or phrases repeated in rhythm. At a soccer match, the chant of thousands of fans excites the teams to do their best. Now you say the word. Chant. Despair. Despair is a verb. To despair is to give up all hope, lose heart. We despair of ever seeing them again. Now you say the word. Despair. Despair. Despair is a noun. Despair is a total loss of hope. A cause of loss of hope. If fear changes to despair, a person might give up trying. Now you say the word. Despair. Extraordinary. Extraordinary is an adjective. If something or someone is extraordinary, they are beyond the usual or expected. Highly unusual or rare. My best friend has an extraordinary singing voice. Now you say the word. Extraordinary. Heroic. Heroic is an adjective. To be heroic is to be brave, noble, or larger than life, involving extreme effort. The heroic deeds of ancient warriors are legendary. Now you say the word. Heroic. Lance. Lance is a noun. A lance is a long, metal-tipped weapon used by knights or soldiers on horseback. Any sharp, pointed instrument that resembles such a weapon. In the Middle Ages, each knight carried a lance into battle. Now you say the word. Lance. Lance. Lance is a verb. To lance is to pierce with or as if with a lance. To open a wound. A doctor may decide to lance an infected blister. Now you say the word. Lance. Missionary. Missionary is a noun. A missionary is a person on an assignment, often of a religious nature. Someone sent by a church to a foreign land to teach religion and do charity work. The life of a missionary requires courage and dedication. Now you say the word. Missionary. Missionary. Missionary is an adjective. If something or someone is a missionary, they are related to or involved with such an assignment. The peacekeepers work with a missionary spirit. Now you say the word. Missionary. Pointless. Pointless is an adjective. If something is pointless, it has no meaning or effect. Sometimes it is pointless to continue a conversation. Now you say the word. Pointless. Reflect. Reflect is a verb. To reflect is to throw back as heat, light, or sound. To give back an image of as a mirror. To make apparent, show, or demonstrate. To think deeply about. The clouds reflect on the lake's surface. Now you say the word. Reflect. Site. Site is a noun. A site is a location, scene, or place where something was, is, or will be. Yorktown was the site of a famous battle. Now you say the word. Site. Toxic. Toxic is an adjective. If something is toxic, it is poisonous or deadly. A gas mask can filter out toxic fumes. Now you say the word. Toxic.
Blockades through the centuries. Report. In the past, countries at war have used ships, weapons, and troops to carry out blockades. These actions stop all supplies and people from coming into a city or country. History gives us many examples of how blockades have been used effectively. History also shows us that blockades can be defeated. The French and Indian War, 1754 to 1763. In the mid-1750s, the French and British began fighting over land in North America. Native Americans, extraordinary warriors who knew how to fight with both guns and simple handmade lances, did not want to lose lands to the British. Therefore, they joined the French soldiers. Then, in 1757, the British began using warships to create two blockades. One was off the coast of France. The other was off the coast of Canada. The blockades helped bring about a British victory. The Revolutionary War, 1775 to 1783. After the French and Indian War, the British taxed the American colonies heavily. Laws were made in England, and colonists had no say in them. The colonists chanted, "No taxation without representation." When their cries were ignored, the colonists rebelled. The Revolutionary War had begun. During this war, the British Navy blockaded the city of Boston. Americans could no longer receive supplies or ship them to be sold overseas. In response, General George Washington made a decision that reflected his skillful leadership. He had a cannon placed atop a hill overlooking Boston Harbor. The British saw the weapon. It was elevated and pointed toward them. They knew that they were at risk of being blown up so they left the harbor and ended the blockade. The blockade of Berlin, 1948 to 1949. In modern times, airplanes and submarines have been able to bypass blockades. As a result, blockades are often no longer practical and in some situations, even pointless. The blockade of Berlin proves this. In May 1945, at the end of World War II, the city of Berlin was divided into two parts. Russia had control of the east side. The United States, Britain, and France controlled the west side. In an attempt to gain more power, Russia blockaded the roads and rails. The reaction of the United States, Britain, and France was heroic. Airplanes brought food and supplies into Berlin. This was called the Berlin Airlift. Soon after, Russia reopened the roads and rails. The blockade of Haiti, 1993. In late 1991, Haiti's army overthrew its president, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. However, peacemakers wanted to force the army to allow the president to return to power. To help do so, the United Nations blockaded the country in 1993. The results were harsh. A missionary working and teaching in Haiti said that the blockade hurt the Haitian people more than the army had. Over time, the lack of food, gas, and other supplies created despair in the country. In the end, the blockade worked, and the army allowed Aristide to return to power. Toxic Waste Blockade, 2006. In 2006, an international organization, Greenpeace, took action to stop pollution. It knew that ships were dumping toxic waste into the oceans. The waste was capable of making thousands of people sick, so Greenpeace used its ships to blockade cargo ships in some of the ports. The group forced the ships to find better sites for disposing of harmful waste.
Bristle. Bristle is a noun. A bristle is a stiff, short hair or fiber. Use a toothbrush with a soft, gentle bristle. Now you say the word. Bristle. Bristle. Bristle is a verb. To bristle is to have hair standing on end, to show anger. An insulting remark may make a person bristle with anger. Now you say the word. Bristle. Circular. Circular is an adjective. If something is circular, it is forming, moving, or being like a circle, round, indirect. The circular pathway goes around the pond. Now you say the word. Circular. Circular. Circular is a noun. A circular is a leaflet or printed advertisement meant to be given to many people. We received a circular describing sales at the mall. Now you say the word. Circular. Coarse. Coarse is an adjective. If something or someone is coarse, he is low, common, or of poor quality, made of comparatively large parts, rough to the touch, using bad manners or rude language. Most people are offended by coarse behavior. Now you say the word. Coarse. Discard. Discard is a verb. To discard is to get rid of or throw away. Please discard your newspapers into recycling bins. Now you say the word. Discard. Discard. Discard is a noun. A discard is something cast off or thrown away. Donate your clothing discards to a charity. Now you say the word. Discard. Extreme. Extreme is an adjective. If something is extreme, it is to the highest or greatest degree, exaggerated, farthest possible. Most people avoid extreme heat and cold. Now you say the word. Extreme. Extreme. Extreme is a noun. An extreme is the highest, farthest, or greatest degree, one end of a range. Songs often describe extremes of emotion. Now you say the word. Extreme. Focus. Focus is a noun. Focus is sharpness or clarity, the center of activity or interest. It is easy to adjust the focus of binoculars. Now you say the word. Focus. Focus. Focus is a verb. To focus is to correct for sharpness and clarity. To concentrate. Always take the time to focus your camera. Now you say the word. Focus. Grasp. Grasp is a verb. To grasp is to take hold with the arms or hands, to take eagerly, to understand. A person who trips on a stairway will probably grasp the handrail. Now you say the word. Grasp. Grasp. Grasp is a noun. A grasp is the reach of arms or hands, the power to reach or hold onto, understanding. A grasp of math's many rules is vital. Now you say the word. Grasp. Inspire. Inspire is a verb. To inspire is to guide, excite, uplift, or encourage. To bring about or cause. The Olympic Games inspire athletes to do their best. Now you say the word. Inspire. Magnify. Magnify is a verb. To magnify is to increase in importance, exaggerate, to make bigger. A microscope can magnify tiny objects. Now you say the word. Magnify. Marine. Marine is an adjective. If something is marine, it is related to or of the sea, sailing, or shipping. Related to the seagoing branch of the armed forces. Whales are marine mammals, not fish. Now you say the word. Marine. Marine. Marine is a noun. A Marine is a soldier who serves on a ship, a member of the U.S. Marine Corps. Marines have taken part in every important American naval battle since 1775. Now you say the word. Marine. Quake. Quake is a verb. To quake is to shake or move back and forth, to tremble. People who live in California often feel the ground quake. Now you say the word. Quake. Quake. Quake is a noun. A quake is a shaking back and forth or trembling. An earthquake. A minor quake does little damage. Now you say the word. Quake. Troublesome. Troublesome is an adjective. If something is troublesome, it is difficult, causing annoyance, bother, or worry. It is troublesome to run out of gas on the highway. Now you say the word. Troublesome.
Extreme Forces of Nature. Journal article. Nature can be a friend or foe. We depend on rain to give Earth the fresh water it needs. A bright, sunny day inspires people to go outside and enjoy the warm sunshine. We now use wind to bring electric power to some of our homes. Sometimes, however, the forces of nature can be violent and extreme. Tornadoes, hurricanes, and earthquakes are some natural events that can be troublesome and even dangerous. Tornadoes. Before a tornado appears, warm air near the ground meets cold air higher in the atmosphere. The two masses of air push against each other in a circular motion and take the shape of a funnel. The storm, now a tornado, picks up the dust and coarse dirt that is in its path. It picks up trash and debris from the storm's wreckage, too. Tornadoes have also been known to pick up trucks parked in yards and refrigerators that have been discarded and left outside. When a tornado travels over water, it is called a waterspout. It can pick up water along with marine life. Fish, frogs, and toads have been carried hundreds of miles and then dropped back to land. Hurricanes. A hurricane is a storm that brings extremely powerful winds and heavy pounding rain. Conditions must be right in order for a hurricane to form. Hurricanes form over warm ocean waters, and the water must have a temperature of at least 81 degrees Fahrenheit. The warmer the ocean water, the faster the winds. The fast-moving winds magnify a storm's power. Once wind speeds reach 75 miles per hour, the storm is called a hurricane. When a hurricane moves over land or cold ocean water, however, it slows down and weakens. Earthquakes. An earthquake is a frightening event. Earth's surface is made up of several huge plates of rock. These plates move over a layer of melted rock. Sometimes, the plates in one area grind against each other. This action causes Earth's surface in that area to quake and split apart. Buildings on top of the ground can fall. People can be hurt or trapped underneath debris. In 2009, Haiti experienced an enormous earthquake. News teams rushed to the scene so that people all over the world could grasp how horrible the destruction had been. Here are some interesting people. Storm chasers. To most people, tornadoes are scary events that can make their hair bristle. Not so for storm chasers. These people follow weather reports so they can be on site for extreme weather events. Some storm chasers sell photographs of tornado funnels. Imagine setting up a camera to focus the lens while a tornado is racing toward you.
Abstract. Abstract is an adjective. If something is abstract, it has to do with an idea or quality rather than an object. Hard to understand. An art with little likeness to real people or things. A character in a book may stand for an abstract idea, such as kindness. Now you say the word. Abstract. Ally. Ally is a verb. To ally is to unite or join for a special purpose. Parents may ally themselves with teachers to tutor students who need extra help. Now you say the word. Ally. Ally. Ally is a noun. An ally is a person or country joined with another for a special purpose. Great Britain was an ally of the United States in World War II. Now you say the word. Ally. Appoint. Appoint is a verb. To appoint is to choose someone for a position or duty. To decide on. It is the responsibility of the mayor to appoint a police chief. Now you say the word. Appoint. Attentive. Attentive is an adjective. To be attentive is to pay attention. Be thoughtful and polite. When you write a composition, you should be attentive to spelling and punctuation. Now you say the word. Attentive. Bonus. Bonus is a noun. A bonus is something extra or beyond what is owed or expected. Many companies give their employees a bonus at the end of the year. Now you say the word. Bonus. Carefree. Carefree is an adjective. To be carefree is to be without troubles, worries, or responsibilities. Summer vacation is usually a carefree time for our family. Now you say the word. Carefree. Courtesy. Courtesy is a noun. Courtesy is polite, thoughtful, or considerate behavior. A polite act, a favor. Customers appreciate being treated with courtesy. Now you say the word. Courtesy. Manufacture. Manufacture is a verb. To manufacture is to make something, especially using machinery. To make up. I had to manufacture an excuse. Now you say the word. Manufacture. Manufacture. Manufacture is a noun. The manufacture of something is the making of something, especially using machinery. A factory in our town specializes in the manufacture of automobile parts. Now you say the word. Manufacture. Mistrust. Mistrust is a noun. Mistrust is a lack of confidence. Some people have a deep mistrust of politicians. Now you say the word. Mistrust. Mistrust. Mistrust is a verb. To mistrust is to have no confidence in, to be suspicious of, to doubt. Sometimes I mistrust my own judgment. Now you say the word. Mistrust. Noticeable. Noticeable is an adjective. If something is noticeable, it is easy to see, likely to be observed, worthy of attention. We saw a noticeable improvement in their play. Now you say the word. Noticeable. Overthrow. Overthrow is a verb. To overthrow is to overturn, to bring about the fall or end of something or someone. The rebels will overthrow the cruel ruler. Now you say the word. Overthrow. Overthrow. Overthrow is a noun. An overthrow is an act of bringing down, defeat. The people celebrated the overthrow of the heartless king. Now you say the word. Overthrow. Peculiar. Peculiar is an adjective. If something or someone is peculiar, he or she is not like the normal or usual, odd or curious, belonging to a particular group, person, place, or thing. Everyone is talking about the peculiar weather this year. Now you say the word. Peculiar.
The United Nations, textbook entry. In 1918, the world was recovering from World War I. It was a horrible war that led to the death of approximately 8.5 million people. Many millions more were wounded. People began thinking of ways to prevent future wars. Their goal was to have citizens from all over the world work together to maintain peace. Why did countries have to mistrust one another? Would it be that peculiar for them to talk to settle their differences instead? What began as an abstract idea became reality. In 1920, 41 countries formed the League of Nations. Countries came together and discussed peacemaking. However, not everyone wanted to avoid war. After World War I, Germany began manufacturing weapons and other equipment for fighting. Adolf Hitler came into power. In 1939, Germany invaded Poland and then overthrew the government in Austria. Italy invaded Ethiopia and Albania. Japan fought in China and Manchuria. Germany, Italy, and Japan eventually came together and called themselves the Axis powers. World War II had begun. The League of Nations' attempt to work for peace was a noticeable failure. At this point, living in peace seemed like an unrealistic idea. In 1941, the United States, the Soviet Union, Great Britain, China, and France joined together to become allies. These countries called themselves the Allied Powers and battled Italy, Japan, and Germany. It was a hard-fought war which ended in 1945. The Allied Powers won World War II, but they did so at great cost. No one knows exactly how many lives were lost, but the number is believed to be between 35 million and 60 million people. After that, no one wanted to repeat another world war, so leaders were more open to the idea of an organization that would work toward peace. In 1945, 51 countries joined to found the United Nations, UN. Today, the UN has 192 member nations. Each nation in the UN appoints representatives to the organization. Since it was formed, peacemaking has been the UN's major purpose. However, peace is not its only goal. The countries at the UN join to solve problems around the world. As a courtesy to small and struggling nations, the UN has stepped in during their elections. By doing so, it has enabled many countries to have free and fair voting. The UN works to make international air travel safer. It also works to reduce poverty in poor nations. An added bonus for people around the world is the UN's work to make our environment cleaner and healthier. Instead of waging war, the UN battles against poverty, unfairness, and disease. Through its ongoing efforts, many people hope that nations will continue to make progress in talking, rather than fighting, to settle their differences. Here's something you may not know. UNICEF. UNICEF is an organization developed by the UN to nurture and care for children around the world. Not all children have happy and carefree childhoods. In many countries, children still get very sick from polio, whooping cough, and other diseases. The organization provides vaccines to prevent these diseases. UNICEF is also attentive to other needs, including fighting hunger and helping all children receive an education. UNICEF stands for United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund.
Absolute. Absolute is an adjective. If something is absolute, it is without flaws or imperfections, without limits, without doubt. The witness swore to tell the absolute truth. Now you say the word. Absolute. Arena. Arena is a noun. An arena is an enclosed space used for sports or shows, a field of interest, activity, conflict, or debate. The senator has been in the political arena ever since she was elected president of her high school class. Now you say the word. Arena. Compliment. Compliment is a noun. A compliment is a remark or action that shows admiration, praise, or approval. Good wishes. Everyone likes to receive a compliment. Now you say the word. Compliment. Compliment. Compliment is a verb. To compliment is to give praise or admiration to. The losing team compliments the winners on their victory. Now you say the word. Compliment. Deliberate. Deliberate is a verb. To deliberate is to think about or discuss very carefully. A jury may deliberate for days before reaching a verdict. Now you say the word. Deliberate. Deliberate. Deliberate is an adjective. If something or someone is deliberate, it is done or said on purpose, careful, at a slow pace. A person may tell a deliberate lie to avoid blame. Now you say the word. Deliberate. Dense. Dense is an adjective. To be dense is to be close or packed together, thick, stupid. A dense crowd blocked the entrance to the building. Now you say the word. Dense. Dominant. Dominant is an adjective. If something or someone is dominant, he or she is above all others, leading or controlling, having the most power. The president is usually the dominant figure in his or her political party. Now you say the word. Dominant. Hazardous. Hazardous is an adjective. If something is hazardous, it involves risk or danger. Special containers are used for disposing of hazardous waste. Now you say the word. Hazardous. Huddle. Huddle is a verb. To huddle is to crowd close together, to form a closely packed group, to get together to discuss something. Campers may huddle around a fire on a cold night. Now you say the word. Huddle. Huddle. Huddle is a noun. A huddle is a tightly packed group, a meeting or discussion. In football, a quick meeting of players on the field to plan the next play. The coaches held a brief huddle on the sidelines. Now you say the word. Huddle. Necessity. Necessity is a noun. A necessity is something that cannot be avoided or done without. Great need. Water is a necessity for life. Now you say the word. Necessity. Offend. Offend is a verb. To offend is to break a law or rule, to cause hurt feelings, anger, or injury. Thoughtless behavior will offend most people. Now you say the word. Offend. Regain. Regain is a verb. To regain is to get back, to reach again. It takes time to regain your strength after an illness. Now you say the word. Regain. Thorough. Thorough is an adjective. If someone or something is thorough, it is carried out to completion, complete in every detail, extremely careful or exact. The dentist gave me a thorough checkup. Now you say the word. Thorough.
Love Those Bugs magazine article. Almost everyone knows that plants and animals need rain and sun to survive, but this combination is not the only necessity. Did you know that insects are also extremely important? Without them, life as we know it would be very different. Walking through a damp forest can be downright hazardous. Pests like black flies can leave painful bites that itch for weeks. The sight of wiggly caterpillars offends people who don't like creepy crawly creatures. Mosquitoes can annoy the most enthusiastic nature lover. Yet insects like these are an absolute necessity for life on Earth. Insects pollinate. One important job that insects do is spread pollen, a fine powder that is produced by seed-bearing plants. When insects feed on a blossom, they accidentally pick up pollen from the plant. When they move to another blossom to feed, some of the pollen can rub onto the new plant. This transfer of pollen is called pollination. Plants couldn't produce blossoms if they weren't pollinated. If we didn't have blossoms, we wouldn't have tomatoes, apples, and many other fresh foods that we eat. Without insects, people would have to take deliberate action to spread the pollen. Flower by flower, the pollen would be spread by hand. The job would be so big that it would be impossible. Insects improve soil. Think about a dense green forest. The tallest and most dominant trees shade the forest floor. But what happens when one of these huge trees falls? In the first step of a process known as decomposition, ants, beetles, and other insects feed on the rotting wood. Then, inside their bodies, they do a thorough job of breaking down the wood. Some of the broken down matter passes out of their bodies as waste. However, it is hardly waste for plants growing on the forest floor. Instead, that waste is full of substances that enrich the soil and help plants grow. Insects protect plants. Some insects protect plants by eating other insects that damage or destroy plants. One harmful insect is the aphid. Tiny clumps of aphids huddle on the undersides of leaves, sucking the juices inside the plant. Ladybird beetles, known more commonly as ladybugs, eat aphids. Ladybugs are thus a welcome sight in any garden. Insects provide products. In the arena of useful products, insects contribute a lot. We get honey from honeybees. We also depend on an insect for some of our clothing. That insect is the mulberry silk moth, which provides silk. Other insects are used to make dyes and shellac. So the next time you see an insect, think about the role it plays. Instead of squashing it, say thank you. Insects are part of the reason that life on Earth is the way it is today. Here are some more bug facts from E.O. Wilson. Biologist E.O. Wilson has earned many compliments and awards for his work with insects. He says that if insects disappeared, humanity probably could not last more than a few months. He points out that modern life has destroyed habitats that insects need in order to live. E.O. Wilson says that we can regain control of this situation by creating new habitats, starting in our own backyards. Plant a tree, bush, or bed of flowers. Make each home a friendly place for insects.
Adopt. Adopt is a verb. To adopt is to take another person's child into one's family. To use as one's own. To accept or approve. A family may adopt an orphan from a war-torn country. Now you say the word. Adopt. Agile. Agile is an adjective. If something or someone is agile, he or she is capable of moving easily, quickly, and gracefully. Mentally quick. To be a successful rock climber, it helps to be strong and agile. Now you say the word. Agile. Analyze. Analyze is a verb. To analyze is to study the parts of something in order to understand what it is, how it is put together, or how it works. To study carefully or in detail. Scientists analyze moon rocks to learn more about what the moon is made of. Now you say the word. Analyze. Assist. Assist is a verb. To assist is to give help or support. Several doctors may assist a surgeon during an operation. Now you say the word. Assist. Assist. Assist is a noun. An assist is the act of helping. In sports, an action that helps a teammate score or get a player out. A hockey player may receive credit for an assist. Now you say the word. Assist. Babble. Babble is a verb. To babble is to talk foolishly or too much. To make meaningless sounds. To make a gurgling sound. Some people can babble on the telephone for hours. Now you say the word. Babble. Babble. Babble is a noun. Babble is a mix of meaningless sounds, usually as made by water. The soft babble of a creek can be very relaxing. Now you say the word. Babble. Captivity. Captivity is a noun. Captivity is a state of being confined or held against one's will. Some prisoners of war have been held in captivity for years. Now you say the word. Captivity. Drab. Drab is a noun. Drab is an olive brown or brownish gray color. The old canvas tints were a faded drab. Now you say the word. Drab. Drab. Drab is an adjective. Something drab is marked by dullness, like to color drab. Cheerless. A good book is good company on a drab and rainy afternoon. Now you say the word. Drab. Fatal. Fatal is an adjective. Something fatal causes death, destruction, or ruin. One passenger suffered a fatal injury. Now you say the word. Fatal. Generosity. Generosity is a noun. Generosity is the quality of being charitable to others in thought or action. Willingness to give, an act of giving. The heiress is well known for her generosity. Now you say the word. Generosity. Genuine. Genuine is an adjective. If something or someone is genuine, he or she is real, actually being what something appears to be, true or reliable, sincere or honest. I found a genuine fossil in my yard. Now you say the word. Genuine. Illegal. Illegal is an adjective. If something is illegal, it is against the law, against the rules. Stealing is an illegal act. Now you say the word. Illegal. Merit. Merit is a noun. Merit is the fact of deserving something, a quality that deserves reward or praise, worth or value. Her science project has great merit. Now you say the word. Merit. Merit. Merit is a verb. To merit is to deserve, be worthy of. His poems merit being published. Now you say the word. Merit.
The New Puppy, realistic fiction. Today was a special day at the park. A local animal shelter had a booth and lots of puppies that people could adopt. Our parents agreed we could take one home. "She's so cute," my sister Alicia cooed as she petted the puppy we had chosen. The puppy was gold and fuzzy and had a button nose. We named her Ginger, since she was the color of the spice. Mom and Dad filled out the paperwork so that we could take Ginger home that very day. While Alicia was babbling on and on about how cute our puppy was, I had a chilling thought. We had adopted one dog, but about 25 others were still left in captivity. Some pawed at their cage doors and others whimpered. That's when a plan occurred to me. The problem was that I would need Alicia to assist me, and assist me quickly before anyone would catch on. Psst, psst. Alicia looked over at me and mouthed irritably. "What?" I whispered my plan to her. She replied, "I'm pretty sure that's illegal. But what about all these dogs? Don't you want them to have homes too?" Alicia quickly agreed, without taking time to analyze my plan. "Okay," she said. "I'll keep the adults occupied while you open the cages. Your fingers are more agile than mine, so you can move much more quickly." "Thank you so much for your generosity," a worker was saying loudly to my father. "The extra money you donated will greatly benefit the animal shelter." I motioned to my sister. "Go!" She stood Ginger next to a cage. "Mom, this is a genuine poodle. Can't we have 2 dogs?" Alicia opened the cage and the poodle jumped out. Ginger and the poodle ran and jumped around, knocking over a table and creating a scene. Meanwhile, I reached to unlatch another cage, but a hand stopped me. "What are you doing?" I groaned. I had been caught, so I tried to explain. "I don't want these puppies to have drab lives living inside cages. If I let the puppies out and they run all over the park, everyone will see how cute they are. Then they'll want to take them home." The woman from the animal shelter said, "Your plan does have merit, at least the part about getting homes for all the dogs. But what if one of the dogs ran across the street? There might have been a fatal accident." Suddenly I felt ashamed. I hadn't thought about dogs and cars. The woman quickly added, "There is a better way." She showed me 2 large boards and some paints. We painted pictures of puppies. I wrote these words in capital letters, "Adopt us today." The woman made a sandwich board out of the posters. I walked through the park and told everyone about the dogs that needed homes. Alicia and Ginger walked beside me, and we answer questions. By the end of the day, every dog was adopted. All in all, I'd say that's not a bad day at the park.
Adorn. Adorn is a verb. To adorn is to add to the appearance of, especially with pretty objects. To dress up. Fresh flowers and beautiful linens adorn the dining room table. Now you say the word. Adorn. Appropriate. Appropriate is a verb. To appropriate is to take over or use as one's own, often without permission, to set apart for a certain purpose. A brother or sister may appropriate your favorite book. Now you say the word. Appropriate. Appropriate. Appropriate is an adjective. If something is appropriate, it is suitable or fitting. It is appropriate to wear a warm hat in winter. Now you say the word. Appropriate. Assemble. Assemble is a verb. To assemble is to meet or bring together, to put or fit parts together. On Thanksgiving, family members assemble to enjoy a holiday feast. Now you say the word. Assemble. Colossal. Colossal is an adjective. If something is colossal, it is amazingly large, great, or powerful in size or degree. The colossal pyramid of Chichen Itza in Mexico was built about 1,000 years ago. Now you say the word. Colossal. Effective. Effective is an adjective. If something is effective, it produces a desired or conclusive result, has a strong impact, starts as of a particular date or time. The team that makes the most effective presentation will win the debate. Now you say the word. Effective. Frail. Frail is an adjective. If something or someone is frail, it is weak or lacking strength, likely to give in to temptation. Our class project is to send cheerful greeting cards to children who are in frail health. Now you say the word. Frail. Hostage. Hostage is a noun. A hostage is a person held prisoner by another or by an enemy and used in bargaining for certain demands. The bank robber took one hostage. Now you say the word. Hostage. Landslide. Landslide is a noun. A landslide is a fast downhill movement of rocks or soil. Any mass that slides down, a lopsided victory in an election. A week of heavy rain caused a landslide. Now you say the word. Landslide. Rampage. Rampage is a verb. To rampage is to rush around wildly or violently. A herd of frightened animals may rampage. Now you say the word. Rampage. Rampage. Rampage is a noun. A rampage is violent, reckless, or wild behavior. The news carried a story about looters on a rampage. Now you say the word. Rampage. Scamper. Scamper is a verb. To scamper is to run or move quickly or playfully. Children usually scamper around a playground. Now you say the word. Scamper. Symptom. Symptom is a noun. A symptom is a sign of illness or of a physical problem, a sign that something else exists or is happening. Fever is one symptom of the flu. Now you say the word. Symptom. Warrant. Warrant is a noun. A warrant is a written order that allows for legal action. The police got a warrant to search the suspect's garage. Now you say the word. Warrant. Warrant. Warrant is a verb. To warrant is to declare for certain, to approve or guarantee, to serve as reason for. A deep cut may warrant stitches. Now you say the word. Warrant.
The Last Day of Pompeii, historical nonfiction. The date was August 24th, and the year was 79 CE, slightly less than 2,000 years ago. In the vacation city of Pompeii, children scampered in and out of doorways. Servants carried baskets of fruits home from the market. Merchants assembled in the marketplace to sell clothing, food, and sandals. Meanwhile, Mount Vesuvius towered over the city. The mountain was, and still is, an active volcano, an opening in the Earth's surface through which hot rock from below can escape. In the homes of Pompeii, servants swept the tile floors. Paintings of plants and animals adorned the walls. Water splashed in fountains to cool the air and calm the spirit. Inside kitchens, servants baked bread and cakes. The lady of the house wore a light dress made of silk, appropriate clothing for a hot day. Life was good for the rich who vacationed in Pompeii. Then the earth began to tremble. The movement didn't warrant much attention. Earthquakes were common near Pompeii, and they usually didn't cause much damage. No one knew that the shaking was a symptom of the destruction that would soon follow. At noon, everything changed. The people heard a roar from the east. They rushed out of their homes and looked into the sky at a huge cloud of fire. Mount Vesuvius was erupting. And then the sky became as dark as night. A writer named Pliny wrote about what happened during the event. His uncle had sailed to rescue people in a nearby town. However, once he got there, the boat was held hostage, not by enemies, but rather by the wind and huge waves. His uncle calmed the people around him and took a nap after lunch to prove he wasn't afraid. When he awoke, the volcano was shooting out huge amounts of rock and ash. His uncle rushed to the beach, but he was frail and collapsed there. Like many others, he was unable to escape. Pliny and his mother escaped early on a road out of town. They knew that a panicked crowd on a rampage could knock them down and run over them. Mount Vesuvius continued to erupt. A rain of rock and ash from the volcano fell onto the city. A landslide of mud moved downward, burying everything in its path. However, the people of Pompeii didn't perish from the mud in the landslide. Instead, the hot gases, over 900 degrees Fahrenheit, that came out of the volcano took the lives of most of them. By the time the eruption was over, 30 feet of ash covered the city. Pompeii was soon forgotten. People later read Pliny's tale of the city's colossal destruction, but no one knew where Pompeii was located. During the 1700s, part of Pompeii was uncovered. Scientists and engineers oversaw the digging and recovery of the city. The work went on for more than 100 years, and the methods the workers used for preserving and restoring the city were highly effective. Today, visitors can again walk the streets of Pompeii. They can see pictures on walls and grand columns of buildings. They can visit bakeries, a marketplace, and restaurants. They can even walk inside grand homes and imagine what life was like so very long ago, before Mount Vesuvius erupted.
Approximate. Approximate is an adjective. Things that are approximate are almost exactly the same or correct. The approximate age of a 4th grade student is 9. Now you say the word. Approximate. Approximate. Approximate is a verb. To approximate is to come close to or approach something. The dog's howls approximate the sound of a wolf baying at the moon. Now you say the word. Approximate. Construct. Construct is a verb. To construct is to make or build by fitting parts together. The children use scraps of wood to construct a birdhouse. Now you say the word. Construct. Crude. Crude is an adjective. If something is crude, it is in a raw or natural state. We use fallen logs to make a crude bridge across the stream. Now you say the word. Crude. Decline. Decline is a verb. To decline is to refuse to accept or do something. I have to decline the invitation to the party because I am sick. Now you say the word. Decline. Decline. Decline is a noun. A decline is the process of becoming weak or less. A poor diet can cause a decline in health. Now you say the word. Decline. Distinct. Distinct is an adjective. Distinct means not alike, different from others. You can tell the two kittens apart because one has a distinct white stripe around its tail. Now you say the word. Distinct. Evident. Evident is an adjective. When something is evident, it is obvious or noticeable. The muddy paw prints made it evident that the dog took the sandwich. Now you say the word. Evident. Impulse. Impulse is a noun. An impulse is a sudden wish or urge to do something. When the movie reached the scary part, I had the impulse to cover my eyes. Now you say the word. Impulse. Interpret. Interpret is a verb. To interpret is to explain the meaning or importance of something. It is hard to interpret messy handwriting. Now you say the word. Interpret. Orient. Orient is a verb. To orient is to adjust or adapt to a new or unfamiliar situation, to find one's position in relation to new surroundings. It took a few seconds for my eyes to orient themselves to the bright sunlight. Now you say the word. Orient. Sector. Sector is a noun. A sector is a part or division of something, the part of a circle included between two radii. Each grade was assigned a different sector of the park to clean up. Now you say the word. Sector. Submit. Submit is a verb. To submit is to present or hand in something, to surrender or give in to someone or something. Young children will keep asking for something until you submit to their wishes. Now you say the word. Submit. Zest. Zest is a noun. If a person has a zest for something, they have a strong interest or enjoyment of it. The explorer has a zest for adventure and travel. Now you say the word. Zest.
Odysseus and the Trojan Horse. Greek myth. For 10 years, the Greeks and the Trojans, who were from the city of Troy, had been at war with each other. The war began because a Trojan prince named Paris had stolen away Helen, wife of the Greek king Menelaus. Many times the Greeks had tried to get past the Trojan army and enter Troy. However, they failed with each try. Getting into Troy was especially difficult because a mighty wall had been constructed around the city to protect it. To the Greeks, the truth of the situation had become quite evident. They would have to find a different way to achieve their goal. Odysseus was a brave warrior on the Greek side, but when the war began, he felt little zest for joining in. He believed that there was no point in fighting a bloody war over Helen, and he declined to help bring her back to Greece. To make sure the Greeks would leave him alone, he pretended that he had lost his mind. He sowed salt with the seeds he was planting in a field. People interpreted his actions as madness. The salt would ruin the land and keep plants from growing. When Menelaus discovered that Odysseus was pretending, he ordered Odysseus to go to Troy. It was Odysseus who at last came up with the plan to win the war. He submitted his scheme to Menelaus, who immediately approved it. In the next few months, the Greeks built a giant hollow wooden horse. The structure was not a crude representation. Instead, it approximated the shape of a real horse and was a stunning work of art. The Greeks placed the horse at the gate of the city of Troy, as if it were a goodbye gift, and then pretended to sail away. Inside the horse's belly, 30 soldiers waited quietly. Meanwhile, the Greek ships hid behind a nearby island. At first, the Trojans did not know how to interpret this gift. Why would the Greeks leave such a precious object? The horse was extremely well crafted. Its beauty made a distinct impression on the Trojans. Most Trojans were thrilled. Their first impulse was to bring the horse inside the city, believing that it was surely a blessing. Others warned that the horse would bring bad luck if it were brought in. The Greeks left behind a man named Sinon. He told the Trojans that the Greeks had given up. He declared that the horse would bring them all good luck. With much joy, the Trojans pushed the wooden horse inside the gates that were built into the wall. They took the wooden horse to one of the finest sectors of the city and began celebrating their victory. Meanwhile, the Greeks waited until they could spring into action. Shortly after midnight, Sinon quietly unlatched an opening in the horse. By then, Sinon had oriented himself to where things were in the city. He showed Odysseus and the soldiers where to go to open the city gates. The Greek ships had returned to the harbor, and warriors finally entered the city. By dawn, Troy was burning, and Helen had been taken to a Greek ship in the harbor. The war had been won, and Menelaus had his queen once again.
Abide. Abide is a verb. To abide is to put up with or to have patience with. Our team has to abide by our coach's plan. Now you say the word. Abide. Abide. Abide is a verb. To abide is to live in a place. Most camels abide in a desert environment. Now you say the word. Abide. Contrast. Contrast is a verb. To contrast things is to compare them for differences. I used a chart to compare and contrast the two main characters in the story. Now you say the word. Contrast. Depress. Depress is a verb. To depress is to make someone sad or to discourage. Watching a sad movie may depress you. Now you say the word. Depress. Dismal. Dismal is an adjective. If someone is dismal, he or she is depressed, showing a lack of hope. If something is dismal, it is dreary or gloomy. The weather this week has been rainy and dismal. Now you say the word. Dismal. Dispose. Dispose is a verb. To dispose of something is to put it in a certain place. We were told to dispose our bags under our seats. Now you say the word. Dispose. Exaggerate. Exaggerate is a verb. To exaggerate is to enlarge a statement beyond what is true. Some fishermen exaggerate the size of the fish they catch. Now you say the word. Exaggerate. Indifferent. Indifferent is an adjective. To be indifferent is to have or show a lack of interest. Some people are indifferent about political issues. Now you say the word. Indifferent. Jubilant. Jubilant is an adjective. To be jubilant is to show great joy or excitement. The team was jubilant when it won the championship game. Now you say the word. Jubilant. Manual. Manual is a noun. A manual is a book of instruction, a handbook. Most appliances come with a manual. Now you say the word. Manual. Manual. Manual is an adjective. Something manual involves the use of the hands. Construction workers generally do a lot of manual work. Now you say the word. Manual. Originate. Originate is a verb. To originate something is to bring it into being. Many chefs originate new food dishes. Now you say the word. Originate. Recognition. Recognition is a noun. Recognition is special attention or praise, the acknowledgement of achievement. The scientist was given recognition for his discovery. Now you say the word. Recognition. Recognition. Recognition is a noun. Recognition is special attention or praise, the acknowledgement of achievement. The scientist was given recognition for his discovery. Now you say the word. Recognition.
Eleanor Roosevelt, 1884 to 1962. Biography. Eleanor Roosevelt was a shy child. She had few childhood friends. She never went to college. Yet Eleanor Roosevelt went on to gain recognition as one of the most important women in American history. Eleanor was born into a wealthy family, but her childhood was not especially happy. Eleanor was plain, not beautiful. She longed for attention from her parents, but she never fully received it. By the time she was 10 years old, both her parents had died. In 1899, Eleanor attended school in England. Marie Silvestri, who ran the school, took Eleanor on trips around Europe. The teacher wanted her young student to see everyday people. Eleanor witnessed the hardships of people who made money by doing manual labor. She saw how the poor struggled to put food on the table. Clearly, their lives contrasted with her own life. Later in her life, Eleanor would fight for these people. Perhaps her passion for the underprivileged originated during these trips. In 1902, Eleanor took a job working with the poor in New York City. By now, she was far from indifferent to the problems of the city's poor young women, many of whom worked in sweatshops. These women spent long hours at their jobs but didn't earn enough to live comfortably. Workplaces were often unclean and unsafe. Eleanor paid tribute to these workers by writing to newspapers. She told the world how hard they worked and how dismal the workplaces and the pay were. In 1905, Eleanor married Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR. In the early 1920s, Franklin caught a disease that crippled him. Doctors said it was polio. However, Franklin and Eleanor did not let the situation defeat or depress them. Franklin became more and more involved in politics. He and Eleanor were jubilant when, in 1928, he was elected governor of New York State. Eleanor helped her husband govern. In 1933, FDR became the nation's president. Eleanor took her job as First Lady seriously. She could not abide the thought of not helping others. She worked for the equality of African Americans. During World War II, she visited soldiers who were fighting. She also urged her husband to fund a program that helped young people attend college. In 1945, her husband died, but Eleanor did not stop working. A year later, she became a delegate to the United Nations.
After World War II, the Soviet Union and the United States were not on friendly terms. Their armies were not fighting, but neither country trusted the other. Americans thought that Nikita Khrushchev, the leader of the Soviet Union, was dangerous. In 1956, he threatened, "We will bury you." People did not exaggerate when they said that the problems might lead to a new war. In 1957, Khrushchev agreed to talk to Eleanor Roosevelt. It was a historic event. Eleanor might have been a shy child, but she was not shy with the Russian leader. She asked him difficult questions. Khrushchev was not disposed to agree with Roosevelt on many issues. However, Roosevelt and Khrushchev agreed on one important thing. Both countries wanted to live in peace. In 1962, Eleanor Roosevelt died, but the world will not forget her. By then, she had gained worldwide recognition as a leader, champion of the poor, and peacemaker.
Why Bear Sleeps So Much. Russian Folktale. Long ago, when the world was as fresh and new as a daffodil in springtime, the animals faced a serious problem. Troublesome Bear was ruining everything in their forest. The songbirds were all terrified whenever Bear passed through the woods in his usual clumsy way. He would blunder into branches, smashing the birds' fragile nests and eggs. Bear also crushed the hives of the bees and stole their honey, so the bees had a continuous argument with him. Bear squashed the tunnel-like homes of the gophers and the rabbits with his big feet, and in general caused so many disturbances that the animals couldn't relax. As angry as they were, however, the animals didn't really want to get into a scuffle with Bear. He was much too big and strong. Desperate, the animals called a meeting to decide on a course of action. "Why don't we just ask Bear to be more considerate?" suggested Deer timidly. Squirrel was quick to reject Deer's idea. "That won't work," Squirrel insisted, "because Bear never listens to anyone. I think he just enjoys walking all over us." "Throw Bear in jail," Rat shouted. "Force him to live a solitary life in a jail cell, and he won't be able to injure and torment us ever again." The animals nodded in approval at this idea until Mouse pointed out an obvious problem. "We don't have a jail," Mouse squeaked. "And if we did, someone would have to feed Bear in his cell." The very thought of feeding Bear made all the animals shake in fear. Other animals offered more ideas. Skunk suggested that Porcupine distribute some of his extra sharp quills in Bear's bed. Porcupine suggested that Skunk send some smelly spray into Bear's den. Neither animal was brave enough to try the other's plan, however, and the ideas probably wouldn't have worked anyway. Indeed, it looked as if there were no solution to the problem, and the animals were about to cancel the rest of their meeting. Fortunately, at that moment, Eagle flew in like a bolt of lightning. The animals cheered because Eagle was a veteran problem solver. Whenever there was trouble in the forest, Eagle found a way to put an end to it. This time, Eagle clutched a document in his sharp claws. "As we all know," Eagle thundered, "Bear can't hurt anyone or destroy anything when he's asleep. This statement," he said, waving the document, "requires Bear to sleep from October to April every year. I hope you will all sign it." What a great idea! The animals read the document and added their names to it. True, it didn't get rid of Bear permanently, but it gave them temporary relief. At the very least, the animals could look forward to peace and quiet for 6 months of every year. The myth doesn't say how the animals gave their signed document to Bear or what his reaction was to it. Who knows? Maybe he liked the animal's suggestion, for one thing is certain. Bear has been sleeping away half the year ever since.
Blunder. Blunder is a noun. A blunder is a serious or thoughtless mistake. I was terribly embarrassed by my blunder. Now you say the word. Blunder. Blunder. Blunder is a verb. To blunder is to make a foolish or careless mistake, or to move clumsily and carelessly. I saw the hiker blunder through the woods. Now you say the word. Blunder. Cancel. Cancel is a verb. To cancel is to call off or do away with, or to cross out to show that something cannot be used again. Maybe the principal will cancel classes if it continues to snow. Now you say the word. Cancel. Continuous. Continuous is an adjective. Something continuous goes on without a stop or break. Continuous TV coverage began shortly after news of the disaster broke. Now you say the word. Continuous. Distribute. Distribute is a verb. To distribute is to give out in shares, or to scatter or spread. Our class will distribute leaflets announcing the school's fundraising drive. Now you say the word. Distribute. Document. Document is a noun. A document is a written or printed record that gives information or proof. The librarian found the old document inside a book. Now you say the word. Document. Document. Document is a verb. To document is to give written or printed proof, or to support with evidence. Writers often document their sources. Now you say the word. Document. Fragile. Fragile is an adjective. Something fragile is easily broken or damaged and requires special handling or care. The fragile antique was damaged during transit. Now you say the word. Fragile. Myth. Myth is a noun. A myth is an old story that explains why something is or how it came to be. A myth is also something imaginary. The play is based on an ancient Greek myth. Now you say the word. Myth. Reject. Reject is a verb. To reject is to refuse to accept, agree to, believe, or use. Why did you reject the offer? Now you say the word. Reject. Scuffle. Scuffle is a noun. A scuffle is a fight or struggle. Police officers were called in to break up the scuffle. Now you say the word. Scuffle. Scuffle. Scuffle is a verb. To scuffle is to fight or struggle closely with. A witness saw the two men scuffle in an alley. Now you say the word. Scuffle. Solitary. Solitary is an adjective. Solitary is living or being alone, or being the only one. The old man led a solitary life. Now you say the word. Solitary. Temporary. Temporary is an adjective. Something temporary lasts or is used for a limited time. A blow to the head can cause a temporary loss of memory. Now you say the word. Temporary. Veteran. Veteran is an adjective. Veteran is having much experience in some job or field. The actress will play a veteran reporter. Now you say the word. Veteran. Veteran. Veteran is a noun. A veteran is a former member of the armed forces, an experienced person. The Army veteran listened attentively. Now you say the word. Veteran.
Sybil Luddington's Ride, historical nonfiction. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Sybil Luddington. Thanks to a very famous poem, almost everyone knows about Paul Revere. The name of Sybil Luddington, however, is probably unfamiliar. Yet, like Revere, Luddington made an impressive midnight ride to warn American patriots, those fighting for independence, of an approaching British army. In April 1777, 2 years after Revere's famous ride, British soldiers made an assault on Danbury, Connecticut, not too far from where 16-year-old Sybil Luddington lived. The Continental Army, as the Army of the Americans was called, stored supplies in Danbury, and the British strategy was to burn them. Once the supplies were destroyed, the British began to burn the homes and workplaces of numerous patriots in Danbury. The villain in this raid was the British general William Tryon, who lost control of his soldiers and allowed them to hurt innocent citizens. A messenger quickly rode out from Danbury with news of the attack. His destination was the mill of Colonel Henry Luddington in nearby New York State. Only Luddington, the leader of about 400 Patriot volunteers, could fight off the British. After hearing the news, Luddington quickly agreed to help, but his men were spread out for miles. Who would alert them? The messenger from Danbury did not know his way around the area. Luddington himself had to stay at home to assemble his soldiers as they arrived. Perhaps that's when Luddington's daughter, Sybil, volunteered to make the ride. Or perhaps Luddington asked her to go. Either way, it was a shrewd choice. No one could dispute that Sybil was a skillful rider, and she knew the local roads well. Also, as the oldest of 12 children, she was used to responsibility. Sending Sybil was a decision that would be easy to justify. Sybil quickly mounted her horse and rode off on her mission. It was after 9 p.m. and raining when she left, and in the darkness, the rough, unmarked trails could be misleading. Sybil never lost her way, though, galloping from farm to village and calling out the news. In all, she rode 40 miles that night, twice as far as Paul Revere. Along the way, she had to avoid British spies and soldiers. According to one account, she even used a type of gun called a musket to scare away some outlaws who preyed on travelers at night. Sybil had a productive ride that night. When she arrived back home at dawn, more than 400 Patriot volunteers were gathering at her father's mill. Under Colonel Luddington, they were quickly converted into a regular fighting force. By now, the British had burned and abandoned Danbury and were marching inland. Luddington's forces, however, stopped the British advance. Later, at the Battle of Ridgefield, the Patriots fought the British invaders, who eventually retreated to their boats on Long Island Sound. In the months that followed, Sybil's father and the volunteers he led often praised and thanked Sybil for her heroic ride. Even General George Washington sent his congratulations for a job well done. Like so many other patriots, Sybil Luddington had come to the aid of her country.
Abandon. Abandon is a verb. To abandon is to give up on completely, or to leave with no intention of returning. The captain gave the order to abandon ship. Now you say the word. Abandon. Assault. Assault is a noun. An assault is a violent attack. The victim was injured in the assault. Now you say the word. Assault. Assault. Assault is a verb. To assault is to attack violently or suddenly. Dad dared us to assault his snow fort. Now you say the word. Assault. Convert. Convert is a noun. A convert is a person who has changed from one opinion, belief, or religion to another. The new convert was introduced to the congregation. Now you say the word. Convert. Convert. Convert is a verb. To convert is to change from one form to another. A drop in temperature to 32 degrees Fahrenheit will convert water into ice. Now you say the word. Convert. Dispute. Dispute is a noun. A dispute is an argument, quarrel, or debate. Why not try to resolve the dispute peacefully? Now you say the word. Dispute. Dispute. Dispute is a verb. To dispute is to argue, debate, quarrel over, or to question or doubt the truth of something. The committee did not dispute the merits of the bill. Now you say the word. Dispute. Impressive. Impressive is an adjective. Impressive means having a strong effect and commanding attention. The skater gave an impressive performance. Now you say the word. Impressive. Justify. Justify is a verb. To justify is to show to be fair or right, or to give good reasons for something. Be prepared to justify your behavior. Now you say the word. Justify. Misleading. Misleading is an adjective. Misleading means tending to give a wrong idea, often on purpose. The lawyer called the statement misleading. Now you say the word. Misleading. Numerous. Numerous is an adjective. Numerous means many or very many. Numerous aunts and uncles came to our family reunion. Now you say the word. Numerous. Productive. Productive is an adjective. Productive means making or capable of making large amounts of something or giving good results. With care, it may become a productive orchard. Now you say the word. Productive. Shrewd. Shrewd is an adjective. Shrewd means showing clever judgment and practical understanding. My aunt is a shrewd businesswoman. Now you say the word. Shrewd. Strategy. Strategy is a noun. A strategy is a carefully made plan or plot, or a plan of military operations. Our teacher suggested a test-taking strategy. Now you say the word. Strategy. Villain. Villain is a noun. A villain is an evil or wicked person or character, especially in a story or play. In old movies, the villain often wore a black hat. Now you say the word. Villain.
The Flight of the Monarch. Magazine article. They are the only butterflies known to migrate or travel at a particular time of year. Some fly as far as 3,000 miles to reach their winter homes. They are also among the most vivid of all insects. Their bright orange, white, and black bodies can be seen flashing brilliantly in the sunlight. Their name is also appropriate because the monarch rules over the vast territory that it passes during its annual migration. When the first cold winds of autumn blow, monarch butterflies in the United States begin their long migration south. They cannot postpone this flight, or their bodies might freeze. Monarchs in the eastern states migrate to warm havens in Mexico. For monarchs west of the Rocky Mountains, the winter destination is Southern California. Monarchs tend to migrate south in large groups, but weaker ones often straggle far behind. At night, the butterflies roost together in tall fir, cedar, and pine trees. Monarchs usually cover from 50 to 100 miles a day, and it can take them up to 2 months to complete the trip. The long flight south can be treacherous. Cold weather and early snowstorms often take a toll on the travelers. Monarchs must be cautious and try to avoid danger. Many birds feed on monarchs too. Some butterflies run into obstacles, such as cars and trucks. Others just weaken and die from the strain of the difficult flight. The bluffs and peaks of the Sierra Madre, a mountain range in Mexico, make an ideal haven for the monarchs. The fir forests there provide the right temperature and humidity. The butterflies gather in a few small areas in colonies that consist of millions and millions of individuals. A single tree might be home for more than 10,000 of the insects. The monarchs are not active at this time. Like bears, they sleep away the winter months. To help preserve the monarchs, the Mexican government has taken steps to protect their winter home. For example, logging or the cutting down of trees is prohibited. Environmentalists despise this illegal activity, which shrinks the monarch's habitat. Also, as the forest thins, the butterflies are more likely to get wet and freeze during winter rainstorms. When the warm days of March arrive, the monarchs wake up and flutter down from their trees. After mating, the females lay their eggs. The eggs, which look like miniature pearls, hatch as caterpillars in about 4 days. After 2 weeks, each caterpillar transforms itself into a chrysalis, an egg-like pod. 10 days later, the adult monarch emerges. We must be clear when describing the migration of monarchs. The butterflies that flew south do not return north themselves. Only their offspring will begin the return flight in spring. Also, since most monarchs live only 6 weeks, it takes about 3 generations of monarchs to reach the northernmost states from Mexico. The females of each generation will deposit eggs along the route. Once grown, the new generation resumes the journey begun by its parents. Fortunately, the generation of monarchs that is alive in early autumn lives much longer, about 7 months. So those butterflies have time to make the long flight south. In this way, monarchs have populated large areas and lived on throughout the years.
Bluff. Bluff is an adjective. Bluff means direct and outspoken in a good-natured way. He seemed a hearty, bluff fellow. Now you say the word. Bluff. Bluff. Bluff is a noun. A bluff is a steep, high cliff or bank, or an attempt to fool someone. A scout stood on a bluff overlooking the valley. Now you say the word. Bluff. Bluff. Bluff is a verb. To bluff is to deceive or trick, or to try to fool others by putting on a confident front. The thieves tried to bluff their way past the security guard. Now you say the word. Bluff. Cautious. Cautious is an adjective. Cautious means avoiding unnecessary risk or mistakes. A cautious traveler prepares for emergencies. Now you say the word. Cautious. Consist. Consist is a verb. To consist of is to be made up of something specific. Many salad dressings consist of oil, vinegar, and spices. Now you say the word. Consist. Despise. Despise is a verb. To despise is to look down on intensely or dislike something or someone strongly. I despise bullies. Now you say the word. Despise. Haven. Haven is a noun. A haven is a safe place. The captain sought a haven from the storm. Now you say the word. Haven. Miniature. Miniature is a noun. A miniature is a very small copy, model, or painting. Her collection of miniatures is quite valuable. Now you say the word. Miniature. Miniature. Miniature is an adjective. Miniature means on a very small scale. A miniature railroad was on display in the toy department of the store. Now you say the word. Miniature. Monarch. Monarch is a noun. A monarch is a person who rules over a kingdom or empire. Queen Victoria was Great Britain's monarch from 1837 to 1901. Now you say the word. Monarch. Obstacle. Obstacle is a noun. An obstacle is something that gets in the way. Shyness need not be an obstacle to success. Now you say the word. Obstacle. Postpone. Postpone is a verb. To postpone is to put off until later. Coach decided to postpone the practice. Now you say the word. Postpone. Straggle. Straggle is a verb. To straggle is to stray off, or trail behind, or to spread out in a scattered fashion. Students who straggle from the group may get lost. Now you say the word. Straggle. Treacherous. Treacherous is an adjective. Treacherous means likely to betray, or seemingly safe but actually dangerous. That hill can be a treacherous climb in winter. Now you say the word. Treacherous. Vivid. Vivid is an adjective. Vivid means bright and sharp, giving a clear picture or full of life. She gave a vivid description of her trip. Now you say the word. Vivid.
Wagon Train Diary. Diary entries. May 1, 1849. Today, we said goodbye and started off to the land of gold. There are 30 wagons in our group and 60 people. We began with much laughter, but a mishap quickly spoiled the mood. While crossing the Missouri River, 2 wagons were swept away by the water, and the families inside barely escaped. May 15.
The oxen plod on, slowly and steadily. How I wish they moved at a more aggressive pace. When it rains, we barely cover 2 miles in a day. Will we ever reach California? Everyone who emigrates wonders this, for the hours drag slowly. The bumping wagon bruises my bones, so usually I walk. My feet are sore, but the prairie flowers are beautiful, and I would not see them so well from the wagon. May 18. Just before noon, the sky looked hazy. I thought it must be full of smoke, but then we heard the buzzing and knew it was a swarm of grasshoppers in flight. There were more of them than anyone could imagine. The giant cloud of grasshoppers overwhelmed us, turning day to night. We did all we could to keep the pests off our faces until, mercifully, they moved on. June 3. Hurrah! Today we reached the Platte River. After weeks of dusty travel, how luxurious to sit in the water. The taste of fish is indeed a welcome change after salted pork. If only we could linger here, but we dare not. The wide span of a desert and the tall masses of a mountain range await us. June 19. At Independence Rock, so many emigrants have cut their names into the granite that I could barely find a spot for my own. Now my name will forever be associated with this landmark on the trail leading west. July 6. We took a cutoff and got lost. At last, we are heading the right way, but the oxen need water. Once we thought we saw a stream, but it was a mirage, a trick of sunlight that deceived us. August 6. It seemed like there would be no end to the wind and dust. 7 of our wagons turned back. Then there was a sight to behold at Soda Springs. Hot water puffed and spurted high into the air, leaving a trail of rainbows. I wouldn't have traded that beauty for the glamour of any big city. August 20. Grass is scarce, and the oxen groan. We had to lighten our load, and Father dumped our stove and pots and books. Necessity has made us flexible, and we cannot be too attached to our belongings. The long trail is littered with lovely things. September 8. Today, we traveled 14 miles and had to cross the Truckee River 12 times. September 15. Never did we believe that we'd make it up the rocky trail to the top of the Sierra Nevada, a mountain range in California. But here we are, and the majestic pines and peaks frame our first grand glimpse of California.
Aggressive. Aggressive is an adjective. If you are aggressive, you are quick to fight or quarrel, tend to violence, or are bold and forceful and determined. An aggressive salesperson never gives up. Now you say the word. Aggressive.
Associate. Associate is a verb. To associate is to join together as partners, allies, or friends, or to be linked in one's mind, connected. I will always associate peaches with summer. Now you say the word. Associate. Associate. Associate is a noun. To be an associate, you are a partner or a friend. The businessman introduced his associate. Now you say the word. Associate.
Deceive. Deceive is a verb. To deceive someone is to trick or lead the person into believing something that is not true. It is unfair to deceive the customer with false advertising. Now you say the word. Deceive. Immigrate. Immigrate is a verb. To immigrate is to leave one's home country or area to live in another place. Henri hopes to immigrate from Haiti to the United States. Now you say the word. Immigrate.
Flexible. Flexible is an adjective. Something that is able to bend without breaking, or is able to change or to take in new ideas, is flexible. I brought in a box of flexible straws. Now you say the word. Flexible. Glamour. Glamour is a noun. If something has glamour, it has mysterious charm, beauty, or attractiveness. The movie captures the glamour of Paris. Now you say the word. Glamour. Hazy. Hazy is an adjective. If something is hazy, it is unclear or misty. It is not readily seen or understandable. Another hot and hazy day is forecast. Now you say the word. Hazy. Linger. Linger is a verb. To linger is to stay longer than expected, to be slow in leaving, or to go slowly or take one's time. We like to linger over breakfast on Saturdays. Now you say the word. Linger. Luxurious. Luxurious is an adjective. If something is luxurious, it provides ease and comfort far beyond what is ordinary or necessary. They took a luxurious vacation. Now you say the word. Luxurious. Mishap. Mishap is a noun. A mishap is an unfortunate but minor accident. The waiters chuckled over the mishap. Now you say the word. Mishap.
Overwhelm. Overwhelm is a verb. To overwhelm is to overcome by superior force or to crush, to affect so deeply as to make helpless. Fresh troops threaten to overwhelm the weakened defenders. Now you say the word. Overwhelm.
Span. Span is a noun. A span is the full reach or length of something, especially between 2 points in space or time. The span of most insects' lives is very brief. Now you say the word. Span. Span. Span is a verb. To span something is to stretch or reach across. The new bridge will be built to span the Golden Gate, which is the opening of San Francisco Bay. Now you say the word. Span.
Bacchus and Philemon. Ancient myth. In his palace on Mount Olympus, Jupiter, the supreme Roman god, was furious. "People are so corrupt," he told his grandson Mercury. "They lie, they cheat, they steal. It's a disgrace." "Is it really that bad?" asked Mercury. "Worse," replied Jupiter. "People don't even show hospitality to strangers anymore." This last blemish on the character of humans bothered Jupiter the most. Welcoming guests kindly was important to the king of the gods. "I have to teach people a lesson," the great god continued. "Before you unjustly accuse people and persecute them, let's travel to Earth and see for ourselves," suggested Mercury. "Maybe there are more good people than you think." Using Mercury's winged sandals, the two gods transported themselves to the city of Phrygia. There, they disguised themselves in ragged cloaks, so that no one would know they were gods. Looking at them, you would conclude that they were poor travelers. From house to house, the two nomads wandered, asking for water and bread. Sad to say, the situation was as bad as Jupiter had predicted. No one welcomed the travelers. "On your way," one farmer warned, threatening to turn his dogs loose on them. "Get out of here," a woman shouted, waving a blunt axe. So it went at every house in the city, until at last the travelers came to Bacchus and Philemon. Their one-room hut was falling down, for Bacchus and Philemon were poor. They were also old, in their 80s, and had been married 60 years. "Come in, come in," Philemon welcomed the strangers. "You have walked a long way, for I can see the dust and the fatigue on your faces." "Will you stay for dinner?" Philemon's wife Bacchus asked. "It isn't much. Fruit, bread, and olives, but you're welcome to share our meal with us." the god sat down at the rough wooden table, and Bacchus lit candles to give the meal a festive atmosphere. As Philemon served the food, Bacchus again apologized for the meal. "We live very simply," she said. "The important thing is that we love each other." Philemon nodded, but he had just detected something very strange. He brought his guests more food and drink every time their plates were empty, yet the serving pot and jug remained full. Only a god was capable of such a miracle. Reading Philemon's mind, Jupiter and Mercury threw off their cloaks and shone in all their glory. "In this entire city," Jupiter said, "only this house has shown us hospitality." As he spoke, another wonder occurred. The wooden hut fell away, and in its place stood a shining marble house. "Tell me what you wish for most," said Jupiter, "and I will give it to you." "Let this building be your temple, and let us be the priest here," Philemon began. "And let us die together, so neither ever has to live without the other," Bacchus concluded. And so it was. Bacchus and Philemon served in the temple for many years, and when they were about to die, Jupiter turned them into trees, an oak and a linden. Remarkably, both trees grew from the same trunk. Together, their long branches shaded the temple for generations.
Blemish. Blemish is a noun. A blemish is a mark or stain that damages the appearance of something, or a weakness or flaw. The carpenter noticed a blemish in the finish of the cabinet. Now you say the word. Blemish. Blunt. Blunt is an adjective. Blunt means having a dull point or edge, not sharp. Blunt also means to be honest but insensitive in manner. My uncle gave me some blunt advice. Now you say the word. Blunt. Blunt. Blunt is a verb. To blunt something is to make it less sharp. Misuse will blunt a knife blade. Now you say the word. Blunt. Capable. Capable is an adjective. Capable means able and prepared to do something. Capable also means fit or skilled. A capable teacher should be rewarded. Now you say the word. Capable. Conclude. Conclude is a verb. To conclude is to finish, to bring something to an end, or to decide after careful thought. After electing a new secretary, the committee voted to conclude the meeting. Now you say the word. Conclude. Detect. Detect is a verb. To detect is to find or discover something, or to notice something. A test may detect chemicals in the water supply. Now you say the word. Detect. Fatigue. Fatigue is a noun. Fatigue is weariness or exhaustion from work or lack of sleep. By the end of the day, I felt overcome with fatigue. Now you say the word. Fatigue. Fatigue. Fatigue is a verb. To fatigue is to make very tired. The riders were warned not to fatigue the horses. Now you say the word. Fatigue. Festive. Festive is an adjective. Festive means having to do with a feast or celebration. Decorations will help lend a festive atmosphere. Now you say the word. Festive. Hospitality. Hospitality is a noun. Hospitality is a friendly welcome and treatment of guests. The innkeepers were famous for their hospitality. Now you say the word. Hospitality. Nomad. Nomad is a noun. A nomad is a member of a people who move from place to place, or a person who roams aimlessly. The adventurer lived the life of a nomad. Now you say the word. Nomad. Persecute. Persecute is a verb. To persecute is to treat unjustly or cause to suffer. The dictator may try to persecute the minority group. Now you say the word. Persecute. Supreme. Supreme is an adjective. Supreme means highest in power, rank, authority, quality, or degree. He acted as if giving up his seat were the supreme sacrifice. Now you say the word. Supreme. Transport. Transport is a verb. To transport is to move or carry from one place to another. A mover was hired to transport the furniture. Now you say the word. Transport. Transport. Transport is a noun. Transport is a vehicle used to move things from place to place. Transport is also the act or process of moving something from one place to another. The ocean liner was used as a troop transport during the war. Now you say the word. Transport.
The Surprising Life of Emily Dickinson. Biography. Once upon a time in the town of Amherst, Massachusetts, lived a young girl named Emily Dickinson. She was a lively, happy child who lived with her parents, sister, and brother in a big house near the village green. At school, Emily learned to read and write, and at home, she learned to cook and sew. Like many of her friends, she no doubt had a great capacity for fun as well, sledding in the cold New England winter and going on picnics in the green and flowering summertime. There was nothing unusual about young Emily. It seemed apparent that she would get married one day. Eventually, she would have her own house and raise her own children, perhaps in Amherst. In many ways, she would duplicate the life that her mother had lived. After all, that's what most girls did in the 1800s. When she was older, Emily went away to college for a while. She took a few trips, too, once traveling to Washington, D.C., where her father was a congressman. At home, she took part in town and church activities. When the Civil War began, she worked with other civilians to find ways to support the soldiers. Then, suddenly, everything changed. For some reason, Emily decided to withdraw from everyday life. She stopped seeing almost everyone, never traveled, and rarely went outside. Eventually, she didn't leave her parents' house at all, and that's how she lived for the rest of her life. What provoked Emily Dickinson to take this course of action? Even today, no one can say for sure. While the undoing of her normal social life must have caused loneliness and pain, it also enabled the young woman to accomplish something great. In the years that followed, Emily Dickinson wrote 1,775 poems. Sometimes Emily might send a poem to a friend, but she didn't try to publish her poetry. If anything, she concealed it, tying her poems in bundles and hiding them in her dresser drawers. Fortunately, Emily's poetry didn't stay hidden from the world. After her death, the poems were finally published. When they appeared in print, readers couldn't believe how rich and vast her output had been. Although she never left the shelter of her house, Emily Dickinson had a keen imagination. In a drop of water, she could see a flood. In a grain of sand, she saw a desert. To write so many poems, Emily Dickinson must have experienced many spurts of inspiration. Yet she crafted each poem carefully, choosing the exact words, rhythms, and punctuation to express her meaning. Some of the poems do reflect her loneliness, but they are inspiring too. Somehow, Dickinson could use a simple image: the wind in the trees, a robin on a garden path, a train in the valley, to suggest life's endless possibilities. Simply put, Emily Dickinson was one of America's finest poets. From the stillness of her quiet room in Amherst, her delicate yet powerful words echoed across the land.
Accomplish. Accomplish is a verb. To accomplish is to do, make happen, succeed in, or carry through. Let's work together to accomplish the task. Now you say the word. Accomplish. Apparent. Apparent is an adjective. Apparent means open to view, easy to understand, or seeming to be true or real. Speeding was the apparent cause of the accident. Now you say the word. Apparent. Capacity. Capacity is a noun. Capacity is the amount of space that can be filled, ability or skill, or office or role. The stadium was filled to capacity for the championship game. Now you say the word. Capacity. Civilian. Civilian is a noun. A civilian is a person not in a military, police, or firefighting force. A team of civilians investigated the accident. Now you say the word. Civilian. Civilian. Civilian is an adjective. Civilian means non-military. No civilian casualties were reported. Now you say the word. Civilian. Conceal. Conceal is a verb. To conceal is to hide or keep secret, or to place out of sight. I tried to conceal my disappointment with a smile. Now you say the word. Conceal. Duplicate. Duplicate is a verb. To duplicate is to copy exactly or produce something equal to. A locksmith can duplicate almost any key. Now you say the word. Duplicate. Duplicate. Duplicate is an adjective. Duplicate means exactly like something else. My friend and I came up with duplicate plans. Now you say the word. Duplicate. Duplicate. Duplicate is a noun. A duplicate is an exact copy. He hung up a framed duplicate of a famous painting in his office. Now you say the word. Duplicate. Keen. Keen is an adjective. Keen means having a sharpened edge, quick and sharp in thought or in sight, hearing, or smell. Keen also means eager. Birds of prey have keen eyesight. Now you say the word. Keen. Provoke. Provoke is a verb. To provoke is to annoy or make angry, stir up, or to do something in order to get a response. Name calling is bound to provoke an argument. Now you say the word. Provoke. Spurt. Spurt is a verb. To spurt is to shoot out quickly in a stream or to show a burst of energy. We watch the runners spurt for the finish line. Now you say the word. Spurt. Spurt. Spurt is a noun. A spurt is a sudden, short stream of fluid or a quick burst of activity. My shirt was stained by a spurt of ketchup. Now you say the word. Spurt. Undoing. Undoing is a noun. Undoing is a bringing to ruin or destruction, the cause of ruin, or unfastening or loosening. Idle gossip was the cause of their undoing. Now you say the word. Undoing. Vast. Vast is an adjective. Vast means very great or very large. A vast ocean stretched into the distance. Now you say the word. Vast. Withdraw. Withdraw is a verb. To withdraw is to pull out or remove, to move back or away, or retreat. Is it too late to withdraw from the race? Now you say the word. Withdraw.
Eugenie Clark, Swimming with Sharks. Biography. 9-year-old Jeannie leaned against the glass barrier and stared at the fish. This was her first visit to the aquarium, and she couldn't keep her eyes off the underwater scene. Neon fish flashed by, and an octopus waved. Jeannie, however, stared mainly at the sharks. Imagine swimming with these graceful creatures. After that, Jeannie became a reliable visitor to the New York City Aquarium. She went back week after week, always learning about more ocean life. Soon she decided to become an ichthyologist, a scientist who studies fish. She was only in 4th grade, but Eugenie Clark calculated that there was nothing else that she would rather do than swim with the sharks. Years later, Jeannie's dream came true when, in her 20s, she became Dr. Eugenie Clark. She had degrees in marine biology and experience studying fish all over the world. Since diving was the best way to study fish, Dr. Clark obtained some scuba gear. On one early dive, a large shark appeared and gave her a jolt. Not frightened, Clark simply admired the shark's beauty. Swimming with sharks was fun, but Eugenie Clark also wanted to learn about them through experiments. To pursue this kind of work, she started a marine laboratory in Florida. Doing so made her the first woman in the United States to run her own marine biology lab, a considerable achievement. Over the years, Clark composed many articles and even wrote a book about her adventures that was called The Lady and the Sharks. The book became a bestseller, and people started calling her Shark Lady. Clark also helped teach people about ocean life through films and television shows. Always on the go, she did not appoint deputies to do the filming. Instead, she traveled the world to take part in it herself. During her travels, Clark often called attention to threats to the ocean environment. For example, she often dived in the Red Sea in Egypt. There, the Ras Mohammed reefs, like many of the world's coral reefs, were being harmed by pollution. To save the reefs, Eugenie Clark teamed with Egyptian scientists and divers. Together, these experts made the Egyptian government and public aware of the problem. Many Egyptians rejoiced when, as a result of their efforts, Ras Mohammed became Egypt's first national park. Eugenie Clark wasn't about to retire when she turned 65. Instead, she began to dive in submersibles, or mini-submarines. For Clark, the subs safely opened up new areas of the ocean for study. After all, diving deep down or for long periods of time in scuba gear can be unhealthy and dangerous. Exposure to salt water can shrivel a person's skin. The intense pressure of the water can leave a diver unconscious and senseless. By contrast, a diver in a submersible can descend thousands of feet with no harmful physical effects. Industrious as ever, Dr. Clark keeps studying sharks and writing books. Diving in submersibles, she continues to live her childhood dream of exploring the treasures of the sea. To her, of course, that doesn't mean sunken treasure chests and pirate loot, but rather the wonders of underwater life.
Barrier. Barrier is a noun. A barrier is something that blocks the way or is an obstacle. Firefighters often construct a barrier to stop a forest fire. Now you say the word. Barrier. Calculate. Calculate is a verb. To calculate is to find out by using mathematics or reasoning, to reckon, or to estimate. The math teacher asks us to calculate the number of hours we spend on homework each week. Now you say the word. Calculate. Compose. Compose is a verb. To compose is to be or make up the parts of or form something. To compose is also to create or write or to quiet someone's mind. Before you compose the essay, you might write an outline. Now you say the word. Compose. Considerable. Considerable is an adjective. Considerable means fairly large in size or extent, or worthy of attention. It will take a considerable amount of time to complete the science project. Now you say the word. Considerable. Deputy. Deputy is a noun. A deputy is one chosen to help or take the place of another or to act in that person's absence. The sheriff's first act after winning the election was to appoint a deputy. Now you say the word. Deputy. Industrious. Industrious is an adjective. Industrious means busy or working steadily. The crew that gathered to clean up the vacant lot was as industrious as an ant colony. Now you say the word. Industrious. Jolt. Jolt is a verb. To jolt is to shake up roughly or to move along in a jerky or bumpy fashion. It was fun to jolt down the dirt road in the wagon. Now you say the word. Jolt. Jolt. Jolt is a noun. A jolt is a sudden bump or jerk. A jolt is also a shock or surprise. We felt a jolt as a Ferris wheel started. Now you say the word. Jolt. Loot. Loot is a verb. To loot is to rob by force or violence, especially during war or time of unrest. The soldiers were warned not to loot the villages. Now you say the word. Loot. Loot. Loot is a noun. Loot is valuable things that have been stolen or taken by force. Detectives found loot from a dozen robberies. Now you say the word. Loot. Rejoice. Rejoice is a verb. To rejoice is to feel joy or great delight, or to make joyful. The whole town will rejoice if the team wins the championship. Now you say the word. Rejoice. Reliable. Reliable is an adjective. Reliable means deserving trust or dependable. It is not easy to find a reliable babysitter. Now you say the word. Reliable. Senseless. Senseless is an adjective. Lacking meaning, stupid, or foolish. Senseless also means without use of the senses. The boxer was knocked senseless by the blow. Now you say the word. Senseless. Shrivel. Shrivel is a verb. To shrivel is to shrink and wrinkle, especially from heat, cold, or dryness. Exposed skin will shrivel in the frosty air. Now you say the word. Shrivel.
What happened to Pennsylvania Station? Essay. Cars and taxis passed the 84 pink granite columns that stood like guards at the front of the station. Pedestrians approached along an elegant arched passageway. The waiting room was 15 stories high and a block and a half long. In many ways, Pennsylvania Station, also known as Penn Station, was the heart of New York City. Built in 1910, the station was an energetic place. Filled with bustling crowds, Penn Station welcomed travelers with its bright and hearty atmosphere. Getting on or off a train here was an exciting thing to do. By the 1950s, however, fewer people were traveling by train. They had found alternate ways to travel. Airlines carried more and more passengers. New superhighways made driving long distances easier. By the end of the decade, the owners of Penn Station made a fateful decision. They would demolish the famous landmark. In its place, they would build an office building and a sports arena. The plan seemed to make financial sense, but little thought was given to train passengers. People would now have to board trains underground from small waiting areas near the train tunnels. Demolish Penn Station? When New Yorkers heard the plan, they couldn't believe their ears. One of the city's finest public places had been given a death sentence, and New Yorkers didn't like the verdict. Citizens joined together to save the landmark. For months, they would strive to rescue it from the wrecking ball. They pointed out that the station was an architectural treasure. It had played a key role in the life and history of the city. What's more, the new underground station would be cramped and uncomfortable. A person didn't have to be very observant to see that. Unfortunately, no one could stop the tragedy. City officials enforced the wishes of the owner, and in 1963, the wrecking balls went to work. Onlookers gazed in horror as an architectural masterpiece crashed to the ground in dust. In the end, New Yorkers resigned themselves to the loss of Penn Station. They had, however, learned a lesson. Landmark buildings had to be saved. A special Landmarks Commission was formed. Its primary purpose was to identify and protect the city's finest architecture. Its members recognized that as a city changes and matures, some older buildings do have to be demolished to make room for new ones. Landmarks, however, must be preserved. Ironically, by the 1990s, train travel had picked up at Penn Station, especially among commuters from surrounding towns. The underground station had difficulty handling the raging river of traffic. As predicted, few liked the cramped replacement. Some New Yorkers hoped to convert a grand old post office into a new train station. The post office is in the right place, and in some ways, it resembles the old Pennsylvania Station. The plan may work, but the overhaul will be a very difficult and costly feat. So the tragedy teaches another lesson. Sometimes, it's better to preserve what we have than to try to replace it.
Alternate. Alternate is a verb. To alternate is to do, use, or happen in successive turns, or to take turns. We chose 2 students to alternate in the lead role for our class play. Now you say the word. Alternate. Alternate. Alternate is an adjective. Alternate means happening or appearing in turns, as in every other instance. Alternate also means being a choice between two or more things. The bus driver took an alternate route. Now you say the word. Alternate. Alternate. Alternate is a noun. An alternate is a person acting or prepared to act in the place of another, a substitute. Juries usually include two or more alternates. Now you say the word. Alternate. Demolish. Demolish is a verb. To demolish is to tear down or break to pieces. A wrecking crew arrived to demolish the old building. Now you say the word. Demolish. Energetic. Energetic is an adjective. Energetic means active and vigorous, full of energy, or forceful. Our teacher has an energetic assistant. Now you say the word. Energetic. Enforce. Enforce is a verb. To enforce is to force obedience. It is the duty of the police to protect citizens and enforce the laws. Now you say the word. Enforce. Feat. Feat is a noun. A feat is an act or deed that shows daring, skill, or strength. The crowd cheered when the circus strongman performed a mighty feat. Now you say the word. Feat. Hearty. Hearty is an adjective. Hearty means warm and friendly, healthy, lively and strong, or large and satisfying to the appetite. We sat down to a hearty meal. Now you say the word. Hearty. Mature. Mature is a verb. To mature is to bring to or reach full development or growth. The puppy will mature over the summer. Now you say the word. Mature. Mature. Mature is an adjective. Mature means fully grown or developed. A field of mature oats waved in the breeze. Now you say the word. Mature. Observant. Observant is an adjective. Observant means watchful and quick to notice, or careful and diligent. An observant guard spotted the vandals. Now you say the word. Observant. Primary. Primary is an adjective. Primary means first in importance, first in time or order, or basic or fundamental. Raising money was our primary order of business. Now you say the word. Primary. Primary. Primary is a noun. A primary is an early election that narrows the choice of candidates who will run in a final election. The challenger won the primary. Now you say the word. Primary. Resign. Resign is a verb. To resign is to give up a job, an office, or a right or claim. Richard Nixon was the first president to resign from office. Now you say the word. Resign. Strive. Strive is a verb. To strive is to devote much energy or effort, or to try hard. You must strive to finish your homework on time. Now you say the word. Strive. Verdict. Verdict is a noun. A verdict is the decision of a jury at the end of a trial or legal case, or any decision. The jury brought in a guilty verdict. Now you say the word. Verdict.
The Competitive Edge, Contemporary Fiction. My friend Denise was the best distance runner on our track team. At least, I always assumed she was. In spring, we both run in 3-kilometer races in the vicinity of our school. She comes in first, and I might come in 5th or so, on a good day. I'm just not that focused on winning, I guess. And I certainly never thought anyone would displace Denise as the team's top runner. Maya, you had to be more competitive, Coach Karen told me after my last race. Today you look like you were jogging downtown for an ice cream cone. Coach isn't always considerate of my feelings. Still, there's truth to what she says. If you took a poll, most people would say athletes are naturally competitive. But for some reason, I wasn't. Not that there's anything bad or improper about wanting to win, especially in sports. In fact, a competitive spirit is a healthy thing. So why didn't I have more of it? That's what was on my mind last Friday just before the 3-kilometer race in Great Falls. When the race began, I watched Denise jump out to the lead as I fell back to the middle of the pack. This was identical to what had happened at the beginning of my last 2 races. I had come in 6th and 7th in those, but suddenly, that wasn't good enough. All of a sudden, I felt like winning. We were already running at a brisk pace, but I picked it up a bit. Running hard, I moved ahead of the 2 girls in front of me. This was risky, because pacing is all important in distance running. If I wasn't careful, I might not have enough energy to finish. I might come in last and humiliate myself. One thing was obvious. I wasn't jogging for ice cream today. In fact, I was gaining on Denise. With each step, I saw the soles of her track shoes more clearly. Usually my mind races faster than my body does in a race. I think about how far I've run and how far I have to go. I estimate how much energy I have left. I second-guess every move I make. This race, however, was different. This time my mind was completely empty, except for one thought. I'm going to pull ahead. Incredibly enough, I did. I crossed the finish line less than a meter ahead of Denise. I had won my first race. Good race, I said to Denise after we had caught our breaths. Yeah, she muttered, looking like she was in shock after her unexpected downfall. Lucky win for me, I heard myself say. I guess I came up with that to soothe Denise's feelings. Just then Coach came over. That was more than luck, she said. You both ran a great race. It's just that Maya wanted the win more, finally. I have to admit that winning the race felt great. It's a memory I cherish. Also, now that I've won once, I want to prove that I can do it again. Maybe that's what competition is all about.
Brisk. Brisk is an adjective. Brisk means energetic, lively, fast, cool and fresh. The flag snapped and fluttered in the brisk wind. Now you say the word. Brisk. Cherish. Cherish is a verb. To cherish is to feel or show great love for something or someone. To value highly or to take special care of. Our freedom is something we should always safeguard and cherish. Now you say the word. Cherish. Considerate. Considerate as an adjective. Considerate means showing concern for the needs or feelings of others. If you are a considerate guest, you might be invited back. Now you say the word. Considerate. Displace. Displace is a verb. To displace is to force to move or flee. or to move out of position. Officials feared that the flood would displace the villagers from their homes. Now you say the word. Displace. Downfall. Downfall is a noun. A downfall is a sudden fall from power or position, or a sudden and heavy snow or rain. To this day, historians argue over what caused the Roman Empire's downfall. Now you say the word. Downfall. Estimate. Estimate is a verb. To estimate is to form a rough judgment about the size, quantity, or value of something. I would estimate the number of people at the concert at about 15,000. Now you say the word. Estimate. Estimate. Estimate is a noun. An estimate is a rough calculation or a careful guess. The mechanic gave us an estimate for the auto repairs. Now you say the word. Estimate. Humiliate. Humiliate is a verb. To humiliate is to hurt someone's self-respect or pride. Our opponents accused us of trying to humiliate them by running up the score. Now you say the word. Humiliate. Identical. Identical is an adjective. Identical means exactly the same or alike in every way. The twins like to wear identical outfits. Now you say the word. Identical. Improper. Improper is an adjective. Improper means not correct or showing bad manners or taste. The principal reminded us that improper behavior is not acceptable. Now you say the word. Improper. Poll. Poll is a noun. A poll is a collecting of votes or places where voting takes place. A poll is also a collecting of opinions. Where did you see the results of the poll? Now you say the word. Poll. Poll. Poll is a verb. To poll is to receive votes, to vote, or to question people to collect opinions. We are going to poll our classmates about their favorite movies. Now you say the word. Poll. Soothe. Soothe is a verb. To soothe is to make calm or ease pain or sorrow. The nurse tried to soothe the fussy child. Now you say the word. Soothe. Vicinity. Vicinity is a noun. Vicinity is the area near a place or the surrounding region. There is a park in the vicinity of our school. Now you say the word. Vicinity.
Ireland's Great Famine, textbook entry. High in the Andes Mountains of Peru, in a climate too cold for corn, the Inca people grew the first potatoes. The Spanish who arrived in Peru in 1532 were interested in gold and silver, not potatoes. Nevertheless, when they descended the Andes and left Peru, they carried some of the strange new vegetables with them and later brought them back to Spain. From there, the potato spread to other parts of Europe. Many people who grew and ate potatoes enjoyed the new food, but some doctors and scientists had serious doubts. They condemned potatoes, claiming they caused disease. In France, some even tried to abolish the planting of the new crop, claiming it ruined the soil. Despite these extreme reactions, however, most Europeans eventually realized that potatoes were a good source of nutrition. Nowhere were potatoes grown more widely than in Ireland. In the 1600s, Ireland was a very poor country controlled by an English parliament that acted like a dictator. Most Irish farmers could only afford to rent small plots of land. Raising enough food for a family was a constant challenge. The thrifty Irish farmers saw that they could grow more potatoes on their land than they could wheat, oats, or barley. Also, potato fields did not need to be plowed. As a result, a farmer did not need a horse and plow, only a shovel, to plant potatoes. For these reasons, potatoes became Ireland's main source of food. For over a century, the new crop helped feed a growing population. Then, in 1845, disaster struck. A fungus, which is a type of plant growth, attacked the crop. On a visual level, its effects were horrifying. It could turn a healthy green potato field into a dark, wilted mess. On a practical level, the harm it could cause soon became clear as well. The fungus destroyed half of Ireland's potato crop that year. Although this occurrence caused widespread hunger, most people survived and looked forward to the next harvest. In fact, many farmers expanded their fields, hoping to grow more potatoes the following year to make up for their losses. Sadly, the farmers' hopes were in vain. In the summer of 1846, the fungus reappeared. This time, Ireland's entire potato crop was lost. The nation's food supply chain, already fragile and brittle, snapped. Food prices shot up, and a serious famine gripped the land. To survive, people appealed to friends and relatives for help. They sold whatever portable possessions they had on hand in order to buy food. Eventually, they had nothing left that could be carried away. Even worse, after a time, there was no food left to buy. The potato fungus was like a predator, and the Irish people were its prey. Weak from hunger, many were unable to fight off disease. To make matters worse, the normally mild Irish winter turned bitterly cold in the winter of 1846 to 1847. By 1848, about 1 million people had died of hunger or disease. Another 1 million had left Ireland to start new lives in North America. In the years that followed, good potato harvests returned, but for the estimated 1/4 of the population that had died or emigrated, it was too late.
Abolish. Abolish is a verb. To abolish is to do away completely with something, or to put an end to something. Will human beings ever be able to abolish war? Now you say the word. Abolish. Appeal. Appeal is a noun. An appeal is a sincere or strong request for something that is needed, or a quality or ability that attracts or interests people. An appeal is also a request to a higher court for review of a legal decision. Some people don't understand the appeal of video games. Now you say the word. Appeal. Appeal. Appeal is a verb. To appeal is to ask strongly for help, understanding, or something else needed, or to be attractive or interesting. To appeal is also to request review of a legal decision. Our class will appeal for aid for the homeless. Now you say the word. Appeal. Brittle. Brittle is an adjective. Something brittle is easily broken, snapped, or cracked. It is not flexible. The pages of the old book had turned brittle. Now you say the word. Brittle. Condemn. Condemn is a verb. To condemn is to criticize a person or action as wrong, guilty, or evil, or to judge as guilty and to punish. The judge is expected to condemn the defendant to life in prison. Now you say the word. Condemn. Descend. Descend is a verb. To descend is to move to a lower place from a higher one, or to come or be handed down from the past. We watch the climber descend the cliff. Now you say the word. Descend. Dictator. Dictator is a noun. A dictator is a ruler or leader who has total power. Sometimes my older brother acts like a dictator. Now you say the word. Dictator. Expand. Expand is a verb. To expand is to open up, make or grow larger, or to develop. The principal plans to expand our classroom. Now you say the word. Expand. Famine. Famine is a noun. Famine is a severe shortage of food over a large area. Children especially suffered during the famine. Now you say the word. Famine. Portable. Portable is an adjective. Portable means easily moved or carried. Dad put a portable crib in the trunk. Now you say the word. Portable. Prey. Prey is a noun. Prey is an animal hunted as food by another, or someone or something that is helpless against attack. The documentary showed a lion stalking its prey. Now you say the word. Prey. Prey. Prey is a verb. To prey is to hunt for food, or to harm, rob, or take advantage of someone or something. Only a bully would prey upon the weak. Now you say the word. Prey. Thrifty. Thrifty is an adjective. Thrifty means being careful about spending money, tending to save money, and managing money well. My parents are teaching me to be a thrifty shopper. Now you say the word. Thrifty. Visual. Visual is an adjective. Visual means having to do with sight or seeing. The math teacher likes to use visual aids. Now you say the word. Visual.
National Ski Patrol to the rescue. Magazine article. Avalanche! Without warning, it happens. A mountainside of loose snow suddenly slides down a slope toward a downhill skier. As the skier looks up in horror, he loses his footing. It is as if a carpet has suddenly been pulled out from under his feet. Tons of snow knock him over and drag him down a hillside. In seconds, the skier is buried. At first, he is angry with himself for not staying with his group and for getting himself into such a dangerous situation. Muttering tart comments about his bad luck, he tries to dig his way to the surface. He is too deeply buried for that, though. Instead, he decides to stay still and conserve the oxygen in the air pockets around him. Absurd as it sounds, the skier nestles into the snow, hoping that the other members of his ski party will have seen the avalanche and notice that he is missing. Fortunately, the buried skier is wearing a beacon. This electronic device sends out a regular signal to help rescuers locate him. There is no realistic way to avoid all the dangers of winter in the backcountry. Devices like beacons, however, reduce a skier's risk in the wilderness. The skier's companions have seen the avalanche and realize that their partner is missing. As they race closer, they call in an urgent plea for help. Fortunately, members of the National Ski Patrol, NSP, are in the area. On snowmobiles, they navigate across the rugged landscape toward the disaster site. The National Ski Patrol is the largest winter rescue organization in the world. Since 1938, NSP volunteers have searched for and rescued thousands of skiers and hikers. The organization provides a sense of security for people who use the slopes. The guiding principle of the National Ski Patrol is to promote safe skiing and winter sports. The National Ski Patrol classifies the country into different geographic regions. Volunteers patrol the ski slopes and wilderness ski areas in the region where they live. When choosing its volunteers, the organization is very selective. In addition to being in excellent physical shape, members must complete advanced training in outdoor emergency care. In areas where avalanches tend to occur, members receive special avalanche training too. These steps help to ensure the success of rescue efforts. Thanks to their high level of preparation, the NSP rescuers are able to help the skier buried by the avalanche. Immediately after arriving on the scene, they turn their own beacons to receive. That lets them hear the signal from the skier's beacon. The rescuers also spot the ski mitten that the skier lost in the avalanche. That's another clue to his whereabouts. The rescuers have identified the general area where the skier must be. Now they carefully probe the most likely areas with long aluminum poles. Methodically, they cover the area, probing every foot or so. Suddenly, they hear a muffled cry. Fortunately, the snow is light and fluffy. It contains a lot of air. That lets the rescuers move it away quickly to reach the skier. More important, the buried man had enough air to breathe. Soon a helicopter arrives to transport the skier to a hospital. It was a close call, but thanks to the National Ski Patrol, there was a happy ending.
Absurd. Absurd is an adjective. Absurd means having no sense at all, or going completely against, or having no reason. No one is going to believe such an absurd story. Now you say the word. Absurd. Avalanche. Avalanche is a noun. An avalanche is a large mass of snow, ice, rocks, or other materials sliding or falling swiftly down a mountainside or something resembling such an event. The skiers were almost buried by an avalanche that came roaring down the slope. Now you say the word. Avalanche. Classify. Classify is a verb. To classify is to group or label in an organized way. Libraries classify books by title, author, and subject. Now you say the word. Classify. Ensure. Ensure is a verb. To ensure is to make sure, safe, or certain, or to guarantee. The playground was designed to ensure the children's safety. Now you say the word. Ensure. Navigate. Navigate is a verb. To navigate is to plan and steer the course of a vessel or vehicle, or to make one's way or get around. A pilot uses charts and instruments to navigate a helicopter. Now you say the word. Navigate. Nestle. Nestle is a verb. To nestle is to settle down comfortably or to hold lovingly. The child likes to nestle in her grandmother's lap. Now you say the word. Nestle. Plea. Plea is a noun. A plea is an urgent request for help or the answer given in a law court by a person accused of a crime. The judge accepted the defendant's plea of not guilty. Now you say the word. Plea. Principle. Principle is a noun. A principle is a basic rule or law on which others are based, or a belief used to tell right from wrong. A judge must be a person of high principle. Now you say the word. Principle. Realistic. Realistic is an adjective. Realistic means using facts and good sense to evaluate people, things, or situations. Realistic also means concerned with the practical or resembling real life. The painting was so realistic that it looked like a photograph. Now you say the word. Realistic. Security. Security is a noun. Security is freedom from danger, fear, or doubt. Security also means safety. There is always heavy security around the White House. Now you say the word. Security. Selective. Selective is an adjective. Selective means very careful about choosing or using. It pays to be a very selective shopper. Now you say the word. Selective. Tart. Tart is an adjective. Tart means having a sharp or sour taste or sharp in manner or tone. My sister replied with a very tart remark. Now you say the word. Tart. Tart. Tart is a noun. A tart is a small pie, usually filled with fruit. I had a peach tart for dessert. Now you say the word. Tart.
A Message for NORAD. Science fiction. Zella had searched the dusty landscape for food all morning, but found only a few shreds of wild dates and some tasteless roots. Food transports from the home planet had stopped 2 months earlier, and the colonists who had come to NORAD to live and work were hungry. The planet's pitiless climate, always hot and dry, made agriculture impossible. Besides, the Noradian colonists weren't farmers, but miners who were digging up valuable minerals. The mineral transports to the home planet, along with communications, had also stopped. Colony officials had offered a few flimsy explanations for the halt, but these excuses lacked detail and were not convincing. Zella walked back to her dome. The dwelling in the shape of a half-sphere was large but poorly furnished. Before she got there, she saw an unfamiliar spacecraft spinning above one of the landing pads. As it rotated, it also moved slowly downward. The strange-looking craft must be a migrant. Had it traveled from another solar system? It did not display the flag of Zella's home planet. Curious, Zella and a few other colonists approached it. A military patrol arrived but was unable to confirm the craft's identity. "Follow the procedure for unidentified spacecraft," Major Poe barked to his soldiers. "Do not assume this craft is friendly or neutral." Some of the soldiers had turned on message devices, hoping to get a response from the spacecraft. "If we receive no response in 15 minutes, Major Poe stated, we will have to take action against it." 13 minutes passed, and the strange spacecraft made no response. In a daze because of the tension and suspense, Zella watched and waited. "Prepare to destroy the intruder," Major Poe ordered. "Wait!" Zella cried, springing into action and rushing forward. "For all you know, this craft may come from a friendly planet." A soldier grabbed Zella, shouting insults and words of abuse. "How dare a Class 3 miner interfere with Noradian security," he said, sneering at Zella's worn and dusty miner's suit. Zella didn't care whether she looked presentable. She was gauging the distance to the spacecraft, about 100 meters. Breaking free from the soldier's grasp, she raced toward it. A ladder was built into the side of the craft, and Zella quickly scrambled up to the main hatch. Behind her, Zella heard Major Poe ordering his soldiers. "Raise the deflection screens!" Surely they would not destroy the craft while she was on it. Or would they? Now in the main hatch, Zella saw a large green light on a control panel. Instinctively, she placed her hand on it. "Greetings to the colonists of NORAD," a loud message immediately began. The message was in Zella's language. "This is an unmanned craft from planet Earth. It comes in peace, bringing food and supplies for your survival." Then the craft's main cargo bay door opened, revealing crates of food as well as water purifiers, solar cookers, and other appliances. Zella slowly climbed down from the craft and walked back to the soldiers. The crowd had grown in size, and nearly everyone was cheering and thanking Zella. "Yes, thank you, Zella," said Major Poe, approaching her. "Thank you for keeping an open mind and not giving in to fear."
Abuse. Abuse is a noun. Abuse is improper, wrong, or cruel treatment, or insulting language. The abuse of power is a danger in any government. Now you say the word. Abuse. Abuse. Abuse is a verb. To abuse is to put to bad use or to hurt or damage by treating badly. If you abuse your privileges, they may be taken away. Now you say the word. Abuse. Appliance. Appliance is a noun. An appliance is a machine or tool used to do a household job. It seems an awfully big claim for such a little appliance. Now you say the word. Appliance. Confirm. Confirm is a verb. To confirm is to agree or prove that something is true, to make sure or to remove any doubt. The press secretary refused to confirm the report. Now you say the word. Confirm. Daze. Daze is a verb. To daze is to stun or confuse. Some predators daze their prey with a blow to the head. Now you say the word. Daze. Daze. Daze is a noun. A daze is a state of confusion. When I heard that I had won the prize, I walked around in a daze. Now you say the word. Daze. Flimsy. Flimsy is an adjective. Flimsy means not strong or solid, poorly made, or not convincing. I don't think my teacher believed my flimsy excuse for not doing my homework. Now you say the word. Flimsy. Gauge. Gauge is a noun. A gauge is a standard measure to tell size, thickness, and so on, or it is an instrument used to measure. Weather scientists use a gauge to measure rainfall. Now you say the word. Gauge. Gauge. Gauge is a verb. To gauge is to measure or to estimate. The cat seemed to gauge the distance before jumping onto the windowsill. Now you say the word. Gauge. Migrant. Migrant is a noun. A migrant is an animal or person that moves to a different region as the seasons change, or a farm worker who moves seasonally to pick different crops. We passed a field full of migrants picking berries. Now you say the word. Migrant. Neutral. Neutral is an adjective. Neutral means not taking any side in a disagreement or war, or lacking distinction. Switzerland remained neutral in both World Wars I and II. Now you say the word. Neutral. Pitiless. Pitiless is an adjective. Pitiless means showing no sorrow or regret for another's suffering or troubles. The audience booed the pitiless villain. Now you say the word. Pitiless. Presentable. Presentable is an adjective. Something presentable is fit to be seen or inspected. My parents insisted that I wear presentable clothing. Now you say the word. Presentable. Rotate. Rotate is a verb. To rotate is to turn around a central point or to alternate. Do you know how long it takes Earth to rotate once? Now you say the word. Rotate. Shred. Shred is a noun. A shred is a thin strip or a tiny piece or amount of something. Not a shred of evidence was found. Now you say the word. Shred. Shred. Shred is a verb. To shred is to cut or tear into thin strips or small pieces, or to rip up. The aide will shred the company's old files. Now you say the word. Shred.
Crispus Attucks changes history. Historical nonfiction. A cold wind swept in from Boston Harbor on the night of March 5th, 1770, and fresh snow lay on the streets. On Boston Common, the British soldiers, who later became known as Redcoats, sat inside their tents. They had been camped there for months in conditions neither comfortable nor sanitary. At a time of rising tension in the colonies, the Redcoats were there to preserve the peace and enforce the new trade laws. For the soldiers, it was a monotonous assignment. They had little to do. Sometimes they debated political issues with the colonists. More often, the colonists hurled insults at the Redcoats, whom many regarded as foes. This night, some colonists were throwing snowballs from the darkness. Accounts vary about exactly what happened next. A scuffle seems to have broken out, and a nearby church bell rang an alarm. Citizens, angry and tense about the Redcoats, gathered at Boston Common. Some citizens carried sticks and clubs. As the crowd grew larger, the Redcoats forced the colonists back. According to several accounts, a small group of colonists suddenly charged the Redcoats. Urged on by their leader, a tall black man named Crispus Attucks, the men waved their simple weapons and shouted insults at the British. Attucks may have taunted the soldiers by saying, "Shoot if you dare." Then, as the crowd began to throw things at the soldiers, Attucks is said to have clubbed one of the Redcoats and grabbed for his bayonet, the blade at the end of his rifle. This latter move by Attucks proved too much for the soldiers. Fearing for their safety, the Redcoats fired, and Attucks fell dead. When the smoke cleared, a number of colonists lay sprawled on Boston Common. In all, 5 died from their wounds and 6 recovered. Although Crispus Attucks was probably the first victim in the cause that became the American Revolution, little is known about him. Said to be the son of an African father and a Native American mother, he grew up a slave in Massachusetts. In 1750, when Attucks was about 27, he ran away from his owner and may have gone to sea on a whaling ship. Nothing else was heard from him until the night of what became known as the Boston Massacre. That's what the Patriot leaders called it, a massacre, to build support for the cause of freedom. On that night, the foundations of American independence were laid. President John Adams later wrote, "Thousands of angry colonists attended a public funeral for Attucks and the other victims in Boston's Faneuil Hall. Speakers praised the bravery that Attucks had exhibited, and newspaper accounts retold the story. Attucks and the others acquired even more fame with Paul Revere's widely known engraving of the massacre. Prints made from the engraving were distributed around the colonies, building support for Boston and hatred for the Redcoats. For 5 years, the memory of the Boston Massacre fanned the flames of revolution. In the end, the reckless bravery of Crispus Attucks had widespread consequences. His achievement was nothing less than changing the course of American history."
Achievement. Achievement is a noun. An achievement is something done successfully or something gained by working or trying hard. A perfect report card is quite an achievement. Now you say the word. Achievement. Acquire. Acquire is a verb. To acquire is to get as one's own. When did you acquire the ability to speak French so well? Now you say the word. Acquire. Debate. Debate is a noun. A debate is a discussion of reasons for and against something. The town council held a debate on building a new library. Now you say the word. Debate. Debate. Debate is a verb. To debate is to discuss reasons for and against something, or to think about something carefully before deciding. What issue would you like to debate? Now you say the word. Debate. Exhibit. Exhibit is a verb. To exhibit is to show clearly or put on display. You exhibit great talent in gymnastics. Now you say the word. Exhibit. Exhibit. Exhibit is a noun. An exhibit is something shown to the public. We went to the diamond exhibit at the Science Museum. Now you say the word. Exhibit. Foe. Foe is a noun. A foe is one who hates or tries to harm another, or an enemy. Identify yourself. Are you friend or foe? Now you say the word. Foe. Latter. Latter is an adjective. Latter means close to the end or relating to the second of two things discussed. The first part of the book is better than the latter part. Now you say the word. Latter. Massacre. Massacre is a noun. the cruel killing of many people or animals. The village was the site of a bloody massacre. Now you say the word. Massacre. Massacre. Massacre is a verb. To massacre is to kill many people or animals in a cruel way. The barbarians planned to massacre their rivals. Now you say the word. Massacre. Monotonous. Monotonous is an adjective. Monotonous means dull as a result of not changing in any way. Shelling peas is a monotonous chore. Now you say the word. Monotonous. Preserve. Preserve is a verb. To preserve is to keep safe from injury or ruin, or to keep food from spoiling. I signed a petition to preserve the wetlands. Now you say the word. Preserve. Preserve. Preserve is a noun. A preserve is an area set aside for the protection of wildlife. Wild animals roam freely in the nature preserve. Now you say the word. Preserve. Sanitary. Sanitary is an adjective. Sanitary means having to do with health or free of dirt and germs. In a factory, the areas that produce computer parts must remain completely sanitary. Now you say the word. Sanitary. Sprawl. Sprawl is a verb. To sprawl is to lie or sit with arms and legs spread out, or to spread out in a disorderly way. Some nights I sprawl in front of the TV set. Now you say the word. Sprawl. Widespread. Widespread is an adjective. Widespread means happening in many places or to many people, or fully open. Interest in the lives of movie stars is widespread. Now you say the word. Widespread.
A giant hoax, nonfiction narrative. The well diggers on William Newell's farm in Cardiff, New York, got quite a shock one October morning in 1869. A few feet down, their shovels uncovered a 10-foot-long man. The body appeared to be petrified. That is, over a very long time, it had turned to stone. News of this singular discovery traveled fast. Was this proof that giants had once walked the earth? People from all over swarmed to see the giant fossil. Newell's relative, George Hull, spotted a money-making opportunity and charged each visitor 10 cents a peek. As the crowds increased, Hull raised the price to 50 cents, the equivalent of about $6 today. Soon, a group of businessmen began to pursue Hull, begging him to sell them the Cardiff giant. Hull finally agreed to a price of $37,000, and the stone creature was moved to Syracuse, New York. Now even more people lined up to see it. Among the visitors were several paleontologists, scientists who study ancient remains. Their negative opinions of the Cardiff giant revealed they were not impressed. Convinced it was not real, they labeled it a fraud. In support of these conclusions, they pointed out the rough chisel marks on the giant's body. They also noted that acids had been used to make the fossil look old. In short, William Newell and George Hull had some explaining to do. When George Hull was questioned, he offered no cover story, no alibi. On the contrary, he was surprisingly frank. With the help of a Confederate, an Iowa man who was a sculptor, he had carved the statue and modified its appearance with acid. The statue was shipped east by rail and then discharged with other cargo at a station near Cardiff. From there, Hull carted it to the farm of William Newell. He then buried the giant on the farm and waited a year before hiring workers to dig in the same spot. Why would George Hull do such a thing? At the time of the hoax, many people believed that real-life giants had once walked the earth. Hull disagreed. Apparently, he just wanted to poke fun at this belief. When he saw how much money he could make, however, he decided to let people think the Cardiff Giant was real. A practical joke had turned into a money-making swindle. The story should have ended there, but it didn't. At this time, P.T. Barnum reigned over the world of popular entertainment, and the great showman wanted the Cardiff Giant in his traveling circus. The owners, however, refused to rent it to Barnum, not even for $30,000 a month. In response, Barnum came up with a more economical approach. He had an exact replica made, put in his show, and claimed it was the original one. This fraud should have led to a boycott or mutiny by Barnum's customers, but it didn't. Even more people lined up to see the counterfeit giant. Like most sensations, the Cardiff Giant gradually faded from memory. For decades, it lay undisturbed in a barn near Syracuse. Eventually, however, it was put on exhibit at the Farmers Museum in Cooperstown, New York. Today, visitors there still line up and pay to see the giant hoax.
Alibi. Alibi is a noun. An alibi is a claim of having been elsewhere when a crime was committed, or a reason given to explain something. Can anyone confirm your alibi? Now you say the word. Alibi. Confederate. Confederate is a noun. A confederate is a person, state, or country that joins with another for a common purpose. A confederate is also a partner in crime. Great Britain was a confederate of the U.S. in World War II. Now you say the word. Confederate. Discharge. Discharge is a verb. To discharge is to let go, to unload cargo or passengers, to fire off, or to give off. The cruise ship stopped in port to discharge the tourists. Now you say the word. Discharge. Discharge. Discharge is a noun. A discharge is a release or letting go, a firing off, a giving off, or something given off. The army gave the soldier an honorable discharge. Now you say the word. Discharge. Economical. Economical is an adjective. Economical means being careful about spending money or using resources. An economical shopper always looks for a bargain. Now you say the word. Economical. Frank. Frank is an adjective. Frank means being honest in expressing thoughts and feelings. Don't be offended if I am frank with you. Now you say the word. Frank. Modify. Modify is a verb. To modify is to change somewhat. You can modify a recipe to suit your taste. Now you say the word. Modify. Mutiny. Mutiny is a noun. Mutiny is an open rebellion against authority. The Boston Tea Party was an act of mutiny. Now you say the word. Mutiny. Mutiny. Mutiny is a verb. To mutiny is to rebel against those in charge. The captain's cruelty led the crew to mutiny. Now you say the word. Mutiny. Negative. Negative is an adjective. Negative means saying no, or not positive or helpful. Negative also means less than 0. The reply to my question was negative. Now you say the word. Negative. Negative. Negative is a noun. A negative is a no expression. A negative is also a photo image that reverses light and dark areas. I can't is an example of a negative. Now you say the word. Negative. Pursue. Pursue is a verb. To pursue is to chase in order to catch, to strive to achieve, or to carry out. During a hunt, the dogs pursue a hare. Now you say the word. Pursue. Reign. Reign is a noun. Reign is the power or rule of a monarch, or a monarch's period of rule. England prospered under the reign of Queen Anne. Now you say the word. Reign. Reign. Reign is a verb. To reign is to rule as a monarch, or to be widespread. In the 1920s, prosperity reigned. Now you say the word. Reign. Singular. Singular is an adjective. Singular means referring to only one person or thing, out of the ordinary. The show was a singular success. Now you say the word. Singular. Swindle. Swindle is a verb. To swindle is to cheat out of money or property. A dishonest shopkeeper tried to swindle me. Now you say the word. Swindle. Swindle. Swindle is a noun. A swindle is a scheme for cheating someone. The fraud squad uncovered the swindle. Now you say the word. Swindle.
Pecos Bill ends a drought. Tall tale. According to the tales that Texas cowboys used to tell, Pecos Bill was raised along the Pecos River by coyotes. That upbringing might have been a bit unusual, but it gave Bill superhuman powers. Just about everything Pecos Bill did was a spectacle. He had a lariat as long as Texas, so he could rope a herd of cattle with just one throw. To keep those cattle safe, he decided to use New Mexico as his pasture. Fencing in that pasture would have complicated anyone else's life, but not Bill's. He just persuaded the prairie dogs to dig the post holes for him. These stunts that Bill performed had universal appeal. Even the sun showed its curiosity, straining closer and closer to get a better look at whatever Bill was up to. That's what caused the Great Texas Drought. Never had the state been so dry before. The sun didn't mean any harm, but it got so close that it scorched the land. Every blade of grass dried up and turned brown because of the burning heat. Talk about a hot summer. The heat was so severe that the chickens laid fried eggs. People wanted to cry and grieve, but there wasn't enough water for tears. Pecos Bill felt the discomfort too. After all, the tragic situation was partly his fault. A moral man, Bill always tried to do what was right. He was also a man of action, so he decided to end the drought. Hopping onto his horse Widowmaker, Bill galloped north across Oklahoma. Halfway up Tornado Alley, he spotted what he was looking for. A big black twister had just torn up half of Kansas and was heading down toward Oklahoma for a repeat performance. Bill didn't hesitate for a second. Taking out his lariat, he roped the tornado and climbed onto its neck. "Howdy, friend," said Bill in his courteous way, looking directly into the eye of the storm. "I could use your help down in Texas." "How dare this little cowboy trifle with a tornado?" the twister snorted to itself. Bucking like a bronco, the big funnel-shaped cloud whirled, twirled, and zigzagged south, hoping to throw Bill off. Bill held on, though, digging his spurs into the tornado's sides and riding it south. Past Galveston and out into the Gulf of Mexico, the twister spun, quickly filling with water. That's just what Bill was planning. Full of water, the tornado slowed down a bit, allowing Bill to steer it west over Texas. There, with a few well-placed kicks, Bill turned the twister into a giant watering can. Once the tornado had dropped all its water, it turned nasty again. So Bill rode it back to the Gulf for more. In all, Bill made 6 trips, bringing enough water to end the drought and eliminate the hardship he had caused. Actually, only 5 trips would have been necessary. When Texans saw Bill coming back with his 6th load, they waved their hats and shouted, "No!" Any more water and they'd have a flood. In the end, Bill rode the twister over to Arizona and dumped all the water in one great swoosh, a washout that created the Grand Canyon.
Complicate. Complicate is a verb. To complicate is to make it hard to understand or do. A lot of unnecessary details can sometimes complicate directions. Now you say the word. Complicate. Courteous. Courteous is an adjective. Courteous means considerate towards others. A courteous host makes her guests feel welcomed. Now you say the word. Courteous. Discomfort. Discomfort is a noun. Discomfort is a lack of ease and well-being. A nasty case of chickenpox can cause a great deal of discomfort. Now you say the word. Discomfort. Eliminate. Eliminate is a verb. To eliminate is to get rid of or do away with. By working together, we can eliminate hunger and poverty. Now you say the word. Eliminate. Grieve. Grieve is a verb. To grieve is to cause to feel great sadness or to feel very sad. Reports of the many deaths and the destruction caused by the earthquake grieve us all. Now you say the word. Grieve. Moral. Moral is an adjective. Moral is having to do with what is right and wrong, or being good and just. A moral question is sometimes very difficult to answer. Now you say the word. Moral. Moral. Moral is a noun. A moral is a lesson taught by a story or experience. I think that the moral of the story is never give up. Now you say the word. Moral. Scorch. Scorch is a verb. To scorch is to burn on the surface or to dry out with heat. Did you scorch my brand new shirt with the iron? Now you say the word. Scorch. Scorch. Scorch is a noun. A scorch is a slight burn. I placed the napkin so it would cover a scorch in the tablecloth. Now you say the word. Scorch. Severe. Severe is an adjective. Severe means of a serious nature, very strict and harsh, or causing pain or hardship. Most parents think lying is a severe offense. Now you say the word. Severe. Spectacle. Spectacle is a noun. A spectacle is an unusual sight or public display. Millions of people visit New York every year to view the spectacle of the Manhattan skyline. Now you say the word. Spectacle. Tragic. Tragic is an adjective. Tragic means having to do with a serious story with a sad ending. Tragic also means very unfortunate. Stories with tragic endings make me cry. Now you say the word. Tragic. Trifle. Trifle is a noun. A trifle is something of little importance or a small amount. It is not worth arguing over such a trifle. Now you say the word. Trifle. Trifle. Trifle is a verb. To trifle is to treat carelessly or playfully. It is unkind to trifle with someone's feelings. Now you say the word. Trifle. Universal. Universal is an adjective. Universal means being everywhere. Universal also means of, for, or shared by all. Food and shelter are universal needs. Now you say the word. Universal.
Why did the woolly mammoths disappear? Journal article. Before humans arrived in North America, giant-sized mammals walked the land. The best known were two elephant-like animals, the woolly mammoth and the mastodon. Less familiar is the short-faced bear, a rough and rowdy creature about 30% larger than today's grizzly. Saber-toothed tigers, some weighing as much as 800 pounds, were a threat to any creature that trespassed in their territory. There were also giant wolves, as well as camels, horses, and sloths. In terms of size, these creatures have no peers among the North American mammals of today. The mega mammals fared well on the continent for hundreds of thousands of years. At the beginning of the last ice age, about 130,000 years ago, the animals were still thriving. Even though ice covered much of the continent, the land was fertile enough to provide food. Then, near the end of the ice age, something happened. The large mammals died off. It's impossible to give a rigid timetable for when these animals became extinct, because these extinctions happened too long ago. Yet at some point, about 12,000 to 15,000 years ago, both the glaciers and many of the mammals seem to have disappeared rather suddenly, all at the same time. For a long time, people assumed that the giant creatures had been hunted to extinction. The first human hunters had left Asia and wandered onto the North American continent about this time. Hunting with spears, the newcomers fanned out across the continent. As the colonies of humans expanded, the theory goes, they killed off many species. Were there enough hunters to endanger so many species? Few archaeologists think so. Other facts also undercut this theory. For one thing, archaeological sites are crammed with clues about what the early hunters killed and ate. Mammoths and mastodons were their favorites. Apparently, these people didn't hunt the other extremely large mammals. Yet these animals died off too. Furthermore, the early people did hunt bison, but this species, of course, survived. Recently, scientists have furnished another explanation for the extinctions. A large comet, which is a traveling body of ice and dust, may have exploded on or just above Earth about 12,000 years ago. The clouds of dust from the disaster would have caused a long period of cooling on Earth. The cold temperatures would have led to the extinctions of dozens of species. There is evidence for the comet theory. Arctic ice that formed about 12,000 years ago shows high levels of iridium, the element found in comets and meteorites. Also, tiny diamonds called nanodiamonds appear in soil samples dating from 12,000 years ago. The flash of the explosion could have formed them. This theory could explain why large mammal species would have died off so suddenly. Many species, however, survived the disaster and cold climate. Among them are the wild animals that we're most familiar with today. Why were they safeguarded from the cooling while the larger species were not? By unraveling the history and mystery of ancient climate change, scientists hope one day to find the answer.
Assume. Assume is a verb. To assume is to take upon oneself, or to pretend to have or be. To assume also means to take something for granted. My parents said I could have the puppy if I would assume the responsibility for it. Now you say the word. Assume. Cram. Cram is a verb. To cram is to stuff tightly, to fill tightly, or to study hard just before a test. Mom told me not to cram all my clothes into one drawer. Now you say the word. Cram. Endanger. Endanger is a verb. To endanger is to expose to injury or harm. Fire and drought will endanger the forest animals. Now you say the word. Endanger. Fare. Fare is a verb. To fare is to get along. If you study hard, you should fare well in school. Now you say the word. Fare. Fare. Fare is a noun. Fare is the cost of travel on public transportation, or the cost of food or drink. We can't afford the plane fare to the East Coast. Now you say the word. Fare. Fertile. Fertile is an adjective. Fertile means good for producing crops and plants, or capable of growing. The Midwest farms are located in one of the most fertile areas in the world. Now you say the word. Fertile. Furnish. Furnish is a verb. To furnish is to supply with furniture, or to supply with what is needed. After the fire, neighbors helped to furnish the new house. Now you say the word. Furnish. Mammoth. Mammoth is a noun. A mammoth is a very large, long-tusked, shaggy-haired elephant that is now extinct. No woolly mammoths are alive today. Now you say the word. Mammoth. Mammoth. Mammoth is an adjective. Mammoth means great in size. A skyscraper is a mammoth building. Now you say the word. Mammoth. Peer. Peer is a noun. A peer is a person of the same age, rank, or ability. A peer is also a British noble. As a gifted pianist, the child had no peer. Now you say the word. Peer. Peer. Peer is a verb. To peer is to look closely at something or someone. I tend to peer at people through my glasses. Now you say the word. Peer. Rigid. Rigid is an adjective. Rigid means not bending or very strict. Stand at attention and keep your body rigid. Now you say the word. Rigid. Rowdy. Rowdy is an adjective. Rowdy means rough and disorderly. My teacher does not tolerate rowdy behavior. Now you say the word. Rowdy. Safeguard. Safeguard is a noun. A safeguard is something that protects. A helmet is a safeguard against head injuries. Now you say the word. Safeguard. Safeguard. Safeguard is a verb. To safeguard is to protect against possible danger. Wear sunblock to safeguard your skin. Now you say the word. Safeguard. Trespass. Trespass is a noun. Trespass is an action that is wrong or unlawful entry onto someone's property. The man was charged with criminal trespass. Now you say the word. Trespass. Trespass. Trespass is a verb. To trespass is to do wrong or to enter onto someone's property without right. I did not mean to trespass against you. Now you say the word. Trespass.
The Hunger Strike, an Aesop fable. Today, the parts of the body get along and work together surprisingly well. But that wasn't always true. Long ago, head, legs, and arms had frequent squabbles with one another. There was a great deal of friction among them. One of the few things they had in common, in fact, was their dislike for Belly. Most of the time, they disregarded Belly completely and weren't even sure where he lived. When they did turn their attention to him, their main complaint was about his lack of purpose. They all agreed that Belly had never done an honest day's work, and he only cared about eating. Thinking about Belly's laziness, Head eventually felt such profound anger that he called a meeting of the other body parts. "It's time to teach that lazy Belly a lesson," he announced loudly. Legs and arms couldn't agree more. They found the idea irresistible and immediately asked Head what he had in mind. "Well, from now on," explained Head, "I'm not going to figure out any ways to find food." With his sharp eyes and quick brain, Head was the body part that found the majority of the body's food.
Belly won't like that, remarked Legs with a smile. Then, to show that he was in complete agreement with Head, he said, "And I promise not to walk over to any food, even if it's lying on the ground right in front of us." "This is going to be good," giggled Arms, clapping his hands together for emphasis. "I won't pick up any food," he promised the others, "and I'm not doing any cooking either." All went according to plan, and after a few weeks of no food, Belly indeed was grumbling. "Please," he begged, "a crust of bread, anything." The other body parts, however, could take no real joy in Belly's misery, for they were having problems themselves. Head, for example, experienced frequent dizziness. Then a new phenomenon, a splitting headache, made it impossible for him to think. Legs grew weaker and weaker, often stumbling into swamps and other desolate places. Even Arms, who was by now covered with sores from shoulders to fingertips, realized something was very wrong. As the body's problems accumulated, Head had to intervene. He called the body parts to another meeting. "Even though Belly never seems to work," Head began, "he must have a purpose. Otherwise, starving him wouldn't have caused us so many problems. For our own sakes, therefore, I suggest we compromise and start feeding him again." Legs and Arms agreed with Head. They were greatly relieved that the standoff had come to an end. Without wasting another minute, the whole crew went out to find some dinner. Once the meal had been eaten, Belly's loud grumbling subsided, and the other body parts started feeling much better too. Moral: each member of a group must do his or her part for the common good.
Accumulate. Accumulate is a verb. To accumulate is to gather together, often in an increasing number. I hope to accumulate a large collection of stamps. Now you say the word. Accumulate. Compromise. Compromise is a noun. A compromise is an agreement in which each side gives up some demand. The battling senators reached a compromise and passed the bill. Now you say the word. Compromise. Compromise. Compromise is a verb. To compromise is to give up certain demands in order to settle an argument. I had to compromise and let my brother join our team. Now you say the word. Compromise. Desolate. Desolate is an adjective. Desolate means bleak and without any people or extremely unhappy. The abandoned gold rush town was desolate. Now you say the word. Desolate. Disregard. Disregard is a verb. To disregard is to pay no attention to. I told my friend to disregard my earlier message. Now you say the word. Disregard. Disregard. Disregard is a noun. Disregard is a state of ignoring something. The driver who ran the red light showed disregard for the law. Now you say the word. Disregard. Emphasis. Emphasis is a noun. Emphasis is special importance given to something, or stress given to a syllable or word in reading or speaking. Our school puts a strong emphasis on science. Now you say the word. Emphasis. Friction. Friction is a noun. Friction is the rubbing of one object or surface against another, or a conflict. Tires wear down because of friction between the rubber and the road. Now you say the word. Friction. Intervene. Intervene is a verb. To intervene is to come between things, points, or events in order to make changes. The referee had to intervene to settle the players' dispute. Now you say the word. Intervene. Irresistible. Irresistible is an adjective. Irresistible means too attractive or tempting to be resisted. A swimming pool on a hot summer day is irresistible. Now you say the word. Irresistible. Majority. Majority is a noun. A majority is the greater number. The majority of the puppies were black. Now you say the word. Majority. Majority. Majority is an adjective. Majority means made up of the greater number. The class president can be removed by a majority vote. Now you say the word. Majority. Phenomenon. Phenomenon is a noun. A phenomenon is something that can be taken in by the senses or mind. A phenomenon is also something or someone that is very unusual. Glaciers are a natural phenomenon. Now you say the word. Phenomenon. Profound. Profound is an adjective. Profound means very great or intense. Something profound requires deep thought, learning, or understanding. The family felt profound sadness at the loss of its pet. Now you say the word. Profound. Subside. Subside is a verb. To subside is to become less intense, violent, or severe. We waited for the rain to subside before going outside. Now you say the word. Subside.
Sequoyah, advocate of his people. Biography. The Cherokee were an eastern woodland people whose original territory spread across a significant portion of the southeastern United States. Many Cherokee villages had 30 to 60 homes built around a large meeting house known as a council house. At the center of each village was a town square where people gathered for dances, games, and ceremonies. Sequoyah was born in a Cherokee village in Tennessee around 1770. At that time, white colonists were moving onto Cherokee land, often signing treaties to do so. The Cherokee people, however, had no written language, only a spoken one, and they could not read English. This was a fundamental problem because the spoken promises of the white settlers often contradicted the legal terms of the treaties. As a young man, Sequoyah moved to Georgia, perhaps to escape the white settlers. There he became a skilled silversmith. His ignorance of written English, however, prevented him from signing his craft items like other craftspeople. During the War of 1812, Sequoyah, like many Cherokees, joined the American Army. While on duty, Sequoyah often watched white soldiers reading battle orders as well as letters from their families. Before the war, Sequoyah had begun his preliminary work on developing a Cherokee system of written communication. Now he turned his attention to this challenge. First, Sequoyah listened carefully to spoken Cherokee. Over time, he extracted 85 or 86 basic sound syllables from his observations. Every Cherokee word is some combination of these syllables. Sequoyah next assigned one symbol to each sound syllable. He borrowed some symbols, such as Roman numerals, and made up others. He also retained a few letters from English. By 1821, Sequoyah had completed his work. The Cherokees adopted his concept of representing sounds in the Cherokee language as written symbols. An advocate of education, Sequoyah personally taught the written language to hundreds of Cherokees. He also publicly demonstrated the results of his efforts. No one could have anticipated the success of written Cherokee. In a short time, thousands of Cherokees learned to read and write. In 1828, the Cherokee people began to publish their own newspaper. It was called the Cherokee Phoenix, and it is still printed today. The Cherokee also used their new language to write a constitution. This document helped them form their own government. the Cherokee Nation. The Constitution described the internal workings of this government. Sequoyah believed that reading and writing would help the Cherokee hold on to their land. Sadly, this premise proved to be untrue. According to the terms of the 1828 Indian Removal Act, all Native Americans had to give up their land and move west of the Mississippi. Between 1838 and 1839, an estimated 17,000 Cherokees were forced to move to Oklahoma. About 4,000 people died on this terrible trip, causing the Cherokee to call it the Trail of Tears. In Oklahoma, the Cherokee faced another challenge. They had to learn how to survive in a new and different place. To do this, they depended on their written constitution and laws. They published important information in their newspaper. Written communication helped the people adjust to a new way of life.
Advocate. Advocate is a noun. An advocate is a person who publicly supports a cause. A lawyer is also called an advocate. I am an advocate of animal rights. Now you say the word. Advocate. Advocate. Advocate is a verb. To advocate is to speak or be in favor of something. They advocate using computers in the classroom. Now you say the word. Advocate. Anticipate. Anticipate is a verb. To anticipate is to think ahead of time. We anticipate there will be a large crowd at the book signing. Now you say the word. Anticipate. Concept. Concept is a noun. A concept is the general idea. The concept of time travel interests me. Now you say the word. Concept. Contradict. Contradict is a verb. To contradict is to say the opposite of, or to disagree with. The calls of the referees contradict each other. Now you say the word. Contradict. Extract. Extract is a verb. To extract is to remove or take out. The dentist decided to extract my decayed tooth. Now you say the word. Extract. Extract. Extract is a noun. An extract is something drawn out of a natural substance, often used for flavoring. I like to add vanilla extract to cookie batter. Now you say the word. Extract. Fundamental. Fundamental is an adjective. Fundamental means forming a foundation or something that is basic. This country gives all its citizens fundamental rights. Now you say the word. Fundamental. Fundamental. Fundamental is a noun. A fundamental is a basic part, principle, fact, or skill. Knowing how to add is a fundamental of mathematics. Now you say the word. Fundamental. Ignorance. Ignorance is a noun. Ignorance is a lack of knowledge or information. I felt embarrassed by my ignorance of American history. Now you say the word. Ignorance. Internal. Internal is an adjective. Internal means of or located within something. The internal parts of a kiwi look very different from its hairy outside. Now you say the word. Internal. Preliminary. Preliminary is an adjective. Preliminary means coming before a main event or activity. I made preliminary notes before I wrote my speech. Now you say the word. Preliminary. Premise. Premise is a noun. A premise is a statement upon which an argument or conclusion is based. The premise of my argument is that all students should take art class. Now you say the word. Premise. Retain. Retain is a verb. To retain is to continue to have, or to hold or keep in. A cactus can retain water inside its thick stem. Now you say the word. Retain. Significant. Significant is an adjective. Significant means having importance or being notable. There was significant damage after the storm. Now you say the word. Significant.